still in range, gets the Q slow, and they are going to get another kill over to Vasily. Double shockwave, and NACS is going to get hit up after that. A triple kill coming in from Wild Turtle. He gets popped up. He can't even get to the back line. He goes down even with his armor build. 44-22 on the clock. Cloud9 takes down Dignitas. Oh no, double lift. Soloed out by Copier, putting down the authority.
Welcome to the North American LCS Summer Split. We have another action-packed lineup of games coming your way from our studios here in Los Angeles, California. A trip to Worlds is nearly in reach for many of these teams, so you can expect to see another explosive, action-packed day on the Rift. Hello, I'm James Dash Patterson, and with me is Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler and David Freak Turley. Gentlemen, thanks for being here with me.
Thanks for having us.
All right, let's get right into it. We're going to start with the TSM roster change. We saw the Bay Life crew win their first game with Lustboy with as a new support. What did we learn?
Honestly, we didn't learn that much. In this particular game, TSM got so far ahead that Lustboy didn't really get to display all that much. He landed a lot of good bindings, but aside from that, you know, TSM pretty much always beat Evil Geniuses. Actually, they always have beaten Evil Geniuses this split.
Right, and to me, the real test is actually what his coordination with the team is like. That's actually the big thing you have to worry about with a new player, especially one whose native language isn't English. Now, in our interview with Amazing and Bjergsen, they had said, oh, his English is good enough that we know what he wants to do. His body language in-game is also pretty good, so we know what's going on, and that's good that he's fitting so far, but TSM, to me, always needed a really good shot caller and good communication, and I'm not sure if Lustboy is the person for that.
All right, well, we'll be able to better gauge the move's success when TSM faces off against their longtime rival CLG today. And honestly, CLG is struggling right now, losing their last 3 games. They're 3 games behind first and only 1 game back of that coveted second place spot for the first round bye in the playoffs.
Yeah, but CLG have been having this really bad downward streak recently, and it's kind of troublesome because last split they had kind of a hit and miss split, but it was because they had new subs coming in. You know, they still feel like they were training up Nian, and it was okay. It was going to be fine. But they pull in this, what they believe to be an all-star top laner in Seraph, right? Dexter's been in the lineup the entire time, and suddenly they've got all these elements they think are going to work, and it's not clicking right now for them. And suddenly I feel like their morale's a little bit down, and they've got to find some way to turn it back around really fast.
Yeah, I don't think anyone will argue with you. After yesterday, they definitely had a really bad game. Dexter constantly under attack in his own jungle. Even the bottom lane, Aframu and Double Lift going down again to Curse's bottom lane, straight up 2 versus 2. And it might go back to that communication that you already talked about for TSM. Same thing for CLG. They might need to work on it as well.
All right, let's switch our attention now to Team Curse. They're inching closer to securing a playoff spot, and they're walking around with a lot of swagger. Now, is this a team that believes they can beat anybody?
Absolutely it is. You've heard it special right here on this desk. I think in actually this seat, literally. They are a team that has come so close to winning a bunch of games at the beginning of the split. They've actually come in winning some games finally now. You've heard Special say their bot lane should be feared, and hey, they beat up Rush Hour yesterday. They beat Rush Hour 3 weeks ago as well. This is a team where if they went to Worlds, I would not be surprised.
The thing is, that's the key right there. They did this before. This isn't anything new for Curse. Their bottom lane, they already beat Rush Hour before, and we've always heard, yes, Curse are great in scrims. Yes, they win all these games, and they're always very confident. However, we're getting closer to playoffs, and something that's always been a really big problem for Curse is stress under really, really high-priority games. So. Yeah. As these games get more and more important, that's what I'm really watching for Curse. How do they actually handle the stress of playoff games when they're already, having problems with regular season games?
And that's kind of the curse of Curse, is they're forever 4th, and unfortunately 4th puts you right outside of Worlds. So the question is it going to be 4th place in NA Regional or 4th place at Worlds?
Well, it's the most competitive split we've had so far, so we'll see if they can even get to that 4th place spot, right? Sitting in 6th right now. Well, we're going to head over to Twitter, but we've got something new up our sleeves today. All right, we're going to ask you and let you be the interviewer. If you could ask any NALCS pro a question, who would it be and what would you ask?
Send your queries to us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS so we can read our favorites later on in the broadcast.
Now, to help us break down yesterday's action, we brought visual aids, courtesy of the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Our first comes from Complexity versus LMQ. At Thy Kaiser writes, Ackerman is a god, blind ulting Robert. Let's take a look.
He knows what happened to double lift.
Ackerman just throws behind.
I've seen this before. Ackerman doesn't want to give up either. Gragas can take this chase.
Oh, man.
Oh!
What? What a throw!
Ackerman on the Gragas has been just destroying AD carries left and right.
And the best part, walks away before the barrel even explodes.
Yeah, man, it's one of those cool guys who don't look at explosions things, put sunglasses on. He knows he's got it.
Our next highlight comes from TSM versus EG. At Jessica Chung writes, that dropped the mic, walk away, amazing Baron Smite was amazing. Now let's roll the big play.
If he was able to actually secure it, probably still wouldn't be worth it.
1600 Baron. Helios just on the outside as they stop it. He's going to go in. Oh, my Amazing says thank you very much from the outside.
Helios goes for it. Amazing just takes it.
And Amazing just was like, Smite, whatever. Drop the mic, walk away. Team gets Baron.
And you look at that cam, Amazing is so calm the whole time too. He's just sitting out there outside of Baron, waiting for Helios to even try and help.
Yeah, you just walk up, press D. Smites are easy.
Smite should not be on D,
No,
by the
should
way.
never be on D.
What are you talking about? F is for flash.
Smite goes on F.
That's right.
All right, to all you new summoners out there. Well, we want you to send us your favorite moments from today's games by tweeting at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. But for now, we're going to take a look at how the teams are lined up. In first, it's LMQ, followed by Cloud9 and TSM tied for second.
CLG slides down to 4th, and Dignitas is 1 game back in 5th. Then in 6th place, it's Curse, with Complexity and Evil Geniuses taking the bottom spots.
Now we'll be checking back to see how that changes after our games today, starting with Evil Geniuses versus Curse.
After that, Cloud9 taking on first place LMQ, followed by a classic rivalry between TSM and CLG, and we will conclude our LCS day with Dignitas versus Complexity.
Then stick around for our coverage of the North American Challenger Series for a best-of-3 semifinal showdown between LoLPro and Curse Academy.
And as always, we want to know who you think will be victorious. So head over to lolesports.com, click on schedule, and start locking in your votes.
You can also check out our new VOD hub that's been redesigned for maximum watcheration and quick viewization, spoiler-free.
All right, well, Team Curse are known for playing very well in scrims against other NALCS teams, as we said. So to prepare for this stretch run of a season, they found a new, young, and hungry team to practice against.
Today we're going to the Boys and Girls Club, and we're just going to basically be meeting a bunch of kids that play League and follow the LCS. We're just going to go talk to them, give them some cool gear, and just have a good time.
Very nice to meet you.
Alex.
Very nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you.
The important part about the Boys and Girls Club is that we serve all youth, really. We are here to empower those who might not be empowered yet. It's a great place for you to come, just be yourself. You're going to be accepted no matter what.
I like coming to the Boys and Girls Club so I can see my friends and play League of Legends with them and just have fun.
The Boys and Girls Club actually was what got me into League of Legends.
You guys, come on in. They keep track of their stats each week. It helps them with their math skills. And it also keeps track of how well they're doing. And then, of course, we have a spotlight on each of you, our favorite team. Oh my God, yeah, look at the What I want to do is I want to introduce my team. We are going to have a challenge against Team Curse. I hope you guys are ready, because Oscar, our team analyst, is going to be choosing your role and your champ for today. Jungle Katarina.
Okay, I'll do it.
You're ADC. You're playing Thresh.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Cop, but top Galio. I hope you like Cows, because you're playing mid Alistar. Let's skill something easy on you, support Zillion.
Oh, and a hook coming in
in from I Will Dominate. He misses the play. He goes for the auto attack. The heal comes out for Caitlyn.
Wait, they're killing me now.
He's trash talking you.
We had been practicing to play them, and it was really fun finally getting to play them.
I killed I Will Dominate. It felt pretty good.
To get these kills on professional players, these guys that they look up to beat them in those instances was amazing.
This might just be the ending.
It was like a long, drawn-out 40-minute struggle, but we eventually barely squeaked out the win. It started out with League, which is sort of our territory, and then it went over to basketball.
Who are our two best basketball players? Paul, come on in here.
We moved on to foosball, which is what me and Special were the masters at, and they beat us there too. The last competition was DDR. Don was supposed to show up for us.
So I played against an 8-year-old girl and I just got completely destroyed.
Because we beat you in basketball, we want you to always remember it. Feel free to put this next to the Gordon Hayward ball that you guys have.
Perfect, man.
We invited all the league players and anyone else who wanted to go from the Boys and Girls Club to come out to LCS.
I want to experience what it's like there because it seems like it's so exciting. A lot of noise, a lot of lights.
We're all excited to be able to go watch them on Sunday and cheer for them.
Who's ready for the LCS?
The excitement was building up the whole week.
Oh my God. Thanks, man. You're the best.
You're the best, man. Nice meeting you. Seeing the kids from the Boys and Girls Club come out to support and cheer for us was awesome. Like when we got on stage, they're just like, "Hi, boy, Special, Quas." That was awesome. It just pumped me up for the game.
What a matchup to end week 9. Cloud9 takes down Curse.
Even though Curse didn't come out ahead this match, it was one of the most exciting matches we've ever seen.
Right after the game, I was just like, man, what happened? But then I came out here, just talked to all these kids. They don't care if we win or lose. They're just so happy to see us, and that was really awesome. And it made me feel a lot better.
The players always talk about how much it helps them when the fans come out and support them. It actually does, help them deal with that stress and improve their play a lot.
It's honestly pretty awesome. Kobe, if you had to beat Curse in something, what sport or activity would you choose?
Basketball.
Basket. Yeah, that's
They look pretty bad at basketball.
They lost to 8-year-olds, so I feel like you got a leg up.
Now the question I have after that is whether or not we'll see them pull out the Jungle Cat Arena today.
I think it's a really high likelihood they'll pull a TSM and lane swap everybody.
There you go. That sounds really awesome.
Really high likelihood. You can quote Freak on that.
Hey, they brought in the mid-80 carry.
Everyone
They're already
should
starting.
definitely take note. Take note. All right, we're going to take a quick break while Evil Geniuses and Curse load in for our first match of the day. The summer split action continues in just a few short minutes.
Welcome back to the North American LCS Summer Split. Let's get these games going. I'm bringing the biz in the third alongside Joshua Jat Leesman to start things off. And we're launching our day off with Battle of Evil Geniuses versus Team Curse. And Jat, Curse are going to be feeling pretty good after taking CLG down yesterday in a decisive 33-minute game.
Yeah, and with that win, they also gave themselves a 3-game cushion to hold on to 6th place and that trip to the playoffs. They went back to a strategy that worked as well before. Voyboy ran the Tristana mid again, so double AD carry, and this time they got off to a great start against CLG. Within 15 minutes, they were up 9 kills to 1 and had that 7,000 gold lead. I Will Dominate as well brought a lot of pressure to his lanes and was able to successfully counter Dexter in the jungle on multiple occasions.
Yeah.
And it was an especially impressive win when you look at how far Curse have come as a team. They started this split 2-7. They're actually 8-6 since then.
And also, a win here by Curse would shut the door on Evil Genius' shot at a summer playoff spot.
And one thing that EG does have going for them is in scrims, when Curse was practicing the double AD composition, they were actually the main opponents for that strategy. So EG should at least be a little bit experienced against it, and maybe Curse couldn't pull it out against him again.
Let's see the ban on that Tristana coming out or something that maybe the composition revolves around. Let's check out the starting lineups as we get right into the games here on day 2. On the blue side, it's going to be Evil Geniuses. Inox in the top lane, Helios in the jungle, Pobelter in mid lane with Altec at AD carry, and Crepo still looking good on support.
A lot of cheers, too. On the red side, it is Curse. Quas in the top lane, I Will Dominate in the jungle, Voyboy, white shirt in mid lane, Cop on AD, and X Special on support.
Everybody showing up quite well from Curse yesterday. We said they're a team that actually has to show up well in every lane for them to get going, not just the one-game all-star. And we said Dominate helped to get that move going. He was able to take effective Dexter's Rengar jungle, but we'll see if Rengar's not in this one, he'll have an easier time before 6 on the opposing side, so he might not get the counters he wants.
Yeah, I Will Dominate's game on Eve was really impressive.
It was.
Rengar's not your strongest pre-6 jungler, and Dominate definitely took advantage of that fact. But most importantly, they were able to play intelligently after they got their lead.
Sometimes Curse gets themselves into a bad spot once they get a bit of what they want, and then taking a little too much is what puts them behind. Yesterday, they were able to remedy that. We'll see if they can carry that playstyle into today. Quick bands going towards the mid lane. It's actually going to be that blue side cast ban. See if they can get something else out from Curse's bands here. There's the Trist. There's the laugh from Voyboy. Pobelter on a stretch. Don't have to deal with that. Thank you.
Some safety in the mid lane.
Everything so far besides that Nidalee pointed at the mid lane.
Yeah. And Morgana as well. It's been Crepo's favorite.
Yeah. Tried and true.
This is almost daring EG to pick Braum, though. So much of Braum being kept in check is the fact that people play Morgana against it. They banned Morg, one of Crepo's best supports. They're telling him to pick Braum, otherwise X Special will pick it on the next go-round. But that leaves a lot of stuff up. You know, if they pick Braum, that means Quas gets Lulu, something they dominate with. They're putting EG in a bit of a pickle here.
Who do they give it to? Pobelter's been known to actually take mid and just blind it, but there's really not a situation that leaves him safe enough like a Kassadin. There's so many options. Yeah.
But Gragas and Lulu should theoretically be traded picks. If I'm EG here, I feel like you want to take Braum as long as Crepo's confident.
At least to get it away from X Special. I mean, there's still a thresh in the game to be played on that situation. But EG says late game is where we're going to bring the pain. Kog'Maw gets locked in, first pick.
Hard to argue with that when you consider the huge performances Inox has had, or sorry, Altec has had on Kog'Maw. They had that really quick and decisive win over CLG where he was 6-1-1.
Yeah. Making quick work of early kills and definitely carrying it out of lane. Decisive pick, dominate right onto that Evelynn. It's been working well for him the past few games. This would be 3 in a row if he decides to lock it in. Or 4 in a row, I should say, if he decides to lock it in. Special looking at Braum.
The Braum makes sense. If you're looking at what Curse has been doing lately, you would think they'd pick Lulu instead of Eve because they're giving EG a chance to take Lulu now. who is also fantastic at protecting Kog'Maw.
Yeah, good point.
And while it's possible that Helios would take Eve away from them, he has not really played it lately. Oh well.
He's got a lot of options. The Elise stays up. His Nunu is up for protection and speed on that Kog'Maw if they do want to go for it. They're also looking to put a support behind him right now. So they're kind of deciding what comp they want. They only have an 80 carry at this point that goes late game. Shields are going to be a necessary. There's one. There's right now overall, there's two. Perfect.
Yeah, the Lulu steal away, and then Thresh because that's really the next best support for fighting against Braum. Everyone wants Cop to do Varus.
He did pretty well on it when he does play it.
True.
He does pretty well.
True.
Yeah.
His Corki yesterday was actually pretty strong. I think that champion really fits his play style. And I'm very curious to see what Voyboy defaults back to with Trist gone. He has had some success on Orianna. Of course, there's a lot of stuff banned away right now. Syndra is always an option for Voyboy, even though he generally suffers defeats on that champion.
They could do Xerath with the Q's, piercing arrows.
Are they going to be for Shen? No.
Voyboy mid-rise. It looks like Quas is going to be the leave out here. 10 seconds on it. They're just trying to play the love of the crowd. They lock it in. They do lock it in. It looks like it's going to be Quas's. He's prepping the hands.
Right on.
Throw some blades.
I was trying to ask a lot of the NALCS pros yesterday, who do you think the first team to break out Shen is going to be? Didn't expect Curse, actually, of all the teams.
When in fact, we probably should have thought they would be the first. With the style they play, who they bring to the table, what and when they bring it to the table.
Curse has found success deviating from the norm in many situations. Shen is the old norm, but he has been gone from the LCS for so long.
Brushing off the dust here.
Can do a little sneak attack ganks with Eve and a Shen coming in on her back. Should be some pretty cool plays that they have the potential to orchestrate.
The subtle submarine. We'll see if they can get it in. Syndra does get picked up for the mid lane. We're seeing what Voyboy decides will be a strong enough pickup here. Still has the Xerath, still has range.
We've seen Pobe out there play the opposite end of the Ryze versus Syndra matchup. Voyboy could go with that since
That's
it's
true. Just get the cloak.
Not a super conventional mid laner, more Voyboy's style of being able to run in there and create some havoc and deal some big time damage. Negatron, Cloak Rush. Would he really? Would they go ninjas? He's messing with us.
The Kinku order. Bring it in. Oh, she's not in the order. That's all right.
Yeah!
Whoa! Fizzing out.
Now.
Very nice.
So, even though Fizz didn't have any changes in the 4.12 patch, he was banned 6 out of the 8 games in Europe, picked 1, and actually was able to win that game. And we were all wondering who the first Fizz player in North America would be, because I don't think we've seen Fizz this split.
No.
I will be able to get corrected. Pick rate 2 out of 93, so he has been seen
I'm trying to think.
very infrequently.
Shifter? Maybe.
High played a game on it.
Sure. Yes. Yeah, I can remember it. Just above Dragon. He dove in and died in a situation.
Either way,
I
this is a
remember the bad
team that
part.
really wants to be able to punish Kog'Maw. And if it does end up going late, that Fizz should be rather threatening. This is Curse with a new pick in the top lane for them, a new pick in the mid lane for them, and a lot of diversity coming in.
I'm very interested to see how this composition works out, and we're tallying the votes over on LOLesports.com. What we've come up with from your votes is Curse is ahead, 68% to 32 right now.
But if things start going south for Curse, you can update your vote by tweeting EG win, or if they don't start going south for Curse, you can keep tweeting the hashtag CRS win, because that'll be the correct choice if they're doing well.
And starting off this game, what I was saying I'm interested to see is if they can get, ahead of the game a little bit, Voyboy's not afraid to dive in, and you're going to have a Shen stand united coming in to protect that Fizz that's already on your back line.
And I don't think the question of when we're going to see Shen was so much about can he still work. It's more about how long does it take for someone to get used to playing with him again? Because it does require a lot of team coordination to use those Shen ults optimally. And it's one of the big reasons that he was such a standard in competitive play all throughout the 2012 and 2013 seasons. And as well now, if you're EG, how long since they've played against Shen? Being able to calculate when the Shen ult is up.
The window,
Yeah, the windows. It's really long cooldown, 3 minutes, I believe, at the first rank. But it's going to be a bit of a learning experience. 200 seconds.
Also, we'll see how they play it in the early part of the game. Not the easiest person to gank by himself in a lane. Just taunt you under the turret, and he's going to make it a bad, bad day for his pursuers. We'll see where they can go with this first play. Looks like we're going to get a regular standard jungle, if I had to say anything. Dominates on his Eve, so he may go aggressive just after that 3-minute standard start.
Yeah, back to the basics in the jungle.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Back to the even basicer basics in the top lane with Shen. Come on, Cop. He always plays a dodge game right here. Will he get hit? Doesn't matter. Probably not.
Playing it safe. It's always him. I don't know why they do that. Just
It's
like
a Curse thing.
Leaves it up.
I feel like it definitely
we can go anywhere.
It definitely exposes Curse to a highly organized strategy, which I think if Curse makes it to the playoffs, a team will try to attack this, knowing that Curse does the defensive line with Cop in the middle every game.
Right. Fog of War, a Morgan, you could get a binding on that.
There's something to do to Cop here. Or even just exploiting Curse as a team, because they know they have their AD carry in the mid lane.
Yeah. Fish out of water. Just hanging. Looks like they're pushing it a little bit, but I don't think Altec's going to go any farther than just on that bottom side. So easy peasy in the start of the game. Junglers are actually going to end up on the same side here as we start. And I believe we have Cop chatting it up with QC at the moment as we get the start of this game figured out for each other.
Actually, Cop has something in his eye. He needs to go quickly, get some water in there. Something's going on. So hopefully he's all right. Maybe a stray contact lens. I've had that before. I don't even know if Cop wears contacts.
I always feel bad. I don't have contacts, but that's a scary thing. It's like, oh yeah, my contact rolled in the back of my head. You're like, what? It did what? Don't worry, it'll just come forward.
It's not that bad.
All right.
Yeah, I've had it happen a few times. I am a contact lens wearer myself.
Well, I believe you.
Many years.
He's alive.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's not that bad. Sometimes it gets folded up near the top of the eye, and you just gotta like, you just gotta pull your eyelid out and move your eye, and then it'll catch on.
Oh yeah, there you go. Got it. Just good to go. So as we start this one, we aren't seeing too much difference from anybody except for the Fizz coming out of mid. That'll be nice. The Shen in the top lane is going to be big. We said that was available. It does get picked up. We were considering somebody would do it eventually throughout week 10.
And we've talked a lot about Curse, but we haven't talked that much about EG. They have obviously been struggling for quite some time. The team they show brief glimpses of hope, but something just isn't right within this team as far as being able to succeed. The one thing that has been a trend that has been consistent throughout all their victories is Altec. If he doesn't destroy, the team generally loses. He is pretty much the sole carry of these guys when they're successful, at least in their last victories. You look, the 2 games they won in their last 9 or so was against Curse in week 8, where he went 11-1 on Trist, or against CLG in the week after, where he went 6-1 on Kog'Maw. Everything other than that, no one else even went big in those games on EG.
And you have to question what happens when they do come out of the laning phase on top. How much faster would those games be if Altec was already a few steps ahead of the game? They're always trying to get him triple kills and quadra kills in those team fights because they're already 5 kills behind. Being ahead in the game, I think, is what really could put EG on the top and make them a contender for some of these spots. We hear it from every team. It's hard to hear it and not see it when they're like, they do great in these scrims, they do this.
True.
And then we don't see those results. You're kind of like, really? Are they being nice now? Because we're not seeing it.
Funnily enough, actually, these are 2 of the teams that probably have had the most mismatched performance between scrim and live event.
That's a good point.
Talk to Crepo all the time, and we do get some updates on how their scrims are going, and pretty much every week they're positive in scrims. They're beating pretty much all the other LCS teams in scrims. Curse is another team that kind of dominates some teams in scrims, and whether that's because the higher tier teams try to experiment on the lower tier teams in scrims with the unconventional strategies, and that's what leads to victories, or if it's just a stage fright scenario or just not being able to play when the pressure's on. There's Cop.
And there's something that Curse has actually gotten themselves attuned to as well. They were a team that had some jitters at the beginning of the games. We haven't really seen that on their up and up here. They've started getting a little more camaraderie. We've heard them talking about each other and building each other up on the desk, and it seems like those nerves have calmed for the start of our game, for it to go better, and Curse has been coming out. We've talked about those first bloods. They're mostly in Curse's favor.
Should be able to get back into this game. It's tough coming back from stuff in your eye. Usually happened a lot to me during sports, like if I was playing basketball, someone could randomly poke you in the eye, and it takes a while.
Bad news bears.
Yeah. I do not know what happened to Cop because we're playing a video game, but he does.
Hey, anything could happen.
Stray eyelid.
But we're back into the game. He's safe. Cop is all right. We've gotten the medical attention that he does need to be able to shoot somebody on Summoner's Rift here. We're going to be locking it back down. He takes his place back in the Corky plane, and he's ready to go. So regular starts, as we said before, Helios does have that ward. We'll see where he decides to put it. If he gets somewhere towards the top side to give Inox a little bit more help here as they roll around the jungle to start things off.
Ooh, interesting how both bottom lanes actually assisted in the pull instead of making it to lane right off the bat. It actually kind of tells me both lanes were planning on playing defensive in the first place.
Yeah. It's actually something we saw Inox, yeah. Quas was on Lulu yesterday, and he put a glitter lance and a few auto attacks on Dominate's red so it could get through a bit faster. So, works out for him. We'll see if anything really plays to that level 2 since they got there late in the lanes. Always love Shen in the top lane. You can be such a harasser with those Vorpal Blades. You just keep chucking them out.
He's one of the best defensive top laners as well. Very, very hard to get out of the lane.
Yeah, super slippery.
But it'd be very interesting. I mean, Shen has been out of the LCS for pretty much the entire resurgence of Lulu in the top lane. So it's a matchup that no one is really that familiar with. I will want to see how that goes. Most likely it'll just be a farm advantage, but there's a chance Inox or Quas could pull out something special. Jungler's definitely trying to turn the tides early. Dominate always ganks early. He's so good at it.
He's right at the 3-minute mark as well. Very nicely.
Oh, no! Quas misses his taunt flash, and that makes them vulnerable. He's out of dashes.
Yeah, you didn't hit anything, so you don't get a refund on energy. Oh my gosh, what a turnaround. Curse going way too hard for that.
You can say that. That was just a big-time misplay. Not only did Isle Dominate take too much damage, that bad taunt flash by Quas really cost him.
That's only the 6th time another team has got first blood, almost second, as Wildcard Pole Belter starts to pull out a level 3 aggression on Voyboy. He does not look like he's sleeping! No way! Voyboy couldn't even blink on that.
Yeah, so just first off, before this game, 18 of 23 games, Curse had first blood. They got shut down completely in this one on 2 fronts. Voyboy getting crushed in the mid lane and the misplay in the top lane. We talked about how when EG succeeds, it's only when Altec does well. Maybe the other guys are pitching in this time.
Yeah, definitely starting the fire in every lane. That was well played by Pole Belter, timing out the Trickster and the playful entrance.
Dominate's immediately trying to pull this back. They know Inox burn his flash, and he's a little on mana, but one glitter lance.
He uses the Whimsy, not the polymorph. It looks like he made the right decision. Dominate cannot tank, and he still has teleport to get back to lane. So safe on his part. Quas not with teleport. Already back to lane though, but they'll have the kill aggression to keep going on Inox. Will they stay there? It's going to have to start helping every lane.
We have all the teleport top laners kind of following Shen around. The Shen himself doesn't bring teleport, so at least in the laning phase, he's harder to come back from. It didn't have as much lane presence. They were hoping that Ignite would help them with an early kill, because none of the top laners bring Ignite nowadays. It's a little bit of underestimated lane pressure, but everything went wrong there for Curse.
Slow play. Nice heals and relic gives as they just get the money generation in the bottom lane. This is a very, very slow lane compared to the most duos that we see, especially between Crepo and Altec. Specials trying to hit things usually. Not as much as we usually see. Voyboy's not having fun in this lane. Look how calm Pole Belter is.
And he's not afraid of I Will Dominate right now because he knows how much time and energy he spent in the top lane, which will diminish Eve's threat. Plus the lane is pushing away from Quas. It's a dangerous, dangerous game right now.
Dominate trying to get that last use.
He should have been respecting Eve. Voyboy needs to dodge spells coming in. No.
Getting the last use out of this blue buff probably on the gank. He goes in quite hard. Playful Trickster, they're going to lock it down. Voyboy walks it in. Very nicely done.
We'd forgotten that Pole Belter used his flash when he was going aggressive.
He went under the turret.
That's a pretty nice move there for Curse trying to get back in there. I Will Dominate does always keep up his early game aggression. Keep the game pretty close, actually. 700 gold. Helios was hoping
Dominate would want more,
catch a stray over here. But they're both going back to base. I think that was a great move by Helios. It just didn't pay off.
He's going to be able to get a little bit out. He doesn't leave empty-handed on this.
Specifically, look at the deep wards he got, though. He got a pink ward behind the red buff. It'll be very telling to see if I Will Dominate checks that brush. It's a favorite pink ward brush for many counter junglers.
We'll see if
he has a level advantage on him, actually. Oh. They could collapse him a little bit and punish here.
Those are the pings. Helios has repel, but he has nowhere to go just yet. Oh, wow. NACS is really just there to save him. They're not going to give any aggression to this. The rotation was coming in from Voidboy. Curse is just saying, not yet. They're stronger. This is the part where Curse says, let's not, when they probably could sometimes.
I do have to point out as well that that blue buff is not actually on I Will Dominate.
Right.
So it's just a particle bug that's been happening when we pause Spectator. Will be fixed in the future. But for now, it is not a blue buff.
And we look here to the mid lane now. Voidboy getting another traditional matchup for himself. Starts to fall behind. It's not out of the pushing the meta. It's not the Tristana. It's not something that he's going to be able to take you by surprise. And that traditional matchup usually doesn't go in his favor.
So now we're in this situation where we're 7.5 minutes in.
Yep.
And Curse has been very good at responding to other teams' mistakes or when they start making panicky moves, which is why it's so important for Curse to actually pull far ahead in the early game, because then they basically just win. As far as coming from behind, it's something Curse isn't that great at. But Dominate is on fire right now, it seems.
2 days in a row, he lives in his opponent's jungle.
He's got 2 levels on Helios right now. Helios is about to get Ding 5, but he's just a little bit too late. Jeez. Even after getting pushed off in that early game gank, because he got that kill on Pobelter, it just gave him so much extra experience that he was able to keep up the pressure. It's really impressive Eve play there by I Will Dominate.
We'll have to see where the Shen comes into play.
They want both of their buffs. They want to invade the blue as well. This is the dangerous move.
Oh, he used it and then he gets stunned up. That's not going to be the help. He flashes into the fight. Voidboy thinks he's got the finishing damage, but NACS was already on the move with Whimsy from the top lane. It got canceled out, locked in. We'll have to see what happened with this.
Yeah, there's a question of whether Shen came into the fight.
Right.
That's exactly what this is, because whether basically, did I Will Dominate die before Shen came in? Because that's how it's supposed to cancel.
Yes.
Or was it the famed Shen bug that he was disabled so long for? That's what this pause is for. We will have to find out.
Very interesting. Quas talking with QC here. The fight is showing that Curse continuously wants more in this game.
Yeah.
We see EG with a gold lead, however, due to these kills recently. Get this panned out.
I want to see the replay. Because basically, it's early on enough in the game. It's basically a game-breaking bug, because if that ultimate doesn't go off because of a bug, then they would have to remake the game. But if it's because he was dead, then they just end up playing on. So that's what they're going to be reviewing right now.
Little seconds.
We'll have to see.
Well, it was a very intense fight. The shield definitely procced. And we did see Dominate go down, so there's the chance we'll have to see what happened there.
All right, I just received word. Sorry, Riv, I just received word that they reviewed the footage already. Eve died before the Shen ult completed, so no bug.
Right on.
It was just Shen not making it in. Play will resume shortly.
All right.
That was a pretty big play, actually, though, as far as EG is considered, because that was Dominate reaching a little bit too far.
Right. A little too far. We're still going. Going to be back in the game in just a few minutes. 3-1 so far, 8.5 minutes in. Dominate has been trying to aggress constantly. Brings us to this matchup where we're seeing that Quas thought he wasn't able to get his ult on in the fight, going in favor of EG right now. They've pulled 1,000 gold lead or a little bit more, have control of the mid, and they'd be able to work off this even with the fact that they have 3 mid now. Maybe able to get a turret, maybe able to put good damage or dragon.
They'll definitely be able to secure their blue buff. And the dragon,
finally.
It depends if they go straight for the dragon or not. They're in the midst of a fight as well.
Yep.
When we ended up seeing the pause because of what happened. So we'll get back into this game. All quick like. They chase down Voidboy as well, and it's the dragon that they're going to be going for.
Voidboy goes down. His flash was up. Tried to use the Playful Trickster to get out of that one alive. And we'll see what Curse does get off of this. They have Helios. He's going to be able to use a little bit of Spideys to get himself up onto Dragon with the team. Good moves from EG, fast play and fast fingers to win the last fight.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at this fight actually now that we're back in the game. It was a great cocoon, chained on the stun, basically burning through so much of the shield. And And yet, just as Shen was supposed to be teleporting in, it looks like. It was really close. I can see exactly why Quas would have paused the game. I'm still... want to see it in slow motion, but that was the end of the fight right there. Voyboy falls as well. And this is a huge lead for EG now.
We'll have to make sure. That is a situation that could happen, but Quas needs to keep his head in the game. They know it's still straight and narrow here for both teams, and anybody can win this one in the end. 14-5 to 11-7. Dominate trying to be a little bit of a nuisance here in the top side. Double door-ins. NACS doing some damage there with the Glitterlands.
That was a huge chunk of damage on I Will Dominate. Even with a little bit of magic resistance on Page, he took that much damage.
Special grab, be very careful. Altak's quite low on mana here. He's only going to get one good Bio Arcane timing out, and then they'll be pushed up to the turret. Crepo is just trying to give some harass, as EG knows that bit of advantage is something they just need to hold. They don't have the ability to take down a turret super fast right now, so they're just sitting on that gold, make sure they can get the buys in and wait for Curse to make a mistake.
And the other team with the Kog'Maw right now, they would love it if Altek could get his Trinity Force and really start bullying this lane. As of now, just that Bio Arcane Barrage has been giving him some nice zoning potential to keep up with Cop's Corki at least. Corki definitely does not make it into the late game as well as Kog'Maw does. Low on mana, looking vulnerable. There's the start of it.
Spectral Helios coming in with the damage. Elise, Special tries to jump out to a minion. NACS teleport. What a ward did they place previously? Special blows the flash. He actually may be able to save himself on this one. Dominate's coming down. Oh, the flash hook from Crepo. Plays indeed.
Max range as well. That's the flashy play that Crepo used to make all the time. Really good kill secure right there onto X Special. Oh man, Dominate was just about to come and defend as well.
Very nicely done. Supports having both flashes down, so it's not like he was really losing much out of that one. You get more safety coming from Crepo in that lane anyways. So 3K gold lead, very nicely done as Quas batters down on this top turret. He's got the wards, he hasn't placed them yet. But that's going to be for the split push once he gets the turret down. Looks like he's going to be staying up top for quite a long time.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
Good thing now his split push game can hopefully recommence. Let's check this one out right here. It was great how they lanterned so that Helios didn't have to burn his cocoon or his repel early on, which is why it seemed like X Special was so completely dead. But the ultimate gave him the window to push Helios out of range. That was actually really close of X Special getting away. But of course, right at the end there. May as well take the ride just for fun.
Because he could. Looking around and looking down at the inventory, so 110 to 68 in that mid lane. Voyboy not having fun.
No, Voyboy's really struggling in lane. And both of EG's solo lanes have actually been struggling a fair bit. It's when we think about that last play that ended with Crepo's flash hook on X Special, the gold exchange was actually in favor of Curse there because they got the turret for just one kill because NACS teleported down and left his lane exposed. Surprising that Curse came out on top. They still have no map control though.
Nope, simple ward wins going over the favor of EG, and Helios just placed his pink. And when I see that many pink wards in an inventory, I kind of feel like a team saying, we're changing the pace of the game. Now we have control. We have the ability to protect this gold when we put it on the map.
It's a power grab of sorts. They're really just trying to gain as much presence as possible. And Curse's the team is not one that can easily sweep out pink wards, for instance. Voyboy has to be melee range before he goes for any of his pinks on sweepers. No safe assault. Whereas you have an Elise on Helios' part, if he ever needs to sweep out a ward, range champion, you come for him, he can repel away or stun you. Big difference.
And still keeping up on the forward wards as well, all the way up to white. You can see X Special in the eyes of EG with the vision that they have. Helios calming down, picking up his red before he goes back to giving more farm and kills to his lane buddies. Minute and 20 onto Dragon, so he might go up top real quick and then hover this bottom side of the map. 3,000 gold lead will give EG a nice advantage to start this Dragon off with.
And it may be Curse's last chance to pull back in the game. Dominate has been so aggressive this game and just barely missed out on a couple plays. He may be getting subdued fairly quickly here because Curse doesn't want to keep falling behind. 3,000 gold at 14 minutes is pretty large as far as deficits go. And the chances of a comeback are becoming slimmer and slimmer.
little damage under the turret. Nicely done. You can actually get a lot of shots on if you trigger that at the right time and it's not halfway shooting a minion. Get another turret shot out of it. It's not too shabby. So trade over blue to Void Boy, getting ready for the Dragon. And actually, Helios is going to be topside for this. Quite interesting.
Yeah.
No teleport as well either, so they're committing.
Pretty much just going for the turret here, hoping to get a quas kill to boot right here. Inox has 50 seconds on his TP, so he could make it. I mean, they're very clearly trading a kill turret for the Dragon right here. If quas could get away, it may actually pull Curse pretty far back in this game. It's way too many resources up there for that turret by EG here.
They're not going to be able to push much middle. They feel like that's all right to give up. Very interesting for EG. Wait a minute.
Whoa.
Just one more. Okay.
Yeah.
They're just pulling it out. Safe play. They weren't running away.
Well, they haven't had eyes on
Right.
Pobelter for a while, so they were a little bit scared that a Syndra would be bearing down on him. The Dragon may keep them in the game. They've still lost a whole bunch of pressure, but EG not controlling that, I think, is a decent size misstep.
That mid turret's pretty big for Curse, or EG as well, coming in strong. As they go to the top side now, they're able to grab 2 here. A little bit of a map mishap coming in from Curse if they can get the position right and the time from the side of EG. Looks like a special will be there in time. They grab Quas, but be very careful about grabbing that tank. He can put you right back onto the turret, and they do consider that fact.
Crepo soaks have been pretty on point right here. Curse wants to do a flank attack, but they are just completely spotted out, and Quas is too low. Plus,
but they have the wards so nicely coming in on the side of EG. Curse has been hatching wards all the way through the jungle, and EG was prepared for this fight.
Crepo is on fire right now. Those death sentences, one after another, in part because of the vision control, but getting that Fizz before Void Boy can do a thing only increases their lead.
That's crazy, and he's trying to put out the damage he has now. Instantly went for those Lucidity boots before he could finish up after that Sheen. It's getting to be a stretch here for Curse in this one. The gold lead now about 5,000, 7-1. There's a lot of mistakes that can be made, but the way EG's running down the tracks right now, I don't see this lasting much longer.
What is going on with this game? Because Curse looked so good yesterday.
Yeah.
And EG has been struggling for so much of the year. It's just like they can't hit the right stride in every game, but when they do, they look absolutely lethal. It's like EG's win against Dignitas, or, well, never mind. EG's win against COG last week, or even their last win against Curse, where they beat them pretty handily. But when they had the game against Dignitas, that's what I was going for. EG lost 0 kills to 13. Oh man, what a flash by Alltech.
One more. Oh, he's level 10. One more level. He would have had the raid. Who's there? Who's there? It's Crepo again. Oh, go figure.
Pobelter got to save his flash too, because the lantern took him over the wall.
Wow, EG running amok right now. They pretty much own everything. And Helios himself can pretty much hold mid, 3v1. He's just hanging out. Hey guys.
I do gotta say, I am happy when the 8th place team in the league can make plays like this.
Yeah.
Because these are such nice plays that we're seeing. I really do think the quality of play overall has improved substantially from last year. But EG continuing to push in the bottom lane.
That was awesome. Crepo could have thrown that hook. They could have grabbed him, but they have this top lane. They're not tunneling on things they don't need to do. Very nicely played, and they're going to go ahead and clear wards on the way out, grabbing up a little extra gold and shutting down Curse's vision even more. We're 18 minutes into the game, and Curse is about to lose their last second tier.
Yep. There's not much they can do to get back right now unless they catch a really fantastic team fight. But Voidboy doesn't even have his Lich Bane. Whereas the EG Soul Laners are working on their death caps after their Athenes are done.
Still piling pink wards into their inventories as they go back. Such a gold lead that they have right now. Triforce probably sitting on a lot of money for Alltech, actually. Nope, he's not. I'm a liar. He bought that scepter, so he's actually staying safe in these fights. See what he decides to go with that instead of attacking a bit or stacking a bit of attack speed. Coming up on 20 minutes. We haven't seen much of this guy in the fights just yet. We had one attempt, but the fights haven't been on Curse's terms.
No.
So it's not the quickest communication to a Shen, something you haven't played with in a long time, to get the fight back in your favor. maybe the split push will be something they can get themselves back in the game with, because the head-on game not working for Curse.
The craziest thing about this one from EG is it's a complete victory for them thus far. It's not just Altec and Crepo making plays the whole time. Obviously, Crepo's made a ton of plays, but Inox in the top lane, Helios with his ward control and presence in the jungle, Belter with his solo kill on Voyboy, it's all working in concert together. Crepo needs friends.
Whoa!
There's the friend!
Whoa! Double flay! The double flay! And the box! They can turn this around. Here comes the teleport in from Inox. This is gonna be huge. Glitter lance through the team. Belter's there, but they're gonna get hit up. Again, Scattermeat goes back, and they're able to get out of this one. They didn't lose anybody. You gotta be kidding me.
Curse just invests their entire team into that fight. And
oh my god, Altec's going ham on this one. Helios already in the front of the fight. There's a glitter lance from Inox. Quas gets hit back. Crepo started this play. Oh, that was so good.
Ends up with 3 more kills for EG. Phenomenal team support right there. And really, Crepo's playing out of his mind right now. They're going for Baron.
They have to. They have everything in their favor right now. EG, silver lining all around them right now.
Yeah, you can see right here, the flay as they try to jump in. Helios, what do they do here? Oh, he's just showing us the Shen ult as they're teleporting in. Then honestly, Belter, I think he flashed over the taunt right there. Oh!
Ro4, this does not look good. That looks a little bit better, but very scary from EG.
Woo. Dominate wants to try and get around.
Oh my, he's not gonna have time. Maybe?
Nope. Bad.
Uh-oh, that's vision.
Oh no. Oh, that stun that came over the wall from Syndra as well.
Yeah, that was pretty on point. Everything EG is doing, communication, the game sense, the everything. 13-2 of the 10,000 gold lead here, 20 minutes in. Very nicely done.
That'll most likely do it. Now it's all about how quickly can EG finish him off, or whether Curse can salvage some type of comeback here. Curse was so set to have a 2-0 week as well after that crushing victory of CLG. But EG definitely had other ideas. This was also, if Curse were to have won this game, would have clinched, or would have knocked EG out of the playoffs for sure. But this is exactly the game EG has to win, you know?
Not something EG was feeling coming into today. Week 10, day 2 was not going to be that day that the door closed on them. That's what they woke up and said this morning. 22 minutes on the clock. EG continues to pick up more of the map for themselves. 2 of 3 dragons, and that Baron slowly ticking down on them.
Someone take it. Yeah!
There it is.
Power friendship right there.
Sometimes not even looking, and I'll be looking at the lane and walk past it. And Thresh is always like, why didn't you take it? I'm so sorry.
It's the worst when Thresh breaks his lantern right before you're going to pick it up because he walks too far out of range.
You got it right.
Neither of those things happened there. Baron buff with 5 people and 11,000 gold lead. It's going to be rather tough to defend, even if there's not much of a tank line.
Dominate looking for an Agonies from the backside, but I don't think he's going to be able to get it. That turret just melted.
Corki and Shen were in the base, so Dominate's not going to flank in there 1v5.
Oh, a good chum the waters, maybe a lockdown, but even if Altec dies, you have damage from Inox, who's huge.
They look like they want to try right now.
Whoa, from the backside, Dominate. Instantly focused out. They saw immediately.
Didn't work.
There was a chase too. EG is working like such a team at the moment. They all grouped as 5.
They peeled back at just the right moment.
Exactly.
They knew that he was going to be coming for a flank attack, and they pulled back as Voyboy showed aggression. Curse over-telegraphed that play a little bit, but it was, at the end of the day, a last-ditch effort.
Very awesome to see a team ahead not get too ahead of themselves, not want too much, not get greedy. EG's playing this very strategically and methodically, back and forth. They've actually pulled away from kills they probably could have gotten to take more, to get more of the map. And now they go from mid to this top or bottom. Not gonna be able to take this down.
There's no eVault down for a flank. The only hope is they get enough poke down onto Altec that they can rip it down before the fight. But even then, it's not like they've had time to build much magic resist, and the double AP from Syndra and Inox is enough to kill any man.
It's almost impossible to chase these guys down. When they start kiting, you have Void, who's across an entire
area of the lane, and then you have a Glitter Lance. We'll see how they disengage this one. They engage back onto the fight. Everybody goes to the middle. It's a huge mosh pit right on the stairs, and Quas is going to be still alive. The last Curse member who's looking to keep alive in the middle of the fight. A flash in from Altec. That's a 1. Can he get the 2 punch in? He's going to hit a living artillery. Oh, the save! Oh, the save! He gets on the fountain. He says, no, no you don't. The special goes down. That's going to be the surrender coming out of Curse. EG taking him down at 24.5. Those smiles. What a game. Don't get to see them often, but when we do, they are bright and shiny.
Just from start to finish, from top to bottom of their roster, they played fantastically. Why can't EG do this every game is going to be the question they need to ask themselves. And if they can find some form of consistency, they could make a run for it because they get the first blood on Quas, and I will dominate really easily. Pobelter souls his lane. And that's not even the strongest performers necessarily, which would be Altec and Crepo making plays the whole game. Every single person on EG was on point this game.
Really coming out strong. The map pressure in the beginning. Helios coming out with early pinks to make sure top side of the map was covered. And it seemed like they gave no worry to the Shen. They played around him. They played their game.
It seemed like they just went right for him, you know? I Will Dominate was trying to gank for Quas a lot.
Yeah.
And Helios and Inox were very ready for it, not suffering a single death up in that top lane jungle.
Very nicely played. The aggression from Curse in these early games is definitely something to be reckoned with. We saw the aggression at red buff, then the transfer over to the blue buff, and that's the Curse wanting a little bit too much. And EG said, this might be one of those instances. Let's pile on our blue.
Yeah, and it was maybe Curse trying to break out of old habits. Losing a game in 24 minutes, even though it looks worse than losing a game in 50, has the same results. You're still losing.
Right.
Curse tried a lot of plays in that game because they were always trying to come back instead of letting EG slowly beat them. I think that's a trend we're going to be seeing more and more because teams realize that those 45-minute games very rarely turn around in their favor.
Now, the story is for EG, can they hold this? Is it something they continue to go through? Because that was actually a pretty standard, great composition. The Kog'Maw was the first pick. I think they did throw Curse for a loop there. The last Fizz pick probably wasn't on the agenda for this game today.
I know. We look at the pick ban. Obviously, Curse was trying to pull out a new thing, which is what they've had success with. You can't really fault them there. But what you can fault them for is picking the Eve before the Lulu, knowing that Inox is great on it, knowing how strong Quas has been. They tunneled really hard and saying, we're going to surprise them with Shen, when they could have just beat them with Lulu, potentially.
Right.
And that was one small part of, I think, Curse's downfall in this game.
It's so easy to kind of see what the result that they were thinking, though, with the way the Tristana works, how it takes so many people off guard, but everything crumbles differently. So let's throw it down to Kobe, who's on the winner's side.
I am on the winner's side, and that would mean we're interviewing Crepo here. Very good game for your whole team. Now, you did tweet out this morning something about dying. Was it in reference to Curse, or is it in reference to upcoming playoffs?
Yeah, we said do or die. A little bit both, because Curse's motto is curse or die, and well, Curse died. So we had a really good game. I'm actually just really happy with how it went early, because Dongjin managed to find Dominate and just counter-ganked. And every time they spotted Eve, we could play up on bottom, and they were playing really passive. So even at the start, we thought they did a fake leash, because their bot lane let us push for free. So you're like, oh my god, this is like the cheese play from Curse. They're pushing, like they're going red, fake leash to blue. And then he shows up top and dies, and I'm like, okay, well, that works for me.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you more about that, because you guys not only are playing against Eve, who can show up in the bottom lane at any time, but also Shen. We haven't seen in a very long time. What does that do to a bottom lane?
It's interesting because he played Ignite Shen and not TP Shen, so there's less of a TP worry, and you can actually wait until he's 6. But he's going for kill pressure top as well, so it's really new to play against that again, so we had to adapt. We gave a super strong leash for our jungler so he could go top early and counter gank, and it worked, and yay, happy.
Now, did you guys do anything special this week preparing because you're getting so close to playoffs? Because everybody had a very strong game. Kind of uncharacteristic for you guys. Everybody showed up really big.
I think if we get a lead early, we can snowball it. We had a really successful week of scrims where we actually had winning records against both Complexity and CLG this week, so we were really confident coming in. And then we got crushed yesterday, and I played a horrible game. Like, I was constantly trying to make stuff happen, but if there's only like one side of the map that can do that, it gets really punishable. But right now, everybody was doing well. Tyson dodged the ganks, and their haircut, of course. And Pobelter playing safe in mid, and we just had really good communication. We just knew where they were, and then we were always one step ahead, and it was a lot of fun to play that way.
Yeah, well, it definitely came together for you guys. Congratulations once again, and good luck moving forward. Now we are going to send it over to the analyst desk.
Thanks, Kobe. A commanding win by Evil Geniuses there to keep their playoff hopes alive. Now, something that both Jat and Kobe touched on as well.
Yeah.
All of those members of EG individually stepped up huge this game. Why haven't we seen this EG earlier in the split?
It's hard to say. I feel like you have to ask them for their own opinions. Some people just don't do well in high pressure. And the majority of that lineup's been playing competitively for a long time, but for whatever reason, sometimes things will just break apart in an actual game on the stage. For whatever reason, it just happens. I just feel like something breaks down. Like, I'm not them. I can't tell you, but something clearly breaks down when they get on the stage. If they keep playing like that, they are a really good team.
Yeah, I can't tell you either, but we did see little glimpses of this back when they played CLG and ended the game in about 27, 28 minutes. They know how to close games out, but they don't know how to always get that lead in the early game and then snowball it from there. That was a very, very well-played game all across all lanes. Huge props to EG for that. Hope we see more.
Yeah, well, that's fair. So let's jump into champions like that and talk about the picks before we go into that dominating performance. So, Freak, talk to me about these new picks that we saw Curse come out with.
So basically, this is Curse getting, I think, what they believe, and actually I believe as well, were ideal lanes. I think Fizz is good against Syndra. I think they believe Shen's going to do well against Lulu. Dominates Evelynn is awesome, and they banned Morgana and got to pick Braum in the first round. Like, all these things should spell lane wins. The problem for Curse is Dominate, I thought, actually played really well despite having 6 deaths this game. I thought he was making really, really smart moves. But the bot lane somehow crumbled, and Voyboy died mid. Like, pretty much for free, and that is a really, really bad mistake that sets them back. And when you're a team where basically your lanes are supposed to win and you have no fallback patterns, if you get behind, you're crushed.
Yeah, your damage threats on that team are pretty limited when you have a Shen in the top lane. Yeah. He's kind of utility a little less so than Lulu brings to the table, and a big part of that was that we saw Dominate. He hit level 6 first. He was level 6 when Helios was level 4. He went in, he got his second red buff. Things looked really good for Curse, and then Voyboy gets solo killed in mid by Pobelter, and then the damage just stacks on. You saw how far behind Voyboy was in build. He was about 1 in 4 at some point, had the pieces of a Lich Bane when the top laner was getting his Rabadon's death cap. So the damage threats just weren't present, and they had a little bit of shielding, but it just wasn't enough.
So we have to give some credit, though, to EG for counterplaying there.
Yeah.
Knowing that Helios was down, they actually set up a fantastic counter invade when they were going in for the blue. That ended up in a kill there, kind of getting them right back into the game. So with EG having this, with their dominating performance across the lanes, let's talk about how they progressed through the mid game and just, closed out that win nice and easy.
Well, you want to go for it? Or?
I was going to say, it's basically off the back of Krepo's hooks. He kept getting picks over and over again. Sometimes little inadvertent picks there with the baits in. But really, just all the lanes just kind of won. There was a lot of pressure that was created by Helios in the early game after that first blood. And then in the mid game, he just transitioned really, really well into knowing where to put the pressure. Dragon area, bottom, also get wards on their objectives. Just all around great play and vision control.
Yeah, and I really have to commend the strategic choices made by EG. I remember there was a really specific moment when Dragon was coming up and EG sent like 3 guys top. And the casters were like, this is a big risk. Turret's not worth as much as Dragon. If they don't get the kill, they go down in gold. But what I loved was how they played around Curse's composition. I hope this was on purpose because it spells great things for EG, is they said, look, you guys are going to have to dive in. You guys are going to have to go for flanks and try to just force battles. And that is easy at Dragon. Dragon fights you back. He deals damage. Minions can't take Dragon. They don't show up there. And they're like, you know what? No, we're going to siege top, and we're going to ward the flanks, and Voyboy, I dare you to flank us. Oh, you just got stunned by Syndra and you're dead. Right? And they opted out of the Dragon fights, opted into a turret push where they could control all of the factors of the fight. And that is such a smart decision against a team that wants to wreak havoc against you, that it was a very clean win.
It's a very valid point, saying that they looked for picks and were avoiding fights as much as they could until they had hit that power spike where they were capable of winning them pretty easily. So that being said, we're going to pull up a replay here. Zyrene around the Baron area, red side jungle Baron area, mid game. This is where we finally have like our first big team fight.
All right, so this is the Dragon area right here. Krepo, it actually ends up being a 3v5 with the 5 members of Curse showing up. We're going to roll the clip out right now. You can see that Altec, and we also have Helios in the top lane. Shen gets here first. Krepo, he's actually baiting this out. They get the stun up. X Special knocks up 2, but here comes the TP. He gets a knock up, and it knocks up 2 members. Then eventually all this layered on CC here hits 3 with the stun, and just the damage is being piled on and piled on. They're peeling backwards, and then hello, here comes Helios. Flash, Cocoon, onto about a clump of 3 people. You're going to hit at least one of them. He gets Cop. They go hard on this fight. Altec comes up, and that was just such a long fight that they were able to trek all the way from top lane to middle down to that dragon area, and just a little overextension there by Curse, even though Curse didn't get a pick at the start because they were lacking the damage.
Yeah, and that really speaks to the fact that they don't have a fallback pattern, the fact that they have to win their lanes early on. Is you get a 5v3 and don't pick up a kill, things are going to spell really bad for you. And it's smart of Curse to force things like that. I think they have to keep trying, and they hope they finally get the damage in, but as you saw, you lose your lanes by that much and you don't have a way in.
All right, real quick, one final question. EG is going to start off their week next week with Cloud9, who's looking pretty good themselves. So are they going to be able to keep this playoff dream alive?
Depends on which EG shows up. We've seen the CLG versus EG. We've seen the Curse versus EG. And we saw yesterday's performance versus TSM. And, we said that Lustboy wasn't really kind of tried out by Crepo yesterday, or that bottom lane. But, man, Crepo, if he was facing Lustboy today, it'd be a different story. So it's really up in the air. It's a flip of a coin for EG right now.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Crepo, we heard him say that they had a great week of scrims. Maybe they'll have another one, and they'll come back stronger than ever.
Yeah.
Now, we've got to take a quick break while we round up the minions for our next match, Cloud9 versus LMQ. Stay tuned for more North American LCS action.
Able to save himself on this one. Dominate's coming down. Oh, the flash hook from Crepo! Oh my god. Altec's going ham on this one. Helios already in the front of the fight. There's a glitter lance from NACS. Quas gets hit back. Crepo started this play.
You're going.
Front flash.
Disengage. I'm surviving.
Biz first.
Front line. Exhausting Eve.
I'm on Eve.
Even Corky. Shen. Okay, finish game.
To our continuing coverage of the North American LCS, just for you. We're jumping right back into the action with Cloud9 versus LMQ, the two-time defending champs facing off against the new #1 team in the league.
This is going to be good, Rib, and this matchup has given us some of our most exciting matches this streak. I don't know what he's doing. He's rubbing his arm. For Cloud9, they continue to manufacture wins, and they're now on a 3-game winning streak, which doesn't seem that great, but they did come back from a 5,000 gold deficit against Dignitas to win. And the game before that, they came back against Curse with some really good late-game team fights. So they are a team that can just manufacture those wins.
Now, 3-game winning streak is very respectable, especially with how competitive this split has been. But LMQ, they're on a 7-game winning streak, the longest we've seen this summer.
Yeah, and most recently they took down Complexity. And once again in that game, Ackerman gave us a huge performance on Gragas. Of their 7 straight wins, Riv, Ackerman's played Gragas in 5 of those games and has an 8.7 KDA. I will be extremely surprised if Cloud9 lets him have that champion.
Yeah, I would too. There's a lot of mutual respect between these two teams. And LMQ say they will have to fix the little mistakes if they want to even up the score against Cloud9.
I honestly thought LMQ would struggle trying to get first place, top 4 or something, but they've been doing really well.
我觉得C9是一支非常完整的队伍。我们在3场跟他们比赛之中，我们3场在前中期都掌握了主动权，都占据了优势。但是有2场比赛，我们最终因为一些个人的失误输掉了比赛。
And I think it happened actually all 3 games against them. They snowballed an early lead and almost won the game 3 out of 3 times, but we won twice.
他们就是能把经济死死的咬住，就不会太崩盘。然后他总会就抓到一些失误嘛，因为这一些东西，就前期、中期的优势就没了，然后就给他们打回来了。
I actually really like how LMQ plays. The way they play just puts so much pressure, and I believe that the way they're playing is the correct way to play.
如果说要跟他们打的话，到时候我们要选择一些在后期更稳定，然后让我们集体的失误要更少，这样的话我们才能确保我们的胜利。
Very interesting words from Lemon Nation. The aggression way is the right way to play, he thinks. Is that the style they adapt to, or how does that work out?
Both teams have really just been playing with their strengths and weaknesses in these games. Obviously, Cloud9 has been the better communication team, better late game, more experience, whereas LMQ has been beating them up in the early game where there's more action.
Right, we'll see how it happens as we get into this one. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's going to be Cloud9 this time. In the top lane, it's Balls, Meteos in the jungle, high and mid, Sneaky at AD carry, and Lemon Nation on support.
On the red side, of course, it is LMQ with Ackerman in the top lane, No Name in the jungle, Shao in the mid lane, Vasily on AD, and more on support.
And we said it just a little bit ago, but we say it again. We think Gragas is going to be banned this game. The amount of Ackerman has been playing. It'd be interesting.
Or is it going to be taken by
Cloud9?
Cloud9? Balls could always take it. They have the blue side in this matchup. So in a sense, they could be playing a little bit of high-risk game here.
They could.
Who they leave up.
Also, the Nidalee in the top lane for Balls could be huge if that's not banned out. That and Gragas should really just be on the ban list. High has been having some really good games lately. He's been able to pull out a few things that really turn the tables for the team and hasn't been getting himself into too many sticky situations that really puts the curve on Cloud9's winning situation. See what they have.
There it is.
Hey, we recognize that you're pretty good with this champion. Kog'Maw taken out of the game as well. Just take out the Trist already. See everything early. Lulu. Wow. Top lane love here. That is really where all-star players sit in this team. Very, very good strength coming out of the top lane. High caliber play there. Force ban for LMQ on Kassadin. That's one they knew would be in the 3. And now we're really, who gets the target? What composition did they destroy?
Lee Sin.
It's a no-namer. All right.
First target E-ban.
Yeah.
But it's not like No Name is a Lee Sin mastermind. He has been playing it the last 4 games out of 5.
Yeah, they love comboing that Gragas with it, whether it's because of that or not. But
yeah, and Rengar in the last one. I wonder. Alrighty then. So Trist is the first pick here for Sneaky. Braum up, everything really up. Whether they decide to go with Rengar, whether we see more Yasuo, because the week before this one in North America, he was banned in 7 of the 8 games. And there it is for High.
Whoa. Hello for double lock-in.
Top lane and mid lane.
Yasuo
picked blind.
Immediately, yeah. Yasuo goes through. He's been banned up all day. And Tristana, that's going to be first time for Balls here in the NALCS.
So often you see teams wait to pick their solo lanes when they're not super first pick priority level.
Sometimes.
Not all the time. I mean, Lulu's up as well. Those are these certain laners that you're comfortable picking blind. Yasuo typically hasn't been one of those. But for High, He is.
I kind of like this pickup that Cloud9 did. LMQ's reacting now. Well,
Right.
how do they react?
Right, with a poke comp, potentially. Jace Xerath is a thing that LMQ may very well run. Jace in the top lane on Ackerman. They could do it. Do it! I want to see it.
I like how fast Cloud9 locked in.
Yeah.
The thing that hits LMQ the most is deviating from what they get in Champion Select. Now they're reacting, it looks like, to what just happened. This deviation may hurt them, but it also may solidify a win as well.
This is also a bit of a mind game here. Jace can be a flex pick.
Yep.
He has been seen in the mid lane in other regions. Xerath is a much more common mid laner though lately, and Ackerman does play it in the top lane.
Look at Cloud9.
First pick here in the NALCS. All right. He was banned that 1 week when Prawley was practicing him in mid lane. That's what that ban is for.
Wow.
So Cloud9's got to... They have to see this coming. They see the Ezreal very poke-based. They must know something along the lines of a Xerath is coming. They have to try and get initiation or catch potential right now. Morgana is still up. That's great catch potential. And then move speed there from Nunu.
Nicely done.
Might be a little tricky for them to get fights.
My word.
Of course, that's the poke comp.
That's so much pain from far.
All right.
What a gathering of champions that LNQ has put together here in light of seeing a quick rise and Yasuo pick up for second and third on the side of Cloud9. We're going to have a match on our hands. Top tier LMQ, #1 right now in the league, and Cloud9's clawing their way right to that spot as they try.
We're going to get to find out how obnoxious his composition is to play against, because LMQ has been playing a lot of it in scrims, and it is apparently quite lethal. They have a wind wall to block one skill shot, pretty much.
Yep.
And then Cloud9's going to have a very strong split-pushing presence and ability to flank to get team fights if they want this to work. Ackerman's going to have to be very coy with his acceleration gates as well, because if it's down, it means Cloud9 could initiate.
They do have that movement speed, a few stats to give themselves to really relay and get back into a fight. As the teams load onto the Rift, let's load up the vote, see how you guys are calling this matchup. According to LoLesports.com, it's very close. 56% of you are giving this one to Cloud9, but that could change.
That's what happens when you have the first place team against a team tied for second. You can change that as well by tweeting hashtag C9win or hashtag LMQwin to us at LOL Esports throughout the game.
Got to remember, ones to watch coming into this, as we said throughout the week, will be high, seeing if he can keep the team going. And now a question, as these comps come together, how can you quickly shut down a poke comp in that laning phase? What do you go for? What do you look for?
I mean, laning phase, it's just like any other game for the most part. But if they're poke-based champions, you do just want to try and outfarm them and make sure they don't get stronger than you. Because the worst thing that happens against a poke comp is they get so far ahead that even when you engage on them, they beat you. So really, it's all about Cloud9 beating them to objectives or catching them in places where they can't run away. And that actually is somewhat isolated from the laning phase. Laning phase is just kind of like any other game.
Both of these teams have a great laning phase, excel at that first dragon fight, so I'm sure everybody's going to be clashing heads in this one. Xiaowei Xiao is known to have a very good lead at 10 minutes on his lane. High has let farm go, but not as much as of recently. Less roam from the mid lane has kept him there and fighting against the mid. We'll see if he can get a kill out of this in the early game. Meteos on Nunu, not the first time we've seen that.
Got him. 5 gold. Yes.
Definitely playing a bit of a timer game there.
Yeah.
Done.
Definitely knowing when they're going to be coming around the corner.
He wants more gold. Hey! Cash money's in the pocket.
All right, then.
Looks like he's actually... They're going to be walking over a ward, but I like this. Elimination distraction, 3-person huddle.
Want to do a 3-man invade early. Meteos wants to try and neutralize No Name as much as possible here.
Full knowledge.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a gentleman's agreement.
Lemon in danger of taking some damage, but not really in danger of dying. 2 for 3.
Ackerman's
They're really wanting to do
down.
this to late invade. It's because they keep seeing Meteos' posture in that ward that LMQ has placed around their own red. I think now that they've seen Meteos fall back, they're less inclined to go for the jungle invade. And with Xerath showing in the mid lane there it is.
Little ward.
All right, definitely going full in on this jungle invade. Doesn't mean Lemon can't put this ward, or even just land another binding.
Look at the gold, 2.7 to 2.6. Lemon Nation making things happen early game.
Money get paid. But with no lane swaps, this shouldn't actually have too big of an impact. Ooh, they actually might be quite late to lane. Nah, they'll be fine.
No, he's not even pushing, because he knows he's going to push inadvertently anyways with the explosive shot, so they got to stick it out. Nicely done. We'll see if Meteos, looks like he can make his way over to that red buff. He should be fine. We'll start out at level 1s and see where the damage comes from. And high. Aggro.
Whoa!
What?
Turret!
That first shot. Gotta have to watch
Even
out for
things
that
out.
one.
A barrier actually from Xiao Wei Xiao. And instead of the heal.
Ooh. Just on the coattails. Like the barrier. Much baiting to be had.
It'll be better if he gets ignited.
Wow. Yeah?
And that's about the only thing it's better for.
We'll see. Very difficult to play against Xiao Wei Xiao. Want to harass as well as keep your farm up, but High doing a little bit of both there. Sneaking now up to the turret. Very nicely done, taking out that Lemon Nation, trying to help. And this is where Vasili's going to want him. Not able to get too much of a gold lead yet, but they do have level 2s in the bot lane without any aggression. Whoa!
Nice bit of damage they're going to get on High here.
Kind of delivered that one to him. Saves his summoners. He actually is going to be out of lane on this one. Meteos a little too late there. You had the right idea, though.
So no super early pressure by Meteos, in large part because of that late invade by LMQ. It really made Meteos go in a very specific route, which meant he could not disrupt No Name if he wanted to maintain 2 buffs on Nunu. So that was really well played by LMQ early game to get to this point.
Looks like Meteos feels he's comfortable to show mid for this bit of experience. Seeing No Name back at his jungle, no problem showing the jungle mid lane if you're not going to get any aggression. So they're trying to just bide some time.
And this bottom lane as well is something I really want to track, because I was talking with FLICKR earlier actually about the Braum versus Morgana matchup.
Okay.
And we so frequently see these LCS teams pick Braum, and then you always see Morgana picked as a counter. And almost all of the time, the Morgana seems to just win the lane. Being able to stop the stuns from coming out, then also having the bindings to catch, just swing the matchup, yet teams continually pick into it.
Yeah.
Whether LMQ can change that is yet to be seen. I think teams are picking Braum because they feel like the team fight potential is just so immense that it's worth it. But the question will always be if you can get out of the lane even enough for that to matter.
Had a Braum on Lemon Nation, but High is just leaving himself for the Yasuo ultimates. He really doesn't have anything else displacing for these. Meteos and No Name, a level 4 to a level 3. He's not having fun right now, trying to get back up, but he has the cool coat, both of them. Those are going to be in the jungle, farming it up. Sweeper gets it. Jungle Wars, won by Meteos so far. 19 to 13 in that CS, so he's making an impact, and he's going to make a bit of damage here.
He's definitely going to have to burn something here.
Left and rights to the face, and No Name returns that favor. It looks like he flashes in. Wow, High going very aggressive. Meteos could not connect that blast. Cannot get the kill.
Extremely close to killing No Name right there. He pretty much had to burn all of his escapes, but the fact that he got the flash down of High means he might be making a return.
Oh, hello.
Lemon was hoping to kill No Name in the jungle there, actually, and also gets a ward in the process. One of the big things Cloud9 does when they are doing well is they always get a guaranteed result with a jungle invade with a chance at something more. So they sync up right there a potential kill on No Name with a deep ward. He wouldn't have even tried for that move if he didn't have a ward to place.
And it's that instance as well. Most players would feel like they could go into a sense of security. You're not going to expect the support in your face. So I like that Cloud9 is always thinking on top of the game, trying to be where their opponents wouldn't expect it.
And we haven't even touched on this top lane yet. It's a very unconventional matchup, Ryze versus Jace. Much squishier people than we are used to seeing, so there is some serious potential for death up here in 1v1s. Both these guys building a tier early should prove explosive.
Cloud9, 65-35 as the fans staying behind them here as they are that tie for second place, looking to move up. No Name back to the mid lane. High with a good ward to the top side, but he doesn't have himself covered as well as LMQ does.
No Name is absurdly paranoid with vision control this game. You can see with the quill coat early on Elise to get the extra award from that item.
Yeah, usually we're either seeing fast sight stones, the Wraith damage coming out from that, but this time the quill coat for him. He's still 10 CS behind as he's not making too many moves. Medio is starting to put some forward wards in to make sure.
He wants that ward, but it's a little dangerous to take.
He's definitely got a bad pinch here.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Just gets one hit in.
Knowledge
it's
is
really
there.
this whole game, this whole mini game right now. This game has all been about vision control up until now. Whether or not Meteos can get ahead of No Name. The nice thing about this is even though they're having this vision battle where they're both just completely consumed with wards, it's in the favor of Cloud9 when they're doing that stuff. Balls though gets hit back.
Doesn't hit the turret. Whoa! Throwing down the ultimate. Ackerman decides not to engage on that one and just a bit short on the powered shock blast.
And just to get back to the jungle point as well, even though that top lane could definitely have action soon, it's in favor of Cloud9 because that's what Nunu wants to do. He wants to neutralize the other jungle as much as possible. So to make it so the lanes have an easy time, and then Meteos can make choices of where to go, whereas No Name is trapped into playing the Nunu game.
That he is. He is just waiting to find him in the jungle.
This
the ward there
is-
helps. But this is, like just like you were talking about, No Name has to deal with this when he gets to his
There's
buff.
already a couple flashes down.
They're all both on 3 sides. This should easily be Cloud9's. The smite goes over. No Name tries to get out of this one. Very dangerous situation.
I thought for sure when he landed that tornado on Elise, he was going to follow with an ultimate and kill him, but Hai restrains himself and they get out with just the red steal. They did get the red, right?
Yeah, they did. He just used the smite on Golem. No Name did. Meteos grabbing up that nicely. It looks like they may actually have a bit of coverage for red here, or rather Dragon, but not to do it. Just get it set up.
And they're definitely just trying to move themselves into LMQ's territory. They want to keep Xiao down and farm as much as possible, which is no easy task.
They disperse. They get their forward wards in. Cloud9 just playing this one quite slow. Nobody's grabbed a definitive lead just yet. They don't exactly have a super playmaking team. Hai has to get himself in that position to get that ult going. So could be quite tight if LMQ does kind of gain any bit of lead, because that poke team is going to hurt.
This will be a very interesting game whenever LMQ can start setting up their own siege. Whether or not Cloud9 can get the right type of team fights, because they're put in the position where they have to try and engage as quickly as possible. So very high pressure situations will happen in this game.
Interesting. Sneaky did this last time as well. The Infinity Edge straight. He was facing a Jinx last time. But usually we'll see the static shiv from people. He's going for the damage. And it looks like he's actually still leveling explosive shot. We'll see a Triss try to level up rapid fire and equal that with your Infinity Edge. Get all the max damage that you can. Static shiv, however, coming up for Hai in the mid lane, so that'll be expected. 85 to 92 there. Xiao farming accordingly. Keeping himself safe. Good aggression in this bot. They can't seem to get a kill down just yet. Definitely not coming from the junglers. They're just playing patty cake in the jungle all day.
It's a good way of describing it.
Here we go
Continue
again.
to chase
Uh-oh, this might be No
a
Name.
little bit deep. He might have to burn flash here.
Causing chaos. Pulls everybody out of the lane. Flash kind of stinks to burn, but getting a few CS missed everywhere.
Keeping these solo lanes even with the incredibly skilled lanes of LMQ. This is the thing. Cloud9 has excelled in games in the past when this was the standard laning phase. I mean, when Balls gets to play Ryze top, even though he hasn't been getting to play it much recently, he's 6-0 as Ryze in NALCS history. That's across all of his NALCS games. But it's so good for him when he's on a damage-dealing top laner like this. Safely farming as a squishy champion in the top lane, in large part because Meteos has held so much control over where No Name goes.
He might be able to play off the aggression of Ackerman here.
Yeah.
Oh!
Not
Meteos.
quite. They saw him, right?
I don't know. No ping.
No. Well, they see him now.
He's like, all right, I give up. Well played there. Ackerman, he did go aggro once onto Balls. They were hoping for that again, but he's played it safe. Very calm, cool, and collected in that top lane. Nobody really wants to be the first one to give up first blood here. It's going to be getting tense, and there will definitely be a dragon to be had if that first blood happens from mid to the bottom side of the map. Just a 400 gold lead, and I think that's from the wards these guys have been clearing. The lanes are just about even.
Yeah. The question will be whether Cloud9's plays 400 more golds worth of wards in the game to keep the itemization.
It's the Lemon Nation bindings.
Because you look at the items, and they're all pretty close. Ackerman trying to get his Muramana as quickly as possible, or Manamune, which will turn into Muramana. Vasily just trying to farm up desperately for Trinity Force. No one really jumping ahead on items yet. Surprised that the Sneaky went with the BF sword on Trist instead of a static Shiv for more wave clear, since they are specifically against a poke team. And they do not have very strong wave clear at all. If a siege situation does come about, the static Shiv would be, I think, incredibly important. But he wants that Infinity Edge first.
All right. Good bush control coming from Moore. No lockdown yet in any lane. Sneaky farming up 112 to 116. Almost helping a little bit without that static shift to keep the lane right in the middle for himself. We saw how easy it was for Vasily to just mystic shot him to the turret when he needed. Still waiting for Dragon to go down. Both teams giving each other a lot of respect in the compositions they've brought to the table. No real strong engages. Just kind of sight given, aggression given, and then they turn around and walk back.
And it's crazy considering these are actually pretty aggressive lanes.
Yeah.
And pretty aggressive
kill
teams
lanes
as well. LMQ is a team that plays exceedingly aggressive. Although they did say that Cloud9 capitalizes so well on their mistakes, so their previous 2 defeats to Cloud9 may have them playing more passively right now, just trying to avoid the mistakes that have plagued them in the past.
And this could be that deviation that LMQ talks about that they don't want to do in Champion Select. Those were fast pickups of Yasuo and Ryze, and we haven't seen LMQ picking up that Jace anytime soon, so they have reactively picked into this.
They have, but at least it's something LMQ has practiced.
Right. This still will work for them. Oh! Almost getting that hit up from Xerath. Good fight here. Morris just walking right into the fight. Locks it up. Vasily. Arcane shifts out into the True Shot barrage. They get a good bit of damage. Nobody goes down on either side, but that Dragon nicely going over to Cloud9.
That's the kind of decisive stuff Cloud9 needs to do. If they would have danced around that Dragon, they would have been poked out. And you could see when LMQ did try to collapse in, they couldn't really do it unless they had preemptive poke to begin the fight.
It's just an extra shot.
Jace kills turrets fast when you leave his Rise, though, that's for sure. That's an injecting trade if I've ever seen one.
Balls without teleport. He's going to be running back. So he gets back in time. 128 to 124. Didn't lose too much in that as Cloud9 tries to start picking up a little bit of vision around the map. Xiaowei Xiao nicely clearing this one out as well. He'll do his farm thing, just trying to stay strong. Has had quite a bit of luck bringing out the Xerath lately. His champion pool has just been outstanding throughout the LCS split. I think we saw the most fault in his play on the Pantheon they tried to bring out mid. Other than that, very comfortable in the champion pools that LNQ can bring to the table. I guess that'll help you get to #1 at some point.
Definitely will help you get to #1. Look at the ward play. It's just, how many ward kills have there been in this game? It's got to be some kind of record for 15 minutes. Static Shiv is completed on high, even if that's not the direction Sneaky is going. Sneaky has enough gold for Infinity Edge.
2,600 gold.
Yes,
He's
sir.
just hanging out, burning a hole in his pocket. Hits 2,700. But if you're going to be safe in lane, the time to back. You don't back when you're going to lose a whole minion wave or when your turret's going to take damage. So without the time, he finds it now. 22.4 to 21.2. Dragon helping a little bit with that gold lead, and now the impact plays could be coming out of the damage. Items finished on that side of Cloud9. Just about finished up on the side of LMQ.
Here's the siege, though.
Yeah.
How quickly will Cloud9 initiate? They're trying to flank. Oh, fine!
Oh, High gets it in for himself. He goes right into the fight. What an absolute zero from Meteos. Moore is tripping on his own feet to get out of this one, and High picks up a double kill with a self-initiated last breath.
That siege didn't last long, that's for sure. That was such a quick collapse by Cloud9. They knew exactly what to do against that. LMQ didn't have the proper vision control. Lemonation landed the bindings he needed to, and they just destroyed in after the acceleration gate was down. It was exactly what Cloud9 needed to do, and it gives them 3 easy kills.
Explosive first fight, right in the mid lane too, just opening up the map. 4,000 gold lead comes out of that. Dark Binding over the wall, and good dodge from Vasily. So Meteos and crew now denying resources all around the jungle as they know some breathing room now given to them. They have LMQ on the back foot. Nicely controlled as well. They're not super fast pushing this, taking their time to get everything they can out of it and make sure LMQ is really running thin.
The siege like that, being so quick. Elimination.
Such good play.
Onto such a priority target as well. Just a huge amount of damage before any poke could be laid down. That's the key to all this. I feel like LMQ went up to the turret far too early. That is the most dangerous place for the poke comp to be, is right next to the turret. They need to land the siege before they put all 5 people at risk like that.
He's at least hit a few health bars before you're taking down the turrets. An unfortunate turn of events for LMQ, but first blood and a turret in their favor going for Cloud9. Now with Tristan in the bottom lane, Sneaky has gonna get, I believe, a second item already after that fight. 2 assists, put him on a static shiv if he's gonna get it, or the Phantom Dancer for max damage.
Berserker Greaves.
I'm a liar.
Hey, he's getting there. He'll have it soon enough. LMQ though trying to keep pressure in the mid lane.
They're afraid.
Definitely have to respect.
They have the wards to see that hardly anyone is around them, but just straight down the lane, there's still an initiation from high to be had there. That's what they just got, and they don't want to get it again.
Definitely not.
Minute and 30 on Dragon. They're going to bide their time here. Rod of Ages stacking up, so Balls is only going to be stronger coming into these fights. Teleport's going to be down for him, up for Ackerman. But
this could be the turret, though. There's just not the people in position. LMQ trying to be
top.
relentless. This will be round 2. Balls has his teleport up, so when Meteos comes in behind, expect to teleport as well. This has to be the fight. They do not want to get sieged, and the acceleration gate is down as far as retreats are concerned.
I'm looking for Meteos to lay down a ward for this teleport to come in.
LMQ realized how dangerous they were being right there.
Good wards behind them. Keeping that safety in. High taking a bit too much
damage.
This is what you were talking about, those health bars getting low. Now the siege can be a little bit more effective. Minion away behind, see if they keep it steady.
Cloud9 doesn't have the best ward for Balls to teleport in on right now. They would love to have one in the mid lane right behind LMQ. So this is a little bit of a dodge battle right here for Cloud9 because they can't safely initiate, it seems.
I was going to say they might try it with that gate down without the acceleration of being able to get out or in. Maybe Balls would hit his ultimate and fly in. He is starting to walk down, actually.
Well, there's no great place to teleport.
Right.
So
he's going to be coming through these wards.
too much damage for
LMQ is getting really
Dragon
what they
in 18
want out of
seconds
this.
as well.
Look at Cloud9. They're not in any position to fight a dragon.
Cloud9 has to make a very quick choice right here. Do they think they're strong enough to fight with high at half health?
Yes, they do.
Or do they realize that LMQ is a poke comp that can't actually run into them, and Cloud9 is just going to push right up mid lane? I think that's the smarter choice.
And it looks like they don't have the wave, but they are going to have the positioning for it, causing LMQ to run all the way around these
Exactly. LMQ is so long range right here, they'd have to go the very long way around.
Finding hitting on the outside. That's going to be a turret down. A lot of the wards right now wasted for LMQ are on Cloud9's side of the map, so if they can get a good fight here, they're fighting in LMQ's dark side. Shot from Lemonation, trying to just thwart off any bit of rotation. Dragon is going to be going over to LMQ for that turret. Really playing the game like that. They're going to just put it right out there for LMQ and say, we are testing you. Are you going to approach? It looks like they have just too much damage consumed, and then the smite from Meteos. 20-minute Baron going over to Cloud9 as they make a beautiful rotational play.
What a fantastic call right there. It really seemed like Cloud9 was going to be content trading that mid turret for the Dragon because that is the standard play. And even when High went up towards the top lane early, I just assumed he was going for the large creep wave, and I think LMQ did as well. They took a giant snake along the way. That was really nice, taking the Baron at 20 minutes. Uncontested. That's actually, isn't that exactly what they did yesterday?
LMQ?
Dignitas?
Yeah.
No,
they got a 23-minute Baron, yep.
Cloud9, yeah, man.
Little taste of their own medicine. No Name's trying to get himself back and ready into this one. He's a level behind. Ackerman, a level behind. Xiao Xiao, 2 levels behind High. These guys are having a great game on the side of Cloud9. All catapulted by that one mid-fight.
And just superior team communication.
It's that one voice.
Yeah, High is really on point. He's on Yasuo. It gets banned against them pretty much all the time. When he is comfortable on his champion, he is more likely to make strong shot calls. as well.
Wow.
Dangerous to have that single point of failure on a team, but when it doesn't fail, it's really, really good.
Everything working out for them. Such an early Rod of Ages from Balls and his Seraph Embrace. Rather, Archangel's being stacked up at 600 right now, so he's very close to getting himself more protection and more engage. This could be the 4th turret of the game here for Cloud9 as they bear down on the bottom lane. Elimination taking some shots.
Will be hard for them to siege, though, against this.
Yeah,
poke
they have good wards. LMQ.
They got to get some flank attacks going.
Ooh, Hasaki indeed. Misses that one out. And he's going to back off. Doesn't want to take too much poke. They could get a good side swipe here onto Xiao, but there'd just be too much movement probably to get there in time. Spreading LMQ thin. Can Cloud9 get the engage they want here?
Well, Ty has
by
Zareth
himself,
off on the side, so you'd assume they have a little bit better chance, but you can see they've yet to touch that turret. Just because the Jace and Ezreal combined wave clear is pretty spectacular as well. It's almost like they need to split up into 3 lanes.
High's calling, kite the fight, make sure you're in a safe spot. I'm going to get a full push on the top wave as the map objective free. We need to get more spread. With the Seraph going from mid to bottom, it's too close.
This game would also mean if Cloud9's able to win that they'd be within a game of first.
Wow.
Which, when you consider how much Cloud9 has struggled this split, would be rather spectacular. It's like a struggling Cloud9 is still one of the best teams in North America. It shows you how dominant they have been these last 2 splits.
They make it count when they need to.
That's why this game was so hyped coming in as well. LMQ, the largest lead they've ever had in first place coming in. 2 games. And Cloud9, the 2-time defending champs. Yeah.
And this is LMQ. You're trying to break, what, 6-7 game winning streak here? So that's going to be tough on their momentum. Nice job by High to keep himself strong. And he's now easily in split push mode. Baron on top of the items he has, easily surmounting anybody on LMQ to face him 1v1.
LMQ does not have that answer. Well, what about 2?
Oh, wow. And the exhaust pulled out there. Very nicely done by High in a 2v1 situation. Summoner heal down from Vasily, and they are trying to spread LMQ thin between mid and top now. And now we have ball split push into the bottom lane.
Yes, they're trying a 1-3-1, which is what they have to do. They have to push all 3 waves because LMQ's wave clear is so good. They can easily clear 2 waves. One with Zareth, the other with Jace. They have to be split even thinner if Cloud9 wants to push in.
And they will grab bottom turret. That's going to be big once Baron starts to come back up. If they can break that all the way down to the inhibitor. This will be 2 in a row depending on how fast Balls is crushing down that turret. The bottom lane, Vasily takes about half his HP from a shot there. Whoa, High, a little crazy in this situation. He is going to get out alive though, because look at this. More people to the party. Cloud9 brings the entire team.
High makes a play. Everybody collapses in. That's how you pull off that split push play. High playing out of his mind. Cloud9 well coordinated. They're looking for a quick and decisive victory over this poke comp try from LMQ.
We did call him. Whoa. Okay, we didn't see Xiao, but Balls did, and the team was ready to act on that flash. Minute 20 on the clock for Dragon, but 25 minutes in, 6-0 so far. A champion shutdown game for Cloud9. LMQ's looking to squeak back into this somehow.
The thing about this from Cloud9 is how quickly they have just dismantled
Very assertive.
This LMQ strategy, and it's the assertiveness, really. A lot of other teams take time to set up the right play against these poke comps, but you can immediately see as soon as one siege didn't work, 1-3-1 split push, High, draws attention, pulls off some amazingly great jukes, waits for the backup, gets the ultimate off as Balls is arriving. It's just like everyone is one person right now for Cloud9.
Previously, before that, he just bone exhaust and
And
heal.
it's like, you know what?
We're not done.
Mid lane.
Huzzah!
Black shield to make sure he can't get stunned on the way through. A step ahead of the game, even in that flash.
I love the auto attack there from Balls at the end. Just got to get one more hit on the turret. So the map completely opened up to the front door now. Cloud9 can work around the horn of LMQ's base if they decide
They're
to.
a little short on vision control here with the Dragon up in 10 seconds.
The ward wars will be intense.
Yeah, they're just going to push down mid lane. They do not want to risk going in against that lack of vision.
Oh, they're just going to push it.
They're scaring him off, though, because LMQ doesn't want to give up their inhibitor for a Dragon. They're the siege comp. If they lose their inhibitor turrets, they're done for.
Yeah, definitely a game that Cloud9 knew they were playing coming into this as soon as they saw the poke comp come come to fruition. And it seems like LMQ again having to divert from what they wanted in this game. Definitely affected their style of play. They haven't even gotten a kill. LMQ is the team to lose or half win a fight and then come back to keep it going. Not this game. They haven't had the chance.
Definitely not.
Very strong game streak that they have, but
yeah,
like
7-game win streak. Looking like it's going to be coming to an end right here as Cloud9 is surging towards Super Week.
It's crazy.
I mean, there's this poke comp that they're trying to run with Ezreal, Xerath, Jason, Elise, and it is attractive in the sense that it can poke so well with Jason, Xerath. You can see if they get ahead,
right,
it would just be this ridiculous barrage of aggression. But they're actually lacking really strong disengage. They don't have big-time move speed boost that we've seen. Like, they pick the Braum, but it almost seems like they'd be better suited with the Karma.
Yeah.
Because if someone comes at them, they could actually get an extra speed away.
Right.
A little bit surprised at how easily Cloud9 is initiating on them. Obviously, Cloud9 is incredibly decisive in doing so, and they picked the last two. They kind of smelled out the composition in Champ Select and picked Strong Engage.
Right.
But it's really just a mismatch at this point.
Whoa. I would have put it past Hyde to get his own engage on that one. 4 deep in the team because Cloud9 was right on his heels. Saris and Brace finished up on balls. These guys are far and ahead, 11,000 gold, I should say, in the lead. They only have 5 more turrets on the map to drop. They're just trying to pick out LMQ wherever they can in the jungle. Like you said, Jet, once those inhibitors go down, it's going to be very tough. But I'm surprised LMQ is giving Cloud9 the time of day outside the base this much.
It's a lot of risk being out this far.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Oh. He's got to land sometime. Good exhaust. But again, High continuously pulling off summoner spells from the LMQ team.
And taking no name to half health. There is a danger about LMQ knowing that Cloud9 is doing the Baron because they can throw so much poke into the Baron pit.
That's scary.
That's why Cloud9 is hoping they can actually catch a fight outside of the base right here. Them running away from LMQ right there kind of lets LMQ know they're on the Baron pit, but can they even make it through these 3?
Oh, a great shield. They're going to pull off. High could get an ultimate for himself here. He has it up. They were charging it on Baron. They knock him out of the way, unfortunately, but they're still getting the kills on this. A nice shield, or wind wall, rather.
There's a minion wave.
Going. There's 1 dash. There's 2 and 3. No Name's going to be hit up. He has the Guardian Angel. Can he get Vasily and the team to stay? Arcane Shift from Vasily gets him out with the fast fingers.
That's still 2 more kills, and the jungler down for Cloud9. They want to get this Baron. It's actually not completely solid yet because there's still a lot of poke they can get out here. LMQ is not done assaulting.
I'd say the Baron helps a little bit more. If they can get this, they're going to be taking damage all the time there at these next turrets. But they're also going to be taking a lot of pressure here from LMQ. Baron.
Oh, Ball's
look down to about 3,000 health. Ball's coming in from behind, and that is going to be the TP. See you later coming in. Double kill for Balls. Baron gets taken down by Meteos, and Cloud9's gunning for the front door.
Always with the flank attacks. They're not letting LMQ set up their artillery. They're just going right behind them and taking out the trebuchets where they lie.
Very nicely played throughout. Consistency and keeping their eye on the goal. Cloud9 yet to make a mistake and falter with a death in this game. They're going to be taking down the first inhibitor turret 10-0. Now the inhibitor at a 16,000 gold lead. They are running amok, and it looks like LMQ will not be able to stop it.
What an interesting turn of events we've had so far today. Let's take another look at this teleport. This time they had the back ward. LMQ was preoccupied with the Baron and war control.
Oh,
although
wow.
High and Balls knew exactly where they were going right there.
Levin's black shields this game as well.
Yeah.
So good.
We saw EG destroy Curse.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing Cloud9 walk all over LMQ. Some very one-sided games today, that's for sure.
Yeah. And Cloud9's playing it perfectly to get LMQ where they want them. They're only looking at that high initiation or dark binding catch, but they're making it work now with the teleports. Being in the right spot, the vision control is far, far in favor of Cloud9 right now, as Meteos walks over a ward. But it looks like LMQ is making one last stand. With that Baron down, this is going to be the lane they want super minions in, says Cloud9. And that's the way it's going to work.
And they could still do a 1-3-1 if they really want to. They could still split up in a bunch of different directions. They would want Yasuo in the mid lane, Balls in the top lane once his teleports back up, and the other 3 in the bottom lane. But they might not even have to wait that long because they have that back entrance, or it's the front door that they've taken down.
Yeah.
They can get inside LMQ's house, basically, and make it so they're not able to set up shop. Which is exactly where they're approaching.
What an interesting way to play it. Usually you'd be yelling at your team, stop pushing the push lane. Get out of the push lane.
They need a way into the
You're
base,
right.
though, so LMQ can't set up.
And LMQ is going to have to let them walk through that front door. They're helping the super minions get in position. And we have Sneaky on the bottom side as well with a bit of that support.
It feels
They're
like at
gonna
this
be able
point,
to get to it.
LMQ can't even win a 3v5.
No.
In a lot of ways. You can see it when they're approaching the Baron Pit. Like, they almost died without Meteos or High there. That turret's done for.
Yeah, you said it in the beginning of the game. If LMQ fell behind, this was going to be one of the hardest games they've faced in the NALCS Summer Split. And the next inhibitor will be going down. The brute force of Cloud9, just utterly too much for LMQ to handle.
Yep. They're going to be going for inhibitor number 3. The minion wave is, of course, cooperating. Cloud9 set it up that way. LMQ needs to try and fight, but they can't really initiate with their tools right now.
And a great use of wind walls as well to shut down the attack that would come from the siege. I think it might be the first time we saw Xiao ult in this game.
He hasn't had the opportunity. He wants to use it to secure kills. That time he picked up a few minions.
10-0. Cloud9 looking for a shutout. Will LMQ be able to squeeze out a kill here? High goes deep. Will he die in the fire? He is burning right now, but somehow he's got some fire retardant clothes on, and he stays alive. 12-0. 33 minutes on the clock. The Nexus in the eyes of Cloud9, and so is the win.
Whoa. 33 minutes to dismantle the #1 team in the North American LCS. What type of momentum will that mean for Cloud9 heading into Super Week? 1 game out of first.
Man, the guy right there, front line. Both these teams, LMQ likes the pressure. I think that's the right thing. We should play that aggression. And boy, did they. Lemon Nation said that in the pre-roll to the game, that aggression from LMQ is the right way to play, and man, did they bring that to the table.
They really just completely picked LMQ apart. The instant LMQ tried to set up their siege, Cloud9, they knew that story. They knew how it ended. They just need to find the flank. They found it immediately. They picked up a quick 3 kills. They said, all right, LMQ's going to try and come back. They're going to try and posture around the Dragon. And also, they're not that mobile of a team, despite being a poke comp. Let's just take Baron. And when that happened, there was no coming back.
The Yasuo pick getting through for high paying dividends in this game. And we've seen it more and more as mid laners feel confident to execute their own initiations. And he did so as well. LMQ got a little too close to that turret, and then the rest of the team, Lemon Nation coming in with great dark bindings, and that initial soul shackle was really huge for the fight. Everybody played so well.
Yep, Lemon Nation 1-0-10. The lane didn't really go in either direction, but the Braum was definitely not very effective this game. Another one of these pick Morgana into the Braum win matchups that we have been seeing so much of.
It's something we saw in this game that we saw an inkling of in the Curse game, as we saw Quas help dominate with his red. Both AD carry lanes helped their junglers in the beginning, and there was much more impact from the junglers to be in each other's faces. Like I said, they were playing patty cake all game, and the bottom laners, like, no fight there. So a little bit difference of style and play, wanting the lanes to get snowballed from the jungler more than just relying on your bottom lane to come out late game.
Picks
Very
and
cool.
bans, of course,
Very
we get
cool.
another victory for Balls' Rise. 7-0 now in NLCS play on that champion.
It's crazy.
They
How do
picked
you,
it really early. They picked it not even knowing what LMQ was going to pick.
they locked that in fast with the Yasuo, and then LMQ was kind of left on the teeter-totter to figure what do they pick.
It shows a little bit of vulnerability for LMQ. If you consider that both of Cloud9's solo lanes were picked, and then LMQ had a full opportunity to counter those choices, yet still when you watch the game play out, it looked like Cloud9 had a considerable advantage from the pick and ban. We know that LMQ has hesitated in the past to adapt mid-swing and say, we need to stick with what we strategized with. But in certain situations, if Cloud9 is showing them their exact hand and they do not choose to counter, and they just say, we were going to play a poke comp, let's continue to play a poke comp, being oblivious to the fact that there's a lot of catch Cloud9 can still go in. They already have a Yasuo, who is one of the best diving assassins in the game, already on their lineup. it's going to be tough.
Give him multiple shields as well, at least to get through his own flow. And then the black shields, like we said, from Lemon Nation, creating a lot of plays. And Cloud9's game this time really was inside the head of LMQ. Once they saw that poke comp, and as you mentioned, once that poke comp gets behind, you can dictate, and they will walk to the beat of your drum however they want. Cloud9 went to Baron, pulled off, took a fight. They tried to do other things. And like I said, I was very surprised LMQ was giving them the time of day outside the base. But that's the team LMQ is. They'll still try to get back into it.
And they just didn't have the tools to do so in this game. I mean, on the year now, it's 3-1 for Cloud9. I think that's really interesting as we move towards Super Week in the playoffs, especially if these guys do end up being the top 2 seeds. A lot's still undecided because it's really tight now, especially with LMQ getting knocked down a peg. A first-round bye isn't even guaranteed for LMQ. Depending on how TSM does against CLG in this next game, Cloud9 and TSM could both only be 1 game back of LMQ by the end of the week.
Remember in the previous pre-roll, it was either Ackerman or Moore who said beating Cloud9 really means something to us. Cloud9 came out the better during the summer split. So for the straight story on Cloud9's win, let's throw it over to Freak and Dash.
Thanks, Riv. We want to welcome Sneaky and High to the desk after a very methodical win against LMQ there. And now to jump right into it, High, you guys seem to land on a really, really awesome comp. And when we were talking about it during the game, we were like, this is the perfect comp for Cloud9 and the way that they're playing currently. So did Champion Select go as planned?
I think Champion Select went really well for us. Lemon's like the master of that. It went basically down to exactly how we wanted it to. And as far as the playstyle fitting us, I got to have a champion that can go in, Yasuo, and I'm a pretty good initiator for the team, and it normally works better when I can dive their backline. So I got a champion that got to do that. Ball's got to play a hyper carry top, and Sneaky got to play a hyper carry AD carry. So it's just we have our big 3 threats again, and the fact that I can dive into them helps our playstyle a lot.
And Sneaky, you managed to, I guess, knock down turrets this game more so than champions. You were joking at before this one. We know Vasily actually as he's the highest CS at 1080 carry in the North American LCS. Their bot lane tends to do very, very well in lane. Did you feel any pressure in this game at all, or were you like, well, I've got Lemon supporting me, it's fine?
Well, a lot of it has to do with the matchup. So I was Tristana versus Ezreal Braum, where Ezreal Braum can pressure, but they have to land their Qs, which I think I was dodging almost all of them. So they couldn't really do anything to us, and we kind of just made it a farm lane the entire time.
And so when you're coming out of a farm lane, then what's sort of your goal on the team? It feels like you guys are playing these late game champions. Are you saying just be safe from ganks and we'll wait to see what happens in team fights?
Well, obviously the goal is to win your lane, but there wasn't much of that possible. So outside of that, we do want to just survive and do the most damage as possible.
Okay.
So High, staying on the same topic of the new play or a play style, right? You guys seem to be more willing to let games go later, farm up, and are confident in your team fights and engages that you'll let the games go that late. Is that a concern when you look forward against teams that do play more aggressive early?
Well, I'm down to fight early game if the enemy team wants to, but their team comp, all they want to do is poke until we got too low HP to where we couldn't fight. So we just had to avoid that until the point where we're strong enough to tower dive. We could start tower diving them. It doesn't matter if they can poke us because we can just charge at them. So we had to wait a bit for our team comp to get a bit stronger to do what we wanted. So while the game went on longer than I guess it should have, maybe, it's just how the team comps go. When you have a poke comp that can wave clear, you don't really have that great of a siege comp. You have to wait until your comp can start diving their poke comp. So.
And all right, heck, you guys dived really well, so I guess that worked out really well. We'll actually move into our first replay then, where you guys do start picking a fight. Sneaky, if you want to go in on this one, this is your first blood around the mid lane outer turret. If you want to talk to me what your and the rest of the team's goals were here.
Well, I think the call was to go on them, and I think High had a really good tornado onto Elise, which basically just initiated the fight for us. And it kind of just went really well for us just after that. Like, they had to run, and they couldn't actually fight. So it was just free. I honestly barely did anything in this fight.
Okay, fair.
I tried to get a reset on Moore, but I didn't get the kill, and it's whatever.
High, any extra insight then as the guy who actually started the battle then?
They were trying to do things they couldn't. One, they can't really hit the turret because I just went well in front of it. Two, they're right next to my turret, so if I ultimate them under my turret, I'm not really afraid of dying. And that they're just so weak that they couldn't actually kill me if I went in. And it's just a terrible idea for them to try and siege mid turret. But they were running out of options because bot was losing, top was losing. So they had to use their team comp to start pushing turrets. It's just that they were too far behind to actually be able to do that at that point in the game. So they got punished for trying to do something they couldn't.
What do you think they should have done then to not have this desperation, oh crap, siege mid outer turret moment?
not lose all bot and top.
Just lane better and you got your way in.
Yeah, I mean,
fair.
that's kind of what happens. If you have a siege comp and you lose lane phase, what do you do after that? You try to push mid and siege, and if you're just too weak to siege, your comp is kind of dead.
Okay.
Well, so talk to me about the early game. Given the fact that they had some pretty decent laning picks, Jace versus Ryze, Xerath versus Yasuo, and then Ezreal and Braum, like all those champions should do well in the lanes that they were picked into. So what was it that allowed you guys to come out either even or ahead of every single lane?
So it wasn't that we were killing them in lane. That's not how we were winning lane. We were winning lane through our pressure and the times we backed. So we would get maybe like a good buy. We get a lot of wards into their jungle. We see where Elise is, and we just have control of the lane, even if that doesn't mean they're dead. Even if they're alive, as long as you have control of the lane, you're allowed to do what you want to do. So for Nunu, he got to go wherever he wanted in the jungle because top was pushing, mid was pushing, bot was pushing, and we had sights of Elise the entire time. So they couldn't do a play that we wouldn't be ready for just because we had control of the map and through the lanes. So while it didn't seem like we were stronger, we just had map control. So.
Yeah, and that went really well for you guys. So actually, let's go into the second replay then. This is the top lane tier 2 where the battle off starts out. I guess, Hi, you once again start this one with the wind wall under the turret.
Okay, well, is this after I ulted him or before? Oh, okay, so I go onto Ezreal here, and then I'm getting jumped on. So I tell them, or Lemon's telling the rest of the team to come up. And once again, they did like 1 damage to me. So then they're trying to do something to get back into the game. And at this point in time, they didn't do it correctly, and they're just too far behind. There's not much they could do at that point when we're just so fed and they can't fight us.
And it seems you guys just kind of got control, and then the game was just sort of business as usual for you guys.
So Sneaky, be honest with me there. Was there a moment of like, oh no, Hi is actually caught out, or was that all planned kind of a situation?
We were really ready for that kind of fight to happen, so it wasn't, oh god, he's going to die. And I was mid. I was like, all right, I know Xerath's here. He can't be there. He can't really die. So there was no worry.
Okay, so then you guys have 4 games left until playoffs. You're a game behind first place. You guys haven't ended a season outside of first place yet. So how's the mood of the team going? And I know you guys had this like rough patch in the middle. Are you guys ready to be #1 NA again? Is that what you guys feel like you are right now?
Well, the mood's gotten much better since our rough patch, obviously. I think everyone's in good spirits now. And whether we're first, second, it doesn't matter. We just want to be happy with how we're playing. And I think we're playing better as the week goes on. Our practice is getting better, our morale, attitude. So just everything's going the way it should be again. So even if we don't end up first, I think everyone on the team will be happy with how we're doing just because we're playing better as a team. So whatever happens at the end of the split, as long as we're happy with our own performance, I think we'll be okay.
Sneaky, you guys going to Worlds?
I can't answer that. We're not there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to let the play determine that, Freak. You got to show up on the riff. Talk with your mouse.
You have to tell us.
Yeah, you are the analyst.
Yeah, Freak, do you got our back?
I think you guys look strong enough that you'd go to Worlds.
All right, thank you.
I think you guys are top 3 right now.
Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
You're so kind.
Well, gentlemen, that was a fantastic win. You've closed that gap on first place, if anything. So best of luck in the coming week. And we've got more LCS matches coming your way. After a quick break, Team SoloMid will face off against their oldest of rivals, CLG, in a game that will settle things once and for all, at least for this week. We'll be right back.
ban Gragas.
They're trying to flank. Oh, my! Oh, High gets it in for himself. He goes right into the fight. What an absolute zero from Meteos. Moore is tripping on his own feet to get out of this one. Whoa, High, a little crazy in this situation. He is going to get out alive, though, because look at this. More people to the party. Baron, ball's down to about 3,000 health. Ball's coming in from behind, and that is going to be the TP. See you later coming in.
What an emphatic statement there by Cloud9 in that game. Welcome back to Week 10 of the North American LCS Summer Split. Now, before the next match gets underway, we want to check back in on our Twitter question of the day. Earlier in the show, we wanted to know if you could ask an NALCS Pro a question, who would it be and what would you ask? And we've gotten a flood of really great answers to our question, or questions to our question. Our first comes from @Swab24. I would ask Pobelter how to balance school and play, managing homework and league.
I feel like Altec would ask him as well there. He's now in the same boat, or I guess as Pobelter was, the guy's graduated now. And it's hard. You've got to basically focus on everything all at once. It cuts down on your free time, but if you do what you love, it's worth it.
Exactly. It can't be easy to manage all those hours of play and the schooling at the same time. Our next question is for Bjergsen and comes from @TVSkyen. What do you miss most about Denmark, and why is it Deficio?
Gotta say, man, I miss Deficio as well. I've only got to interact with the guy a couple of times, but he's awesome. So, go Denmark.
Yeah, that just excites
all I can
me
really
to one
say.
day meet Deficio, I guess. All right, @Kendall Reichman writes to Zion Spartan, what's the biggest difference between a successful and unsuccessful team environment?
That's interesting. I think the biggest one is actually, I think, getting together as a group of 5 because they're all living together. They've all got to work together in very clutch situations, and it feels like all of Dignitas is adapting to Cutie Pie. I think more than anything else, like everyone's just becoming trollier, and it makes Dig really fun to watch.
I would love to extend that question to all the pros because I imagine each team dynamic is very different.
Yeah.
And our final one is @AceOfSween. My question, settle the debate, Meteos. Do you have Smite on D or F?
Well, guys, of course it is Smite on D. It's F for Flash. It always has been.
That's fine. But this question, here's the thing. This question was for Meteos. So, Meteos, can you help us out?
So everyone knows you have Smite on F because D is for Dlash. Wait, no. Sorry, I got that backwards. Everyone knows you put Smite on D because F is for Flash.
Thanks, Meteos. Well, I've decided that I'm not done with this. So we're going to let you weigh in on the debate. Tweet us @LoLEsports and use either #SmiteOnD or #SmiteOnF. We're going to throw it over to Riv and Kobe for our next match. And as we go, the TSM-CLG matchup is always a favorite for fans, but it's also hugely important for the players as well. Said another way, the rivalry is real.
Just the thought of like TSM versus CLG, it's like such a storied rivalry. It means a lot even if the game is a stomp one way or the other. So I think our games are always fun. And when I look back on all of our wins and our losses, it's just fun to watch because it's just so hype. People will always tune in for that match because there's just so many storylines going on at once. I love playing TSM and LCS, it's the most fun.
Me and Doublelift are the oldest members of our team, but what really brings out the rivalry is the people around it. Hotshot and Reginald, like they've been bashing heads since forever, in and out of the game. We got Analysts, and now we have Locodoco and Monte Cristo. Everything around it, the fans against fans, like that just brings the rivalry so much closer together. There's gonna be the time when we're both gonna realize that we're not good enough, and we're gonna step down. But I'm sure both of us will work our hardest to keep that from happening, and I don't see it happening anytime soon.
A lot of the rivalry between TSM and CLG is just how the old school players interacted, and right now the only ones left are me on CLG and Darius on TSM. So as soon as that kind of link is broken, yeah, I guess it just won't be the same anymore to play them.
Welcome back, everyone. I want to welcome Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler to the desk to help cast our next 2 matches, starting with the rivalry showdown between Team SoloMid and Counter Logic Gaming. I know the EU guys hate when we call this one El Clasico.
Yeah, but this rivalry is very close to me as well, and forget the EU guys. We're going to just call this El Clasico anyway.
In their maiden voyage with their new support, Lustboy, TSM took down Evil Geniuses with some gusto, and it looks to be full steam ahead rather, for the squad.
And of course, today they are facing tougher competition, but Bjergsen said that he's not worried about their 3-9 record against the rest of the top 5 teams. TSM's vision control was definitely something that Loco Doco specifically made a point to focus on when he joined the team, and you could see yesterday they made vast improvements in that area. Every member was buying wards and sweepers, and they covered the rift in their own vision while denying pretty much all of EG's.
Yeah, that's right. And while TSM are feeling a surge of confidence, CLG are on a 3-game slump right now and have plummeted from 1st now to 4th place.
They will be feeling pretty demoralized after that loss to Curse. I mean, CLG, they made several early mistakes. Doublelift and Afromu lost early in that 2v2 encounter.
Right.
Dexter was just constantly under attack in his own jungle, getting counter jungled by Evelyn. And, you know, instead of playing more cautiously, CLG, they continue to make big, bold moves to retake control of the game, but they came up short. And they are going to have to turn that around today because they are only 1 game ahead of Dignitas, who are in 5th place and looking to catch up.
That's right. Well, we're going to get right into this one. Let's check out the roster rundown on the blue side. It's Team SoloMid. That means Dyrus in the top lane. Amazing in the jungle, probably with Smite on F. Bjergsen in the mid lane, Wild Turtle at AD carry, and Lustboy on support.
I'm a big supporter of that Smite on F,
That's right.
by the way.
Fight for Smite. It's on F.
Get out and vote, people. And on the red side, though, it's CLG. Up top is Seraph. In the jungle, Dexter. Mid is Link, AD carry, Doublelift, and support Afromu.
You know what? In the center of the ring, we've got our featured matchup today, a showdown of the supports, Lustboy versus Afromu.
And this is a big test for the newest support in North America. In his first game with TSM, they had such a commanding lead that he wasn't really able to display a lot of his skills and have a big impact on the game. Now, he's facing off against the support pretty much everybody considers to be the best in North America. Afromu and Doublelift have had so much time to play together that they already know exactly how each other think and how they play. Plus, there's going to be a very fired up team after their loss to Curse, and they're definitely going to be out to prove something today. So this match is going to show us, you know, who is the new support in town, or if the next Korean to join the North American LCS is going to have to take a while to meld with the rest of the team. Sometimes those communication issues are a big hump to get over.
Well, whenever we want that sort of game, usually everything happens in the top lane, like last time. You're going to get something that doesn't involve any of the supports at all, but if it does, it should be one hell of a fight between these guys, because Afromu likes to be aggressive. A lot of social media talk back and forth that Braum wasn't his engager. That pickup yesterday wasn't really something they could use to get into the team fight with the skill set that Afromu has on that Thresh, on that Morgana.
I mean, we could see it in their lane phase. Doublelift and Afromu always were the ones taking the fight to the bottom lane of Curse, and they were the ones starting off pretty much all of the trades, and it backfired on them.
It did.
We'll see if that has done anything to shake their confidence, though, or if they stick to their guns.
See what kind of guns they ban out so they can get the ones to stick to. It's like Nidalee and Kassadin. First, Braum, he goes out, so Afromu won't have any trouble or be forced to pick that one up. That should just be naturally banned out. The Lulu may see an Elise, so be very surprised if Dexter gets that, but it can easily be picked up by Amazing as well with Elise in ban to just cancel out another jungler.
Yeah, and with all of the focus on Ackerman's Gragas, you know, we haven't really talked that much about Dyrus and his love for Gragas in the top lane. Still not banned here. Nidalee not banned either, so 2 of the big top lane bullies still available. Well, 1.
No, Dyrus to be one of those big Nidalee players.
Never mind, Nidalee was already banned out too. They're both off.
Yep. So he wouldn't have taken that being up. The Lee Sin for Amazing. He's going to go ahead and put himself back on that champion. Had a great 6-0 and 6 Elise game yesterday, but goes back to kicking people in the face.
Still undefeated on Elise, but they're going to go ahead. First pick Lee Sin. This very well could be a top lane Lee Sin as well. Never forget that Dyrus did play a couple, even North American LCS games on that top lane Lee Sin. Definitely a flex pick still for TSM. And CLG have a lot of options. They've really been big fans of Twisted Fate in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, that's right. You got through too.
Because they really do like to outplay their opponents as far as moving across the map much quicker.
It's like right now it's the toss-up. Hey, no AD carries were banned. Which one of the late game AD carries do we want? It's just slowly waiting to pick up here.
Yeah, the pool is so big now for AD carries, actually. There's a lot of different options. You can go with this Tristana, who's got the early bullying of explosive shot and then late game crazy power, or the Kog'Maw, who's all around considered basically the top AD carry. And then if you want to mix it up, you can always go with a mid-game oriented team comp and pick up Corki to try and work with that power spike.
I'm interested to see if, we're in the late game here, but who has the strength, the confidence to play the Vayne? Saw get a pentakill over in Europe, but nobody here. Nobody here just yet. I know. It's a tough one to get in, especially the composition of lockdown and long range we've been seeing recently. We'll see. We can hope. Only hope for the plays. It's not going to be double if this time, that's for sure, unless Link is taking out a page of Voyboy's book and we're going to have a Tristana middle.
Look what we have here, though. An Aurelia Lee Sin combo very early for TSM. So they actually, if they can get some Lee Sin ganks focused up top and get Aurelia to that Trinity Force, as soon as she does hit that one item, she gets a huge burst in power, and she is a very, very dangerous assassin to have on the field.
Won't be the first time Dyrus has brought it out, maybe the second or third on that. Zion
Seraph going back to his tried and true. His
of course.
First love, Shyvana.
Haven't seen Shiv in quite a while. Safe lane. Looks like he'll be trying, actually taking that against Dyrus. Love to see how Dyrus takes that. Lustboy's Nami was banned out yesterday. Be able to get his hands on that today as they're looking to lock in Bjergsen Syndra as well. Very high priority, top of the champion pool picks coming in for at least the mid lane. And that support.
I'm happy to see this Nami for Lustboy because it gives him a chance to showcase a lot more of his abilities. In the lane, she's got that sustain advantage over a Morgana. The only thing they have to work around is the healing that will be cut in half by Tristana's active. We'll see, though, because the disengage is going to be big for Nami. We don't get to see it that often since Braum was introduced into the league because he can pretty much single-handedly negate most of what Nami does. But this time around, banned out, so she gets through.
Interested to see how the sustained lane of Wild Turtle and Lustboy works. Do they go aggressive and use all that HP they have to take out the Rush Hour bot lane? It's Rush Hour bot lane gets going and it is unstoppable. You put a stick in those spokes in the early game and you'll see things like Cop 1v1ing double lift. So Wild Turtle, if he gets to that position, that bottom lane kind of just fizzles out.
Yeah, and it is pretty funny that CLG have actually taken this Tristana so early because double lift, he didn't like the champion. As soon as her rise to power was apparent in North America, he was one of the ones that was slower to pick her up because he didn't like the clunky feeling of Tristana, a little bit older
the same thing about
champion.
Lucian.
Yeah, it was the same thing. He didn't like him at first, but once he did pick up Lucian, then he just fell in love with the champion and ran away with it. Maybe the same thing has happened with Tristana, or maybe he still hates playing her and playing against her. He said that he hates playing against her more, so they'd rather just pick her.
Fair enough. If you can't beat him, take him.
We'll see, though. Some long-range matched here. Xerath, such a flavor of the month pick here in North America, where a lot of people have actually been just picking him instead of Ziggs even.
Right. It was the Rise for a bit, but people have kind of pushed away from that, not getting too much siege potential, and now the Xerath. Before the game gets underway, let's see where the vote stands on LOLEsports.com. Currently, Team SoloMid leads CLG with 63%. Still pretty close.
Yeah, but you can continue to take part in the rivalry. Send those tweets to @LOEsports and use the hashtag either TSMWin or CLGWin.
Dexter, the one talking. We just saw on the other side of Team SoloMid, Bjergsen was the only one talking. And now they're just discussing what to do in the first portion of the matchup. Remember, our featured matchup coming in here, one we cannot forget, Lustboy versus Afromoo. And we're also watching Link and Lustboy in our ones to watch for the week in general for week 10. So we'll keep a lot of eyes on CLG here and how they continue to push through this new composition that TSM is trying to bring to the table.
Yeah, of course. Anytime you get a new person onto the team, we always want to watch them. But especially, this is the game that's really going to be the test for Lustboy because yesterday, like we said, they had such a strong showing, the whole team. They pretty much crushed in that game. Lust Boys jumping right into the age-old rivalry, basically the oldest rivalry in League of Legends around since the game started.
It's just kind of filling a pair of shoes, and hopefully he understands what those shoes are. I believe he does. So that hasn't really gotten by anybody this far gone.
I think they explained it to him. TSM wants to win, so I think Lust Boys probably on the same page.
Boom. TSM trying to wonder. Let's see if they can do it. CLG versus TSM going live on the Rift. And we are into your third game of the day here. Second day, week 10. I cannot believe this split has gone so quickly. And we'll have to see. It's different. Dexter has Smite on a different one, and so does Amazing. So they do not agree on this either. Gonna get a pause here in the beginning.
Amazing has it on F.
Yes, he does.
Now, both of these teams are actually very well-rounded team compositions here. So this is going to be a real test of execution between both teams. We do have one sweeper coming out for the start from CLG, so that there is that possibility of the early invade, trying to sweep one of the buffs. We'll see if they decide to make something happen, though.
It's like Bjergsen may have gotten into the game with the wrong set of runes. Going to get this calculated for himself and make sure he has what he needs before they get out of the base. Good thing to notice before you start the game. Unless you're hot shot and you can win a game without runes.
It can be devastating to head into a game with wrong runes here, especially against someone like Xerath, who gets a lot of harass down on you while pushing the wave. This is Xerath versus Syndra matchup. A couple of long-range mages in the mid lane. That's all about dodging skill shots. We've even seen some people in this matchup start boots first just to get that advantage. To avoid your damage instead of going for the mana regen of the ring. But not this time around. Both of them confident in their play.
Very quiet and composed from the teams. No talking. No talking can happen. You know what? I wonder if there's a way we'll be able to figure out which key is better for Smite. Like, can we create an algorithm that's on live that says, due to this amount of damage, this guy stole it and it's wrong? Everybody counts, Kobe.
There actually are studies. It's pretty easy. If you do an ergonomic study, you can do time studies and see which one is actually quicker to get to.
What are your findings?
Oh, I haven't done them yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You got to do the work.
You sounded
I can design the experiment, but then somebody has to actually still perform it before we can actually analyze the data.
Must be cool being an engineer. But I think I feel like it's better on...
It's actually not that cool. It's really boring. That's why I cast League of Legends now. I quit engineering.
That's very
Desk jobs, not all are cracked up to be.
That's cool. Did you ever think you'd have to share your desk?
It works out okay. If I had to share with anybody, Riv.
At least we're not like computers back.
It would actually be free.
Ooh. Traitor!
It's the rivalry.
You would want to share a desk with a guy who uses Smite on D.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. I might have to change my mind about that.
Oh, no. I don't know. That's fine. I got to see you for Jat. It's cool. I'm waiting to get the runes fixed up back in here, see what Bjergsen has. And what were you
look at these wards here we got, too. So talking about this early
They do have wards.
That's one thing that could tip you off, but the other thing is, Elise generally, she will start with a green ward just because she doesn't need the extra potions. They just like that hashtag better, I feel like. People aren't actually voting what they actually use.
I bet you a lot of these people don't even jungle.
Yeah, well, we have to have a qualifier to actually vote here.
It's like, I've never used Smite, but I feel like it'd be good on D.
Yeah. If we go back to the items, though, the two real wards in inventory for CLG, I really would be interested to see if they can make anything happen early. Because, as we know, both teams, for this specific matchup, put a lot of effort into prep. Because it would be such a cathartic experience for either one of these teams to win this matchup. What?
Nothing. Good word.
It is a good word. They came off a hard win. They need or a hard loss. They need something here to get them back in it.
A bit of a slump for them. We actually are going to get a restart on the game. That was a bug with Bjergsen's runes to get into the game. So we are going to have a quick restart on that. And like you said, these teams definitely doing their homework on each other. There's no trap games that could have caught them coming into this week. Single game, single day. Now, they are obviously able to chat it up because the game is going to pretty much be restart, I think. Amazing's like, wait, did I just lose a ban? Did we just lose a ban? I'm just kidding. So they'll be waiting to get it restarted.
Actually. You know when Turtle's not smiling, something has gone terribly wrong.
Turtle smile. Turtle. Ooh. He's in his shell right now.
How do you coax them out, Riv? Have you ever had a pet turtle?
No. They live for a really long time,
I'll tell you how you
though.
do it. Food. Little piece of lettuce. Gets them every time.
So what you're saying is CLG needs lettuce.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see who brings it. Look very poised.
Apparently runes are real complicated to switch over. Uh-oh, they remade the game. I need to rejoin too. Then.
Indeed.
Uh-oh. You on this, Riv?
On it. Trying to get it locked down.
I saw the attempting to reconnect flash across the screen, and I just had nightmares of solo queue and people. No, not again. All right, game 2, in.
Yeah. So it is obviously going to be same champ select, not going to go through it. They're going to get through it as fast as possible and then get us back on the Rift because they're just toying with each other here. Bjergsen wants to make sure he's got everything into the game.
We're building up.
Yeah, the intensity. This is intensity, intensities. We're going to see where they go with this. Bjergsen, more than happy to have his right runes now, and I believe they're going to go back to silent mode after this pick and ban phase. So with the third match of the day coming in, we've had some quite fast matches here. A bit of obliteration match with a shutout coming in from Cloud9.
Oh, yeah.
Very nicely done over LMQ, Barons, and the whole likes throughout the game. Some nice plays here and there. And first game, kind of a back and forth as well. EG getting a great win on the day.
Yeah, EG came out with a really strong performance, and then Cloud9's performance equally as strong. So two very decisive wins so far. We'll see if this one follows suits, though. They are picking all the exact same champions, all the exact same summoners. Nothing can change except for what was fixed, whatever the bug was.
For those runes coming in. Yeah, absolutely. So with this coming into the game, we do see Amazing on that Lee Sin. Dexter gets his Elise again. Not even considered to be something that's huge. And I remember back to when Gambit was their full 5. Alex Heesh said something that, you know, there are so many good junglers, and junglers play those top sets, so why ban them out? They're going to get something that they want.
Times have changed, Riv. There are not that many junglers that are up there with Lee Sin and Elise now. So...
Damn it. As a reference didn't work.
But Dexter, the thing that you pointed out about Dexter always getting Elise is really funny because every time I talk to any of the players down in the lounge, and they were just watching the games, last time I was just sitting there with Medios, and he was like, how did Dexter just get Elise again? He gets it every single time. And it's one of his favorite champions. We've seen his performances on like Rengar and stuff, and not quite as good as Elise, let's say.
My favorite part is when like the coaches, the analysts are like, they got the champion they want, we're going to win the game. And that's not what happens whatsoever. Those are the greatest, sure,
the best laid plan.
Very absolute phrases that are being used from the coaches and analysts. But
here we go.
You know what? They have a lot to say in the game because that's how the team acts, reacts, and continues to play the style they do. Now on to the Rift. The runes are set, and so are the players. We have a D and an F Smite. Who will prevail?
This is actually the real test here.
Yeah,
Amazing
it is. We had
versus
a live test run of the DNF Smite. Couldn't have asked for more. Maybe another game. Maybe we get it.
Depends on who wins. Might need a remake.
Amazing. Trotting down together with
Double
the
Lift
team.
just outside. I think he might have caught a sneak peek there.
My word.
Double Lift, one of the ones.
Toying with fire.
Who always likes to talk about the mind games behind dodging skill shots and how it changes for him in LCS games compared to just solo queue.
I'm not going to get hit by any skill shots this game. Then he gets
We'll
hit
see because
with a rock.
LessBoy, if LessBoy can control that side bush. Ooh, they've been seen on the invade. So it'll just be a mirror by CLG.
Slowly moving back onto their side. And they're actually we haven't seen the 2v1 ward in quite some time.
Deep ward for the mid lane. Very, very curious there. because I'm pretty sure they know who's going mid. All right, well, they warded both the top and the mid, just in case there was any funny business going towards the blue buff. I guess that ward did see Dyrus go towards the red side, so CLG are aware that it is the 100% lane swap here. Yeah. So what Kog'Maw's doing right now, Turtle, I believe he was really far up because he was getting those minions in the bottom lane to focus onto his first minion so that he could push in. If I go look down there, yeah, he does get it pushing against him. So Turtle did a good job manipulating the wave. All he has to do is head them off. So both duos actually going to stay in the side lanes here. As a support, if you do this, your team, you need to stay in that bush. Some mistakes that we've seen some teams do is the support just kind of waddles around out there. And if you can ever deny any information to your opponents, it's always worth it, even if you get nothing out of it. So Lustboy just standing in that bush the entire time. Now Afromu leaving the lane, so they can no longer keep tabs on him. You have to keep this air of anything can happen. Anything can come down to this dragon, because if you do a lane swap, yes, the team on blue side with their duo bottom has an advantage to go for dragon, but it's still very risky to go for those super early dragons. So Afro's done a good job of sneaking around back over to that side of the map. So CLG can still contest a dragon if TSM decide to try and go for that risky play and juggle the aggro.
Afro move very back and forth right now with this play, deciding whether to go top or bottom.
Pings are out on it, and that was one of the real wards, by the way, that they started out in the inventory, placed down by the dragon. So CLG planning on going for this lane swap from the level 1. That ward is about to run out though, and Afromu times his return to base accordingly. Pings go down on him though, so TSM, they feel like they can rush this. Afro does stop his back.
They're going to be making this a fast move. You're going to have 3 down on the bottom turret for pressure, or safety rather, for Wild Turtle. And if they find nothing, they're going to find Dragon at 4 minutes in.
Yeah, Afromu did cancel his back, so this should be the Dragon for TSM. Very, very risky for just Link and Dexter to try and come interrupt. So they just put down a little bit of vision. And CLG decide to trade this Dragon for their lane swap.
A little rough on the aggro juggle. It's okay though. Lustboy was the one taking the damage, and that's the lane that has sustained.
Yeah, you can see how dangerous it is if you don't juggle it perfectly.
Oh dear!
Seraph!
Oh no! Oh! He's taking some shopping tips from Dexter.
That seems just like a lapse there by Seraph, because you know that TSM have control of this bottom side of the map because of the lane swap, and you're pretty sure that they've just done Dragon, so that is not actually CLG territory you are recalling in, Seraph. And he does have to burn his flash. We'll see if he's punished for it though. 5-minute cooldown.
He'll be returning to lane. It looks like he has Morgana with him though. This is something we've seen a bit more. The top laner gets the support instead of the AD carry once they start to move around a bit. Doublelift is more than happy to get that solo experience.
And as you can see, he did not level up his explosive shot.
Right.
Doublelift, and so that he could more easily freeze the wave and keep it controlled.
He's actually holding 2 skills right now.
On his side of the map.
He's level 4 and he only has 1 and 1.
Yeah, all he really needs is the jump right now to make sure he has an escape if he really needs it very quickly. He's got plenty of options. Good swing here from TSM. Should put a lot of pressure though. Put a stop to this free farming. Looks like CLG sending backup though to answer.
Oh dear. Double it. Oh my gosh, really? That fast? Thwarts it just with a rocket jump. He gets himself out alive. TSM put quite a bit of resources in for that.
And down bottom, the solo experience for CLG is Afromu. The support is down bottom. So TSM, with the distribution of champions there, was getting a little bit ahead, but now that the top lane is frozen, there's actually nobody from TSM getting experience up in the top lane. So CLG, they've got support that will be
Hey, he's winning the
bit
damage
further
trade.
ahead.
2 levels down. He's got this lane on lockdown.
Afromu aware.
They might be able to go for something here. Oh, like he's level 3. I thought it was at least 4. This is a slow game for CLG levels. Level 6 Turtle. Uh-oh. I don't know, he has the mana to solo those guys out.
Yeah, it's a huge boost in power for Kog'Maw. As soon as he hits that level 6, so much harass. And Dyrus, getting chunked on that tower dive, did miss out on quite a bit of experience. So Dyrus is a bit behind Seraph as far as the experience is concerned. They're even on CS. So Dyrus did miss out a little bit more. Doublelift was freezing.
We wanted to see a game that really featured out the supports, and I'm sure with the top laners having 11 CS at 7 minutes, the supports will definitely get their due as we get into these team fights trying to protect some squishy tanks. 9.6 to 9.1. The 2v1 still kind of playing out, but it's just Doublelift and a 1v1 up here.
Yeah, pretty much. The big difference is just the dragon. The difference in CS4 junglers, you can see, is because of the early time spent by TSM taking that dragon, whereas Dexter was just hard farming his jungle. What a move.
Ooh, very nice. Tucks his head between his legs and gets a backward buster shot. Slowly creeping towards the top side. Dexter's going to try to make something off of this. They may feel more secure against Doublelift with ult down, and that's what he's hoping as well.
This is a counter gank attempt from Dexter because they just saw Lee Sin up there, but since Lee Sin was buster shotted away, Dexter's movement up top, a little bit wasted energy, a little bit of wasted time there. Not too big a deal though. He does get early Sightstone, trying to control this jungle vision very early on.
Hasn't been getting too much off of these lane ganks, so he definitely has to get it off something they can work at. Maybe a buff, maybe getting something else. He's got to deliver this one over to Link as of right now. Now they do not have any more idea of where Amazing is. They knew the blue was just given over, but he's going to be headed towards the bottom side, so they may have an idea on that red buff. Still 600 gold is the lead, and enough time for Dragon to come up. We'll get any more summoners. Everybody's already got them, so not going to be waiting for those.
Yeah, we'll see. I think the first purchase of the top laners will tell a lot. Maybe Seraph, if Seraph saves up for a Giant's Belt for that next dragon that's coming up, I think he almost has that 1,000 gold. If he can save that up, yeah, that would be a big difference because Aurelia does not build Pinky early. If Seraph can hit level 6 and grab a Giant's Belt for the next dragon fight, it would do wonders for CLG's power around that skirmish.
An interesting first buy from Turtle. He does have the Phage pieces, but he finishes the Sheen first, knowing there's not too much pressure in that lane. He's been kind of solo farming. He'll stay safe. And he definitely made that impact on Seraph there.
Yeah, we talk about the level 6 power. Whoa, Doublelift gets collapsed on.
Oh no! Woo. He's learned.
So the movement there from mid lane, good communication among the CLG members to tell Doublelift to go ward at that time, just in time to see the movements from TSM so that they can protect Doublelift's solo farming efforts. And he still has not leveled Explosive Shot. Not wanting to force himself to push.
Staying safe. Doing what he can.
The question is, will they tell Doublelift to actually go purchase before this dragon comes up? Or at least recall and go back down to the other side of the map? Because if not, if they stay top, then it's CLG just saying, yes, we would love to trade an outer turret for dragon. Looks like they will trade it because no recalls from the top laners. So CLG making that conscious choice. They want the extra control of top side. Maybe they can get some deep wards down on the blue. Keep that blue denied from Bjergsen in exchange for this dragon and top trade. Dyrus all by himself up here. Gonna have to get run off.
Oh, just short of getting a bit of gold. Very good push by CLG here. Doublelift has had zero trouble farming throughout the game. Got himself to a good clip, and he's on his way to an Infinity Edge as well.
Ooh, they're going to stick around for it.
Easy. They're all going to get that experience from being around the turret as well. Turtle's trying to answer with Lustboy in the bot lane.
Yeah, but an outer for a secondary turret.
Yep.
Big pickup for CLG here. They also, by the way, got those deep wards around blue buff during that time. So CLG were able to make that venture into TSM territory completely worth it. They will have plenty of vision down for the next respawn of blue buff, which should be coming up shortly for TSM. Double lift though, since he's going for the early Infinity Edge on Tristana, it's going to take a while for him to get that boost. He's not going for the static shiv.
Right.
And he hasn't been able to actually complete the combine cost of the Infinity Edge. So he's not really looking for fights yet. CLG just want to wait until he can finish that, because right now Kog'Maw has a lot more presence than Tristana.
We saw Sneaky doing that as well, but he had the Meteos, so he was able to get himself into a situation a little earlier with that attack speed. Here, like you said, double lift, take a bit. 13 minutes in, means they definitely have a lot of time to play with here. No real aggression on either side of an opposing jungle has pushed the game in anybody's favor. Amazing and Dexter pretty much staying out of each other's hair this game. Interesting play from both of them. More to the lanes and keeping these 2v1s safe as they should.
Yeah, and you can see the focus there by Dexter trying to get control of the jungle with all the wards. He, as a Lee, got a sight stone before Lee Sin even got his sight stone. That's how intense CLG are on avoiding the fight until they have the Tristana with the items necessary to compete with Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw on Trinity Force is a beast right now.
Interesting.
But it doesn't matter because he's not near the turret. So CLG going to trade bottom for top probably. See what Seraph can do. Great AoE, by the way. He uses it to clear out the wave. Yes, it looks kind of funny whenever somebody uses an ult to clear a wave.
Scorching the ground.
But he's buying time here. They've just got the bottom turret, and double lift is not stopping down bottom, so CLG could very well push another secondary turret while just trading for another outside turret.
Yeah.
It looks like Seraph will be able to defend it, so TSM need to rotate down and defend this. They can't keep giving up secondary turrets.
Not that it matters, but double
There's
lift.
that power though.
Double lift has finally put the two skills he was holding for quite some time. As soon as he hit that level 5 rapid fire, he put 2 shots into his E. Interesting way to level, but obviously keep the lane from pushed off there. They figure out they're taking off a little too much, and they go back without the vision that they need. So Dyrus doing pretty good actually in this top lane in CS. He should be able to outfight Seraph if he goes back for the buy, but as of right now, everybody's pretty even with just the cash flow in their pockets.
Yeah, especially while Seraph has to work his way back up to that ultimate.
Right.
Once again, not gonna try anything too risky. Nobody really wants to use their teleport to get back to lane either at this point. I don't think Seraph will do it, probably just walk back, even though it will cost him 1 wave. The cooldown of his teleport is too important to use just to get a single wave at that turret. Which means that CLG probably want it to make a move around the next spawn of Dragon.
This will be nice though, because Seraph's going to have some juicy waves coming at him with this next wave being a siege too. So it'll be good. It'll work out.
And you know, since CLG have done such a good job of trading turrets for all the extra dragons that they've been giving up, really only advantage is that first dragon that they traded for the lane swap. Ever since then, every consecutive dragon after that has been traded for something for CLG.
Right.
They always get a strong push in a different lane for one of those early dragons of TSM.
TSM trying to get an edge on the game. Thwarted out a bit by Counter Logic Gaming. Well played.
The 4-man poke squad here.
Plays to their name.
Cocoons and bindings, providing cover fire for some turret damage.
That first buy and the true damage of Dyrus cutting right through Seraph's armor. Can't stay in the top lane for too long, at least in a split push situation. So that may relieve a little bit of pressure they're hoping for in the top lane that CLG is not going to get now.
And Dyrus is working towards his Trinity Force as well.
Yeah.
A double Trinity Force team is very scary at that mid-game point. See how close Dyrus gets. Dexter tagged a little bit. Weird ward to go down though. Maybe it was a jump for Lee Sin.
Really a lot of possibilities for the fight initiation. Bjergsen can hit that scatter. You have a Nami ultimate that's going to fly right behind it.
Vexer chunked down here. This is the power. Mid-game Kog'Maw. He's about to get level 11 as well. Second level into his ult will do a bunch. All this harass that they landed onto Dexter may be the tipping point and cause CLG not to try and answer anything for this Dragon. Their best bet would probably be to run mid.
Yeah.
It's so dangerous to rush blind into a Syndra. Bjergsen could just devastate their whole team with one stun combo. So CLG do try and push one wave mid. See if they can actually zone TSM off of that turret and trade objectives. So far they have traded, and once again, another trade for CLG. Trading all of these Dragons, save for the first one, 4 turrets. You do run out of turrets to kill though. Dragon's a renewable resource. CLG are going to have to make something happen with this opened up map here. They've definitely been ones to control that vision after they take down the turrets. So let's see. They've got a pretty good ward line so far.
Get it. Should be able to hug the outside here with this next wave and take it down. It's quite a ways away, so CLG may have time to regroup. They do. They know what the deal is. Good wards coming out. CLG is still placing more forward wards here than TSM is. Those possibilities of a play or catch with their long range is definitely there.
Yeah, keyword there is catch, because a lot of this, the first fight that breaks out is going to be, a lot of it is going to be determined by the skill shots here. Whether it is bindings and cocoons that land, or whether it is bubbles and Syndra stun.
We haven't had a test yet. We haven't figured out. Maybe a Baron.
Yeah, we haven't even seen them try and have a smite fight or anything. It's just been Dragons that have been traded over and over. There's one person getting caught out.
Bada bing, bada boom. 18 and a half. First blood comes out along with the Vuvuzela, and then we're going to get a kill on the mid-turn.
Oh, double lift flash. Fast fingers there, but he's still getting taken down. Holy macaroni.
Bjergsen coming out huge here. Turns it on with 2 consecutive picks, one right after another there. Bjergsen destroys the bottom lane of CLG. Stunning double lift out of his jump. This is one of Double Lift's biggest complaints about Tristana, why he doesn't like playing the champion. The dash feels clunky, he said. And right there, Bjergsen made it pay for it. Once again, now he's got a spider in his crosshairs.
Whew. Nicely played. Bjergsen turning on the fireworks there to get the team going.
Yeah,
like you said, it was going to have to bubble the balls, man.
It's going to be the skill shots that determine the next fights. Bjergsen is definitely a skilled player. Lands one, boom, uses the next ball to set up and knock him right out. Plus, Amazing had landed his skill shot, so everything landing for TSM.
Yep.
And they come together to destroy Rush Hour.
Picture perfect on that. Double lift back to farm mode. AD carries are evened up in that sense, but he has gone down, and he's looking to stack some attack speed now, so he can be a menace.
That is
what a fight.
It's such a huge trigger for TSM, though, because their double Trinity Force champions are, this is the time where they want to go aggressive.
Super exciting.
And as we said, you know, Dragons are the renewable resource. After TSM win a fight, it's very easy for them to pick up these outer turrets. There are more turrets left standing there, more gold left standing on the map for TSM to take if they do get one of those team fight wins. So every time TSM get a pick, they get a lot more out of it.
Oh, and this is the best time to hit up double lift. A level
Teleport made in, but double lift could just die there.
Wait a minute, the ultimate.
Dyrus goes hard. One last attack. Oh, God. He slams the minions and he gets it. Dyrus reaches his arms out as far as possible. But this is TSM. That's the tunnel distraction in the bottom lane because they're getting Baron right now.
Oh, my. Yeah, everything just went in the dumpster there for CLG. It all went downhill really quickly. Because of the mid picks, CLG's vision also ran out. All of CLG's vision that we talked about in that blue side jungle where they were trying to control after they got these deep turrets, all of that timed out because they lost complete map pressure from those picks from Bjergsen. So this one play mid by Bjergsen, or the 2 plays mid that he made, just cascading into a huge advantage for TSM. And Dyrus, by drawing all of CLG down bottom.
Yeah, the teleport too.
Even if he hadn't got the kill onto double lift after that, just drawing everyone down there to get the Baron would have been huge. But he also got the kill. Now he's getting himself into a little trouble though. Good dodge.
Oh, fancy feet. Dyrus slipping out unseen.
you have to give props to TSM. I mean, this game has been determined by the skills.
It's like, what do you want?
Yeah, Dyrus is very confident right now. He's chasing out the whole team, trying to make sure that they don't have time to back in time for
Oh my
mid
gosh.
lane. This push.
Oh, he wanted to dodge that. Now he's forced to fight the spiders. Still got the dash as the kill.
He's got 3 of them on the run here. He's just trying to keep them close enough, but not get hit by the.
They're going to get sideswiped by Seraph here. They do still have to watch that. Dyrus is on the back side of the team right now.
Dyrus bought them a Baron. Dyrus bought them a mid turret here.
Wow. Dyrus holding hands with the team. Artillery fire coming in from Link as they really put all their eggs in one basket. They have to try and get this fight. A great Nami out to disengage. Wild Turtle's trying to orb walk it out. He gets the help from the team. Bjergsen again canceling someone out. The assassination potential of Syndra.
This game is all TSM here. As soon as they get another one of those advantages, they just clean up. Turret, turret, turret. So much gold. This gold lead has ballooned out of control.
When a team has taken a lead today, it has been ridiculous how far they have taken that lead without mistake. So many good plays, consistent things hitting, happening, and going in the team's favor with an advantage right now. That's Team SoloMid, and they are extending that leaps and bounds.
It was just a complete outplay there. TSM, Dyrus making his solo move onto double lift, and CLG, they, for some reason, they felt like they had to make some move to get back in the game, even though they were right there, neck and neck, and they decided to commit everything to try and save double lift. That one move just turns into such a ginormous lead for TSM.
Headstrong, Counter Logic Gaming. Not going to be in enough time. We do see an uncontested F-Smite going down nicely.
Man, no wonder Double Lift does not like Tristana. He does not have a good time with her or against her.
He had a solo lane.
He did.
I don't know if you need a little bit more against
they
a team like Team
paid for
SoloMid.
that solo lane with that early dragon. They were the ones who wanted the lane swap.
He's almost up to the Phantom Dancer. He is trying to get max damage out of that with the crit and attack speed. So
I mean,
it's gonna take a bit though.
Yeah, you can see kind of why going up against Cog Nami is pretty scary.
This Wild Turtle's Cog, he levels his E second all the way up. Not that passive attack speed on the Q. Interesting level. Still got a good slow and a good amount of damage on Voidoo still.
Big part of Kog'Maw is controlling the zones. Zone control for Kog'Maw. He's one of the best AD carries at doing that. Not only because of the E, but also the ult.
Well, he's got enough attack speed in the items, that's for darn sure, especially on the boots as well. They're backing off, but they do. That bio-arcane shot that he's allowed to get in there. A few shots on the inhibitor that will heal up. Now Dyrus to split the top side. They had a ping in the bottom. I don't know if they're going to want to send Dyrus down there after this and they can take it. TSM has some things to work with here. A lot on their plate. It's all in their favor.
They've got a lot to work with
much.
here. Looks like they will go for the 1-4 split push. Bottom lane also, they have a nice creep wave that they have built up, so they've got pressure all over the map here.
And they're playing that patience too. Waiting for the mid wave, waiting for the bottom wave to pressure. Should be able to hit that turret up pretty good, and then they can rotate to it. Bio-Arcane
you
on.
can see here, Lustboy, all he's waiting for is the disengage. He's ready with the tidal wave at the back line. TSM only move up. Wild Turtle gets a couple W shots. Inhibitor should go down here.
Lustboy doing what he can. The auto attacks, what focus? Staying inside. There it is. W reactivated from Wild Turtle. He can keep his distance, and the perseverance pays off.
I also like the move from Dyrus. When they are going for the last hits on the inhibitor, this is the point where a lot of teams will make their move. If they're going to commit, and if they're going to actually go for the engage, it's usually when there's a last couple hits on the objective. So Dyrus immediately, he starts to hover down towards the mid lane, just in case a fight does break out, so he's right there. But even though CLG don't do it, they TSM are rewarded with another inhibitor and bottom lane turret. Complete control here.
Simple game sense like that, Kobe, where you're just talking about, really just makes things play out seamlessly. You're easily going through the map, not having to talk too much. We know we've heard TSM can get a little loud in the team fights as opposed to other teams, but right now it seems like it's all calm, cool, and collected as they make their way. Right now, a 27-minute game to the front of CLG's base. We've had a lot of quick games today.
Yep, and we do finally at least see the double item for Triss, though. The Infinity Edge plus Phantom Dancer.
Now becomes a
decent amount of damage, but he's only level 14. We talk about late game Tristana and her range. You have to get a few more levels to scale that up.
Yeah.
Right now, Kog'Maw is definitely much more powerful. And double lift and the rest of CLG will have to turtle very hard. Try and stick in this game.
TSM ready to inflict that point in the game where they feel they can cover all the pink wards that they purchased. Trying to make a big move at some point here. That's a 45-second Baron. They already have enough regular wards of vision down in the jungle of CLG, so these pink wards would just be tabooed on the fight.
Uh-oh, vision control. This is what it'll do for you.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's Kog'Maw. That's damage. That's the bubble. One is down. CLG cannot react to this other than back towards their base. That's a minion. That's a kick. Spider down. And we're going to see 3 members from CLG running for safety.
This is exactly how you finish out a game here. TSM completely controlling the entire map in vision. You had the easy pick here. Even though they only had 3 members in position and CLG's whole team pretty much was there, CLG, they don't have any vision of the rest of the members of TSM, so they can't make a confident play even if it happened to be 3v5 here.
And that's bad.
From CLG, if you're coming at from CLG's point of view, you're like, oh, probably the whole team of TSM is in there.
Yeah. We just lost our biggest tank, and it was really fast.
Ooh. Stylish play.
Some would say Haku.
Now the other option that would also be pretty cool is if he flashed. Oh, can he get the steal? Is if he flashed first, then smited a minion, and then Q'd. Or Q'd and then smited while it was on the way.
You're saying it wasn't good enough.
I'm saying smite on F is what I'm saying.
Ooh. All right. All right.
Amazing. I'm pretty sure this is statistically significant right here with just one game of sample size.
Chalk it up. We're getting the numbers we need. A lot of finished up items here. Void Staff coming out of Bjergsen. He's also rocking the Alacrity boots on Syndra so he can keep a bit of movement speed in the catch-up of these fights. Turtle happily farming. Actually under Double Lift right now, but it doesn't matter with the map control they have. He's only under Double Lift's farm because the whole team has been running amok through these lanes together, sharing the experience. And 11,000 gold to show you that. 6-1. They did lose Dyrus in that last fight, but not last fight, but that engage for Baron. So whatever they lose, they're definitely gaining.
Well,
advantage.
well worth it. Here. We'll see how TSM decide to finish this one off. Maybe they just barrel through with 5 members up one single lane. Right now, though, Dyrus doing his own thing. Going to continue to split.
Nice hit on the Banshee's down. Oh, no way. He listens to his mind this time.
Couple of points there for Blessed Boy.
Aframu trying to hit a binding from the outside here. Bjergsen sees the same thing, and he tries to zero out Aframu. Can't even come close to the edge anymore. TSM putting CLG on the back foot, very much so, as they start to enter the base. Once again, this is going to be 2 open inhibs at 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah. It's pretty much TSM's cleanup duty now.
What definitive play from the teams on the top of the gold leads today. They have been making all the right moves, working off perfect mistakes, if you will. And it looks like TSM is going to make use of 2 downed inhibitors now as they move to the top lane. Any mistakes from CLG here, that could mean game.
Yeah, it's pretty funny how, you know, some teams you'll see the top laner just randomly go for duels and try and pick somebody off. But in TSM's case, it was so well calculated. The rest of the team was in position for Baron when Dyrus went for that pick with Double Lift. They thought about it so much beforehand, whereas CLG just had to play reactively, and they kind of panicked and they wanted to save their AD carry because that's what a lot of their hopes lie on. But they fell right into TSM's hands, into their plan. And after that, there was no coming back.
Wild Turtle, no focus on the turret, just on Seraph, but that's almost even better, because now he cannot jump in the fight. Turtle's giving himself safety by the focus. Dexter, Link, also down. They share about a full health bar between them. And it's going to be the last inhibitor going down, Kobe.
Clean sweep! Oh man! Bjergsen!
Woo. High five over to Double Lift. He goes down instantly. No chance to get away from the scatter. Bjergsen makes quick work. Another kill. 4-0-1 for him as he brings out Syndra in their final game of the week. 7-1, 31.5 minutes into the game. TSM gonna go for the Nexus. Nice ulti as Dexter and Link ride the wave. Flashing out, Blink keeps himself safe and they'll be able to batter from the outside, but it's not going to be enough. The spooky ghosts come out from Afromu, not scaring anybody off. The Nexus in the eyes of Team SoloMid. El Clasico going in their favor one last time. Great win. Team SoloMid taking down Chronologic Gaming.
3 extremely decisive games so far today, Riv. What a play there from TSM. From the opening minutes, control of the entire game.
Great play all around. Big moves from everyone. Amazing coming up big. Dyrus with a full team distraction for Baron coming up big. Bjergsen soloing coming up big on his kills. And you know what? Lustboy played pretty well, pretty good as well. The bubbles were hitting just like the Morgana bindings. And you know what? Maybe we won't ever get an amazing, crazy game from Lustboy, but we're going to get consistency.
Time will tell. He started off very nicely, though. So far, TSM have had a very good week this week.
You know what? Jat mentioned it as we went into the preview show coming into this week, and roster changes to the support late in the season have always paid dividends for teams. You look at Daydreamin', you look at Bloodwater, those guys all moved themselves up in the standings as they joined their teams. And now Lustboy on TSM, TSM's always been a wheelhouse top-tier team, so I think they're going to be putting themselves back in that spot.
TSM have actually had a lot of success with most of their roster changes.
Yeah, that's true.
You know,
That's
remember
hard
when
to
you brought
do.
in Wild Turtle, they had immediate success as well.
Yep. Very good play from them. Strong stuff coming out from Team SoloMid, a composition that looked like something they ran before. Liking the fact that they were going to go for the 2v1, that they sought it out, or they got it, I should say, because that gave them that early dragon. Really working the game in their favor after that. First pick, Tristana, coming in for Chronologic Gaming. Very interesting. Not something that Doublelift was able to bring out of the solo laning phase. We saw that Afromu, as usual, went for the roam, and that's usually where they find some kills, something to work off of. But it wasn't TSM in that right spot at the right time for Afromu to catch a binding, to catch somebody out. And TSM played completely around that aspect of CLG's game that usually puts them ahead.
I think the biggest thing is TSM are able to capitalize on just a couple of plays and win the game. As if they get that small lead, Bjergsen making some solo plays in mid, and then Dyrus making a play down bottom. That's all that they needed. They only needed really 2 big plays for TSM, and it was enough to finish the game. They didn't waste a lot of time.
Yeah. I think this week we saw a lot of the Siege Poke compositions, at least in day 2, because of the low kill games. A lot of those Poke compositions fell behind. Some have no kills in their game, but when you're back that far, you're usually walking away from your own turret with half health. That's how we saw CLG, or rather TSM, just continue to take that. So LMQ was kind of pushed into it. They tried to play it. We just saw CLG kind of try to do something with it. Teams are loving the just in-your-face dive composition now, and they're going back to a lot of new in the jungle. It's different. Things are getting spiced up each week, man. Teams are going to be switching back and forth. Love it.
I did like what Curse showed up today. Even though they lost the Shen pick, even when things like Gragas and stuff were up, we haven't seen a lot of Shen in a long time. It's nice to get a look at him.
Yeah.
We had the scare, too, with the bug. I can't believe that happened. Like, Shen's played for, what, like 10 minutes maybe before the scare happens again. But it turns out everything was fine.
No deals for the bugs today. Bug splatted. So let's right now throw it over to the guys at the analyst desk from on Team SoloMid's win.
Thanks, Riv. I want to welcome Dyrus to the desk after a great win against CLG. Is it any sweeter, given that it is against CLG, and we've already kind of touched on the rivalry aspect of it?
CLG is always the best motivation for winning because you have all the fans saying free LG or free SM, and it's just, I've gotten kind of used to it, but it's still like really annoying. So hopefully with this win, CLG will pick up the pace for playoffs.
And I actually have to kind of press you on this one because you talked about CLG not playing so well right now. What do you think their big issue is?
I feel like in the last 4 games, I kind of understand it now. The first game, I'm not too sure when they beat us. Like, they just straight out beat us. The second game, when we beat them, it felt like they weren't confident in their play. And then when they beat us, we weren't confident in our play, and they were confident that week. So I feel like we took turns getting complacent, possibly. Just that's how I feel about it.
What is it that made you guys so confident this week, then?
We have Lustboy on our team. He's a new, with every new member, it's a new motivation. We have to work extra hard because every time you play some member, synergy changes, and especially language barriers, although it's not too bad with League of Legends.
So we watched Lustboy go up against Afromu and Doublelift in this game. Now, granted, there were a bit of some lane swaps going on. How do you feel he performed relatively to one of the stronger supports in the NA scene?
He just knows what to do. Like, you don't have to tell him anything. We don't have to discuss it. He'll talk about, like, I'm going to go get wards here, and then, we'll talk about it together, and it'll be decided very quickly, and we'll all know what to do. And then we have that smooth process going. We have Dragon Timer in the back of our head. Everything was just smooth.
Is he stepping into a bit more of a shot caller role, or is that still kind of falling?
Everything was just smooth.
Is he stepping into a bit more of a shot caller role, or is that still kind of falling on Bjergsen and Amazing's shoulders?
It's still on Bjergsen and Amazing, but when Bjergsen and Amazing are having trouble, they just look to Lustboy because he knows. And Lustboy actually doesn't really talk that much, but he says just enough for us to get by.
And it seems like you guys are actually playing phenomenally well right now, and you're moving on your way towards playoffs. You're, one game behind first place right now. We've asked Cloud9 about it, asked a couple of teams about it. How high are your sights set? Cloud9 said they just wanted to make sure they were happy with their own play. Are you set on number one? Are you set on just making sure you go to Worlds? What's the TSM goals?
TSM's goals with, what Reggie said, is always to go to Worlds and actually win Worlds. Although it's a very far goal that we're striving to reach, and we're working harder and harder every day to reach it.
Nice.
All right, well, let's turn our sights back into this game a little bit. I want to pull up a replay just to highlight some stellar play that you had. And in a situation where you're not actually really doing much in terms of kills or anything like this, explain to me the thought process and the calls going on in the team when you decide to chase 3 members of their team across the entire map.
So I wasn't thinking about what my team was doing. Right here, I was like, oh my god, I'm going to die. And then luckily Dexter missed that, or I dodged it, and Divine missed. And right after, it was like my team's like, oh wow, there's 4 bottom. They can't siege bottom, so let's just go middle. And I'm just chasing them. I'm just telling my team I'm chasing. I don't know what my team's doing. I'm just chasing. I know they can't kill me because I'm pretty tanky and we're pretty far ahead already. But I'm just chasing them and giving my team a positional advantage. It's just nothing special.
That seems like the sort of the old style of top lane. I remember back when Hotshot was a big top laner as well. It was like, I'm going to run around, be as annoying as possible, have people chase me. Do you ever wish you were playing Singed again, basically?
The thing about Singed there is it's kind of similar, but because Aurelia has the passive to getting away. And on Singed, I don't know, it's just sort of different, but it's, it's kind of the same. Hotshot was a god at that. He's really, really good at that. I wish I could be as good as that as he was.
It's actually interesting because, it seems like all the top laners have their own different styles. I think it's sort of understated. You have guys like Zion who they want to 1v1 you split push all the time. You go the extreme of Hotshot where they don't care about fighting, they just want to pull people around. How have you sort of modeled your very long League of Legends career around emulating various styles, learning new tricks? What sort of top lane are you trying to be?
Like last time, I just said I'm a copycat. I just copy people. And now, with Locodoco on the team, I still copy people. Every time we see someone from a different region pulling out something top and we just test if it's good, then I just copy it. It's a little bit harder from going to melee to range. I was actually, I'm more comfortable with just melees in general, because that's just where I was. I started with Jax, Singed, and then there's the AP style, there's the range style, I don't know. There's all kinds of different styles.
Jace, the Lulus.
Yeah. Jace is particularly the most difficult one. But, yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
You did have Jace a couple years ago, though. I liked it personally.
It was more during a time where other top laners were kind of a little bit behind, in my opinion. Other than Voyboy. Voyboy was up there, and then he moved to mid lane. Yeah, Jace was really good at abusing, and also he was very, very strong, actually. Right now, if you play Jace top, you have to absolutely be God with him, otherwise you'll just get screwed over.
All right, final question here. You guys start off the week next week in Super Week against LMQ. And now you're only one game behind them after their loss today and your win. So how important is it going to be to start off that week strong against LMQ?
So a big tendency we have is usually losing the first game of the week, which happens a lot. And against LMQ, they've been our kryptonite. As far as looking at their play this week, it seems like they fell into some sort of slump. But we're going to be expecting the worst, expecting them to play at their best, and we're going to bring it our all.
All right, well, it'll be a fun match to watch. Thank you, Dyrus, for taking the time to sit at the desk with us. We've got to slip away for a quick break. When we return, we'll see if Complexity can pick up their third win against Team Dignitas. We'll be right back.
The team win a champion with A. B. Blitzcrank. C. Casper. Cassiopeia.
First blood comes out along with the Vuvuzela, and we're going to get a kill on the
Double it flash. Fast fingers there, and he still can't take it down.
That's Cockball.
That's damage. That's the bubble. One is down. CLG cannot react to this other than back towards their base. That's a minion. That's the kick.
close there. Mana's not good.
Probably is so low on mana. What are they even doing trying to get an engage on this fight? Probably gets out with a flash. He's quite safe in the situation now. The shockwave is huge, but can he answer with more? Robert misses Shifter. He's right over the wall. There's the shot, but he waited too long. Robert wasn't firing that whole entire time in the fight, but the rest of the team has locked it up.
Did not suffer a single casualty.
I can't believe
the teleport from Weststrike to try and get this down. 60-second death timers. They may have just taken down Dignitas for a second time.
How many times this week has a team won down by 10,000 gold? I don't even have the fingers on my hand anymore to count. It's going to be another game won by Complexity, being the underdogs coming out. They just had to wait. Their patience, the mechanics, the ability to play on the live stage as Zion Spartan says, follow me. Complexity's having none of it. Yes, Complexity takes down Dignitas again.
Crazy ending the last time these teams met. So welcome back to the North American LCS because we're about to watch it again. Our next match is Team Dignitas versus Complexity. Kobe, so far this matchup has been favored by Complexity, believe it or not.
And in one of those wins, they were in complete control the entire game. But in their last matchup, Complexity had to overcome a huge 11,000 gold lead, gold deficit to come back and win the game. One thing that I do want to point out for Complexity is that Westrise specifically, he's shown a lot of growth since the start of the split. He's evolved from a player that would repeatedly give up deaths in lane to someone that now plays with a healthy level of caution. Despite their loss yesterday to LMQ, he also looked pretty comfortable on that Nidalee, so maybe we'll see some bans targeted.
And this would be an important win for Complexity, who they are looking to snap a 4-game losing streak right now and close in on 6th place. Very important spot. Dignitas are in a slump of their own, however, losing 6 of their last 7 matches. Seems like history repeats itself, and they are 4 games behind the first place spot that had been theirs for most of the split.
And their strategy lately has been Crumbs camping the top lane for Zion Spartan. And then once Zion has gotten ahead, he teleports down to the bottom lane to try and get them ahead or trying to bail them out if they've been pushed in pretty early. It was very effective early on, but then they actually faltered with it last time. So we'll have to see. It's been very important for QtPie and Kiwi Kid to have a good performance, and it will be true today as well, because one of Complexity's biggest strengths is Complexity's bottom lane, Robert and Bubba.
So true. Dignitas know that Complexity like to play a waiting game and to win, and they'll have to force them out of their comfort zone.
Against Complexity, that team just like, they showed teams' indecisiveness because they just want to go to late game. They pick late game champions, they give up every objective, they don't do anything, they sit in their base. But if you can't break their turtle, you just lose because then they go to late game and you can't beat them at all. Knowing it is like half the battle, honestly, because again, it comes down to overcoming like our indecisiveness. It's not about having 5 good players, it's about having like everyone come together and form like one unstoppable force.
Voltron!
I was going to do the fist, but that works too.
That's comedic. We'll get it next time. Let's see what's happening on the blue side with Team Dignitas as we go through the rosters. That's going to be Zion Spartan in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Shifter at mid lane. I'm a QtPie at AD carry and Kiwi Kid on support.
And on the red side, it's Complexity up top, Westrice. In the jungle, Kez, mid Prawley, AD carry Robert X. Lee, and support Bubba.
So heading into Champion Select, if they were to form, where do you think QtPie is? He's kind of an attacker, so would he be like a right fist?
Sure.
All right. Well, there you are.
I didn't watch a lot of Voltron, more Power Rangers here. And by the way, QtPie would probably be the green dude.
All right. Any reason?
No particular reason.
No backup. All right, I like it.
No.
I like it.
I was just wandering off into the deep end there.
We'll see if Dignitas can keep from doing that against Complexity one more time. A team that has had their number. Even since Loudamortis was on the team, you remember back to MLG, Complexity was the team to shut down Dignitas' winning streak during that split. So these guys have always had a little bit of what you need to beat Dignitas. Now, Dig, they've gotten the solo laners they wanted coming into the split. Hasn't been the win for them every game, but we do see a lot of that power coming from those lanes. As you were saying, the crutch kind of coming from that bottom lane. hasn't been able to produce too much. We've seen that when Kiwi Kid could play Annie, when Cutie Pie was on Draven, when they were playing killers, when they were in that kill lane. Now, it doesn't seem to work on the sit back on your heels and wait for something to happen kind of thing.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting because you never want to develop a pattern to your play in League of Legends because it becomes very easy for someone else to just study it and then counter you. So Dignitas with this recent pattern kind of emerging where they do camp top and then they try and have Zion use his lead up there to save the other sides of the map is a little bit troubling for Dignitas. We'll have to see if they come out with something else because Complexity have been a team that study past games very, very intently. So they will definitely recognize that and look for something. We'll see if Kez tries to go for counter ganks up top with Crumbs, or if they try to just swing their bottom lane really early. If they know Crumbs is top, then that opens up bottom side for extra aggression.
See if the bans come out. Kog'Maw goes down this time. He won't be in the game. Let's see what these teams have for each other. Gragas was picked up by
no Trist ban yet
in that last
for
game.
Robert. One of the most common things we see against Complexity is the Tristana ban, just because he has a lot of success on it, but not so far. And if you ban out Kog'Maw, then pretty much the queen there for late game is Trist. Rengar ban is also very interesting because Lee Sin is still up. So there's a Elise and Rengar ban. However, pretty much the #1 most sought after jungler still available. Complexity have to choose between giving up Lee Sin or giving up a very strong top laner to Zion Spartan. There's so many things right now. It looks like they are going to trade power picks here probably. Crumbs, I'm pretty sure Dig would want Crumbs on that Lee Sin, and they'd probably go for that with their first pick if it does get through, in which case Complexity would have to have a backup plan.
Banned out there. Ooh. Well, the blind pick, Kassadin, comes in.
People have been wondering, since the Kassadin nerf is a very interesting nerf to Kassadin, increasing the time on his activation of the W. It makes it much harder for him to CS. It reduces the amount of sustain for him mana that he has in lane.
Right.
So it's very interesting. We'll have to see if Kassadin still has the same amount of power, can still CS well through the early part of the game, because that's probably where it hurts him most. But man, did Froggen have a crazy game when that was let through in Europe.
Maybe just a little bit.
We'll see if Shifter can do a similar thing here, because Shifter, as everyone keeps talking about lately, he's been sort of hanging back. He hasn't really been putting himself in dangerous situations. Kassadin is great though for the old style that Shifter used to play when he was like an Ahri main, where he can go find people, snipe them, chase them down if they're out of position at all.
Something that definitely ticked in my brain when I saw that pickup as well is he's in the fight with that pick. Scary situation in Shifter's play style. Tristana is locked in. Robert Exley gets his 80 carry of choice, and Kez, he's been wreaking some good havoc on this Eve recently. He's been between Elise and Eve when he can lately, mostly Elise. But with that being banned out, right back to the stealth.
Yeah, we'll see what jungler number 5 is on Crumb's list. Probably Jarvan, but we'll have to see if that changes due to picks. Jarvan's probably the most next highly valued jungler overall, but they could definitely tailor a special pick here because they have locked in Nidalee once again. Gragas still available for Westrice, by the way. However, with Westrice's recent trend toward building full tank, I don't like a Gragas pickup for him, or at least I don't want him to build full tank if he does pick up that Gragas.
Slow movement here coming from Complexity. They know they're dealing with a composition that can siege them out and then pick somebody off, or just pick somebody off if they want at any given time.
The scariest thing for Complexity right now is a split pushing Nidalee. So that's what's facing them right now. That plus the possibility of a Kassadin getting fed off an early kill. So Complexity have to worry about what can we do if we're faced with a strong split pushing Nidalee late. They lock in some wave clear. Ziggs, one of Frawley's favorite champions, if not his top choice.
Yeah.
So not only is he going to have the extra wave clear, but he's also going to be on a very comfortable pick, and it will help him hold his own in this lane versus the new Kassadin.
A jungler for Dig. Crumbs likes his Vi.
We'll see here, because Complexity, it's very obvious what Complexity are going for here. They're like, okay, we need to stall, buy time for Tristana. Robert does go early static Shiv, so it'll probably be a static Shiv Trist wave clearing and a Ziggs wave clearing. And it's up to Dignitas to create some action. They'll use that Nidalee split push and then have Kassadin try and chase people down in the 4-man squad as Nidalee tries to pull this Complexity team apart. But Complexity do have plenty of wave clear.
See how Dig decides to play this one. Last time Crumbs brought out Nunu, that was EG in week 9. That was the game that they did not die at all, that shutout versus EG. So they play a very around the opposing team game as opposed to through the opposing team game. And right now, kind of have a little bit of both. They can play that split push around, but you can also get that Kassadin to pick people off and go right through the front door when you get them down. Complexity looking to answer, having to deal with both of those types of compositions.
Yeah, Nunu, I really like Nunu as in the pick for Crumbs nowadays with the style that he has been trending towards, where he really likes to go very utility-based as a jungler. And when you combo that with Jinx, they can just take down turret after turret. If he's ever left alone, Cutie Pie with the Blood Boil would make very, very quick work of any turrets. We'll see how Crumbs does in the early game, though, keeping this Evelynn down, deep warding. There is a nice little bonus, too, for Nunu now that the Ancient Golem was changed. The bonus 25% health that you get from that applies to the Nunu buffs that he gets for himself when he consumes jungle golems. So he gets a very large health pool very early on here. And it will help Dignitas make use of the early control that they want to try and create around this mid lane Kassadin.
Taking one last quick look at that top laner selection coming in for Westrice, and that's going to be his first Aurelia that he's going to try to put onto the table. We've seen that coming from NACS Dyrus a few times, so it'll be interesting in the top lane. Let's do some quick number crunching over at LoLesports.com. 72% of you calling this match for Dignitas.
If you disagree, though, remember, you can share your pick by tweeting at LO Esports and use the hashtag either DIGWin or COL1. However, remember, this is a complexity game, so pace yourself. You might have 80 minutes to fill and keep updating.
That's right. Keep that poll open. You will keep voting as well. The Tristana's out for Robert X. Lee. The Siege protection is there from Ziggs, and they can give as much as they can get, so I'm going to see if Probably can get himself into a situation where he can have fun in that mid lane. They got a lot of wheelhouse champions that they picked up. Not a lot that have trickled down where they would feel uncomfortable. So Complexity could, again, be the kryptonite for Dig.
Yeah, the thing I need to focus on is that Aurelia pick that they locked in last second. It's been used a couple times already as this counter pick to Nidalee and hasn't worked out at all. In both scenarios, Aurelia got crushed. So if Dignitas stay with their old strategy and they do focus that top lane and get Zion ahead early, it could turn into the same situation. Split pushing Zion Spartan, getting out of control. Evelynn, though, is always great to have on your team. So Westrice, he does have a little bit of backing if he plays more like his old self and very aggressive and starts bluffing a lot, going for trades in lane. Zion will have to always have that in the back of his mind. Kez could be sitting right behind Westrice.
Very early pink ward control used by Crumbs. We'll see where they decide to put this one down. Should be right behind the red buff. If they do, it doesn't look like that Complexity is going to get inside this jungle too easily without being seen. They actually haven't put any breadcrumb wards at their red, so they're going full bore on this.
Just outside range.
Oh, no. Too bad, so sad.
So that's another thing. You always have to be aware when you're against an Evelynn. They can use Evelynn as a scout for the early game. Danger, danger right there. Great hook, though, from Bubba Dub. It was pretty easy because Kiwi Kid's standing still, but just outside of range. He goes for the max range hook. Gets it just from the Fog of War, using his mobile ward, Evelynn, to scout for him.
So the Fairy Charm comes out for Probably. He goes for the mana regen on that and a pink ward.
They're looking for another pick here for Complexity.
Oh.
But Robert kind of gives it away here, charging the bush.
They got a good ward as well that'll tell them if they scoop up towards red. But Complexity has laid some very deep wards to start this one off.
And Pralia has purchased a pink ward with his first back there on the first blood money.
Right.
So actually, even with the increased money that you get for first blood now, he still opts to go for the vision route. And he gets extra mana regeneration, which will definitely help him out as well, harassing down this Kassadin. That's not going to help, though. Need to land those bombers.
Good wards placed in the top lane by Zion Spartan. He knows he will have Westrice, and he's going to have a level 2 advantage here. Westrice taking a bit to get there. We do see in this game that there's a bit of help given to the junglers. And this level 2 may be in favor of Robert X lead to Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid. Lanes begin with a 500 gold lead and a kill in favor of Complexity.
Yeah, plus with that lane ward up there from Dig, they were checking just in case Complexity were thinking about doing a lane swap because of that trend where Aurelia gets destroyed by Nidalee. We'll see, though. There's a reason that people have been picking it against her. Just haven't been able to execute. You know, if she does get ahead, Aurelia is one of the best at snowballing against ranged champions that are squishier. Since Aurelia has that reliable gap closer, if she does get a lead, you know, building offensively, as pretty much all Aurelias go for the rush Trinity Force. If you can get to that point, and Nidalee hasn't been able to build up a sizable lead, then she can take over in the matchup.
Kiwi Kid and Cutie Pie trying to get this pushed up a bit so they can harass Robert X Lee, make it hard for him to farm under the turret. He has leveled his explosive shot, unlike Double Lift in our previous game.
Well, yeah, in the 2 versus 2.
Right.
An explosive shot is
steady.
The most important skill for Tristana, even arguably over her escape, because there's so much trading power with explosive shot, plus you are able to shove the lane. He's keeping it just in front of his turret too, by the way. But here it is.
So if we remember this last time, Kobe, Zion and Crumbs were a menace in the top lane. Continuously healing, Crumbs would consume, and that split push could not be stopped when they played this composition last time.
Yeah, as we said, it's back to the same old strategy. Crumbs camping out in Zion's lane, and they have the range advantage.
Yeah.
See if Complexity decide to force this fight, though. Kez right behind Westrice.
Oh!
Can't sneak quite in
Oh
there.
my god, he made it! Where's the stun? Doesn't have the surge? Yes, he does. He was just waiting for that first leap. The passive movement speed helping just ever so slightly out of the brush.
Pretty big chunk there.
Good bubble. Great bubble, but the turnaround from the Flay denied Cutie Pie's damage during the bubble. What a hit! The heal comes out. He jumps and goes down mid-flight. Houston, we have a problem. AD carries down.
Both AD carries do go down, but the experience for the kill goes to Robert here.
Oh, Crumbs being a menace. Oh, nicely satchel charged. Probably getting what he wants. A few more damage attacks. And he's back to being safe in lane. Low in mana, though. He won't be here for long. Let's see this again.
Yeah, let's take a look at the beginning of this fight.
The Flay is so good here.
All right. Bubble land to start it off? Yeah, Bubble lands to start off. Time it with the zap, but Bubba gets that nice play.
Yeah.
And then combo.
Ooh. Aggression all over.
Look at the CS, though. The nerfs to Kassadin didn't hurt him that much. If it wasn't for that gank, he would have got a couple more CS as well. Pretty much dead even, so looks like those changes not that big of a deal.
Well, probably he's going to stay. It looks like he's going to allow Shifter to back on this one. Shifter, remember, he has teleport. We haven't seen 6 yet from Kassadin. He's very, very close, so there may be a play to be had there. Double teleport coming in as well from Zion, so a lot of chaos can be created in an instant here by Dignitas. The 2 kills, however, what Complexity was looking for. It's what we've been saying throughout the weeks. What they need is that early game lead, and with having it, let's see how they start to push it. It's already a 10 and 20 CS lead from mid and bottom lane.
Yeah, and as we said, focused on that bottom lane for Complexity. Robert, strong start for him. He's going to have that experience edge on Cutie Pie. See if they continue the aggression down bottom, though, because Crumbs has not gone back to that strategy with Zion quite yet.
That's true.
And he didn't get Zion that lead by visiting up there, so looks like he's headed up there to finish his business, though, at the moment, clearing out that pink ward.
Taking some time. So without seeing too much jungler presence in those wards, Dignitas should be able to tell that Kez is on the other side of the map, at least at this point, with having all that time to take out Pink. But Dignitas, with a bit of a knowledge buff here, aren't really able to use it just yet. They do have an upper hand, but they haven't bought yet. Probably still with a bit on him. Actually, he did go back to buy finally. So waiting for this dragon then. Just a little bit of a hesitation.
Yeah, both top laners going to be able to save their teleports here. Both very healthy. And Westrise has done a good job in this matchup. Staying even here. We'll see if this is the game where the Aurelia counterpick shines.
Yeah.
Maybe he's the guy to do it.
Double Dorns on both sides. They're trying to match each other's wits and damage so far. The sustain hasn't helped too much in that bottom lane. Pretty much just even on both sides. Looking at Summoner Flashes both up for complexity, and only that for Cutie Pie. See if Kez decides to go bottom lane here with complexity after this. The blue buff being given over could really mean blue or dragon.
Well, the thing is, it's very dangerous for Kez to ever go bottom because Dig have 2 teleports.
That's true.
And the big thing for Dig is, if Dig are going to win this game, it's going to be a really good Kassadin teleport that gets Kassadin snowballing. So they have to be careful. If they go bottom like this, they can't overcommit.
Ooh, he had him marked. Looks like he's going to try to take a bite out of Crime on this one. Level 6 is going down. It's going to be an all-out battle going toe-to-toe. 300 HP on both sides. Bottom lane as well. Dignitas Kiwi Kid goes down. The top fight is still going back and forth. Zion running away bleeding. Westrice also in the same condition. There's a level up from Westrice, a bit of HP there. Zion Spartan probably hitting the same soon.
Comes on a ward.
Got the Primal Surge for HP. Westrice, oh my gosh, he's gonna get frosted up here. Can he take that many turret shots? Zion Spartan misses the spear with the slow. How unfortunate. Stunned up under the turret. Crumbs still tanking. A good communication on how they executed, but a failure on getting that HP down on Westrice.
Great escape by Westrise, but they are probably going to lose the turret because the blood boil up top, they will take it very quickly with that minion wave. So good job by Complexity. As soon as that jungler is up top, they take the dragon. It's already been a trade for Complexity. Even though they know they're going to lose this turret, they've made the answer. Dragon Gold going to go over to Complexity. And Minion Wave Gold going to go over to Raleigh. That zigs.
There's a golf clap. Definitely a golf clap on that one. Well played. 13-5 to 11-7. Some cheeky plays keeps Complexity very much ahead.
And with all of that action on top, action on bottom, Shifter did not use his teleport because they were giving him blue at that time. So maybe that was fortunate for Complexity because Shifter was not really free, I guess, to go join either of those fights. Did not use his teleport to change the tide of battle. More focused on grabbing that blue at the time, I think. It doesn't look like he's even wearing it. He was up sitting there by the blue buff. And it looks like Crumbs even probably got it.
Good pink ward clear. Kez keeping himself safe with a few more wards of his own. And Krems is definitely wearing that buff. May have been a quick run from lane or red buff that took it out for him in the last few moments. Safe play from Bubba Dub and Robert X. Lee. 10 minutes into the game, it's 3-1, and Complexity having a lead again. 2,000 gold on Dignitas. Crumbs wants this half of the map now for Vision.
It seems like the same story for every Complexity game, though. They almost always get this early lead. Recently, in the last few games, they've gotten this nice start to the game. And then mid-game, they just kind of lose
they peter
their
out.
way. They don't really have a plan for the mid-game. See if it happens this time, too. They kind of just taper off and they start wandering around. See if they can actually get something in motion this time around. Make use of this gold lead because they have all the tools. They've got a Ziggs for wave clearing. They've got a very strong start for Robert X. Lee in the bottom lane, which is just what they want.
Will they be able to activate anything, though? Completely even. CS to CS in that bottom lane. Nicely done by Prolly, forcing Shifter into that wave, stopping him from ever teleporting into making plays. It's just for a back right now, but that peace of mind.
Yeah, I mean, the teleport is on Shifter, but Prolly has had more global presence than Shifter has, with just his ultimate clearing out side lane waves. So Prolly so far getting the better of this matchup.
Definitely, and that 30 CS lead's not going to hurt either. quick builds coming in. Robert actually decides to go for a bit of damage on that pickaxe as he throws in a bit of what could be a static shiv to start off. And he's matching Cutie Pie's damage. So those early kills did make a difference. Just out of range. I don't know if Crumbs is even going to try to work off of this one, but they do know overall. Now Kez in the bottom lane, so he can counter what's about to happen.
What is Shifter doing here? He's wandering up towards Westrise. It looks like they do want to...
He's going to go top, double tap, and then teleport down.
Double teleport. They could if they get a kill. It looks like they want to use this turret sort of as bait for Westrise.
Yeah.
But man, the no boots Kassadin roam, and he doesn't get anything out of it. Such a slow trek up to that top lane. Doesn't cost them any minions here though. Cannon minion did tank all of the turret. Okay, he lost one melee and then also that melee there. So it was 2 melees. One before he even got there.
It's turning against him fast. 3,000 gold lead. There we go. Zion Spartan's gonna have some free farm. Shifter comes back. He's got the blasting wand, and that's a little bit of the in-your-face he wanted to start hitting probably up with low mana.
Yeah, I guess we do see some of the other changes in action there though, because
slow.
He doesn't have his boots, and the slow was reduced to just 1 second. So
yeah,
not able to continue the chase there after he jumps in.
Primal surges. Nidalee going to be able to heal up quite fast and get that attack speed onto the turret. So global gold going down. 17,000 as they close that gap a bit, and some local gold for Zion Spartan to try and get that Triforce built. Another game with 2 Triforce members to come in during that fight time. You should see a big explosion from them around 15-20 minutes as they get those items completed. Bottom turret getting taken down as Complexity wants to even up the map.
Ooh.
Great bubble.
Still get it? Still gets it,
Just
even though the bubble hits.
So we got a minute on Dragon Kobe. Got some good finished up items here. Doesn't look like Cutie Pie is going to have the Infinity Edge. Well, we are still going to get, should be a pretty good fight out of this, especially with the teleports. This 1v1 is great.
Yeah, action-packed up here. And the Aurelia into Nidalee pick is working out this time. As we said, Westrise has matured over this split.
Yeah.
Maybe most improved player, actually, in the North American LCS. We'll see, though. A little early. A little early to declare that.
Giving yourself an out on that one?
Just in case he goes full Westrise.
Never go full Westrise. Probably, he's safe. He's got blue buff. He'll be able to get some bombs down, at least lay the minefield if he's even really pressured there. He has a nice 40 CS lead in the mid lane.
And just look at Robert. Man. Every time, Robert on this Tristana, he's so comfortable. He makes these aggressive plays all game long. As soon as he gets his static shiv, he is in your face. He roams around the map. They swing mid to try and shove that turret. As soon as they get their bottom turret down, he's all over. They're clearing out all the vision, taking down pink ward number 2. Dragon is prepped for. There's a blue buff on Ziggs. He can zone out on the ramps over to Dragon. There's no vision. Really strong control here of the early game. Once again, from Complexity.
Oh, the tidal wave goes through, and they are just stuck in the absolute zero, thrown up against the wall. Crumbs gets crushed down, and it looks like Westrise gets the teleport in, and Complexity regains composure on this. Good sight from the Zap.
Zion does not have his teleport, by the way, so Zion's got to walk all the way down here. Complexity can't dilly-dally. If they wait around too long, Zion will join, and Zion is full life.
Shifter can definitely make an impact along with Zion. That's the Dragon going over to Kez, and they are trying to exit stage right very fast on this. Complexity gets out 2 of 2 Dragons. Dig starts to push.
It's not over yet, though. What is going to be the response from Dig? Because they took a lot of damage, Complexity, on that Dragon. So Dig can still answer here.
But that's the thing. They have all of these tools to shut those answers down. Back to bottom lane. Mid lane's covered. What plays by Complexity to squeeze that out again?
That's that Ziggs and Tristana with Shiv wave clear that we talked about in Champ Select. Complexity are definitely playing to their champion strengths here. Very, very well played here so far. Question is, still though, the mid game. Will they be able to execute?
Oh, that's a good play by Westrise. You can still see the icon on the mini-map, and that means that buff is still alive in some aspect. Unfortunately, just a small
lizard. In the
lizard.
form of a tiny lizard.
Yep. Good trade. Blue buffs onto both mid laners, so he's going to be more than happy to keep that going. Probably's got ult down and both summoners. Very big power play here for Shifter to get his harass on and possibly get something of a play here with the rest of the team. Crumbs is going to try for bottom, so maybe Shifter's going to hold off for now.
See if Westrise can answer. This turret is very low, and Kez is in position for the dive. See if Zion shows his face up there.
Bubdub is pinging this out. He's saying, this is not good. There's way too much dark on the map. We don't see. He's able to quickly deter Crumbs off of that. The teleport comes in. Again, probably throws it all the way over the entire team, clearing out the turret so it can't be taken down. They still have that lane pressure.
Yeah, 100% the right call there from Prawley. He's all about the wave control, clearing off minion waves left and right with that Ziggs ultimate. Yep. That's why I've been so surprised that Xerath is the super popular pick for North America, even when Ziggs is up. Prawley definitely showcasing the strengths. Woo. Here. Trading bottom for mid pressure. See if it pays out here for Complexity. They definitely have position on mid, and Cassidy has nothing to say about it.
Great wards. Great wards for Complexity. They have pinks on their side, and they're slowly moving up vision wards in a nice line across. It's allowed them to safely take that mid. They did lose bottom, but at 4-1, they have a 4,000 gold lead just under 20 minutes into the game.
See how Complexity can set up that mid game, because they need the vision line. They've had a problem where teams will just make moves in the mid game and take objectives while Complexity don't have time to react. So the way they get around that would be if they can get more deep wards down, so they can see the plays of their enemies a few seconds earlier. Give them time to react. Plus, they need to be timing much better. They should have the exact dragon timer, and they should be able to prep the side lane push with their aggression.
Something Dignitas is set up for. We saw this game previously with the new Italy composition go much cleaner. We said there was 0 kills against Dignitas in that game, and they were able to pretty much just dodge out any attacks and take down every structure they needed at the correct time. Blue transferred over to Prawley. Will Complexity be able to pretty much put a thorn in the side of Dignitas once again here? They're looking to make a pick.
Yeah, let's see here, because they previously cleared out this pink ward. Bubadub's baiting right now. The other thing that's really the biggest point on the map right now is the blue buff of Dignitas. Complexity would love to control that as well.
And they're gonna. Let's go straight for it.
Looks like they do, because we have hit that point in the Aurelia versus Nidalee matchup where Nidalee wasn't able to punish Aurelia early. So Zion always has to be worried about that reliable gap closer, has to give space to Westrise every time he goes aggressive.
The finished up Triforce to the pieces of a Triforce aren't the fight you want. That's a gun to a knife fight. Or a knife to a gun fight. Either way, you don't want to fight it.
Westrise is the one with the gun.
They get out, nicely played, safety on the Thresh Express.
And they can easily swing over to the top, so it's 2 turrets for 1 here in the trade, and a kill.
Dignitas is definitely making some going for broke calls here. They're going to try to trade inhibitors on either side. The teleport going back, it's actually going to be the back, so he's not in a bad spot. Home guard's coming out, no, not even second boots, so they're going to be inhibitor turrets for inhibitor
Westrise does have his teleport, though, so they send Westrise back. If he can chase these 2 members off the turret, then he can teleport down and get the extra... Oh, he's going to go for the kill.
He's on to Cutie Pie. That's the absolute 0. Cutie's in range. A few more attacks. Westrise getting hit back. The zap and the slow hit. Bobadub with the flash. He's going to be able to lock down Cutie Pie. No! He grabs Crumbs as Cutie Pie gets excited and sidesteps the play. Wait a minute. They didn't even get the inhibitor turret on the other side, did they?
Bit of miscommunication, I think, as Westrise and Bubadub don't charge in at the same time. If the flash play was there earlier when Westrise committed, let's take a look at this. Box in the back, Bubadub's running up, and Bubadub doesn't want to walk through the absolute 0, but he still gets slowed by the edge of it. So that's why he was so far back. Crumbs is zoning there with the absolute 0 and popping it just to tag and get the slow down onto Bubadub. Delayed the flash play long enough so that Cutie Pie was able to kite Westrise.
This is bad now. There's blood in the water for Dignitas, and they want more. They feel like they have the upper hand, and they may have just put Complexity on of second-guessing type of form. They are not coming towards this dragon.
We highlighted that bottom lane for Dig, and there was a big outplay there by Cutie Pie and Crumbs. So it definitely got them a little bit of leverage to get back in this game. However, they're still facing Ziggs Trist, and they're still facing an early game lead from Complexity. Dragon getting collapsed on. Kez in perfect position for flanking.
He gets the whole lag, he's embraced! That's the Mega Inferno Bomb, and they ride the wave, but they're gonna dive right under it and try to get through. A good slow for the disengage, but Dignitas staring Complexity down from the other side, taking some Polaroids here. Soon to get an engage maybe, but it looks like they're gonna actually have to give up Dragon purely on positioning.
Yeah, and
Great
purely
attack.
on that
Great
Ziggs
attack.
mine zone control right there.
Yeah.
It just sets up the entire river. You can't walk through any space of the river without taking some form of damage from Prawley.
So many AoE ultimates to just hit at the same time.
That flank was beautiful. Kez into Prawley ultimate right there. Great combo to chunk pretty much the whole team down to half life.
Yeah. Kez, he's been waiting for it. We've seen a lot of Eves patiently waiting for that attack, and once they get it, it completely goes in your favor, and you know why they waited so patiently to get it. Good things come to those who wait. 5K gold lead here, 5-4 in turrets. Unfortunately for Complexity, one of those 4 turrets was their bottom inhibitor. If Baron goes down at any time here within the next 5 or so minutes, it's going to be a rush for Dignitas in their favor down to the bottom lane. Still, easier said than done. They're going to have to make that happen, and Dignitas knows that...
What minion wave?
Dignitas knows that Baron in the past has been good and bad for them.
Yeah, you can see how this shove is not going to work in mid. Even though they had 3 people mid, Prawley alone can defend it. And the split push battle between Westrice and Zion Spartan just keeps getting more and more interesting because of the fact that Westrice needs extra vision. He would like to pressure Zion more, but he needs more vision down there to be able to do it. And Zion can almost never go that aggressive on Westrice because of the invisibility of Evelynn. He always has to be worried about the positioning of the Complexity jungler, and always has to be second-guessing himself. Red buff would be a huge upper hand in that duel, though, in the split-pushing duel.
Looks like they do take to it. Robert Exley is actually going to leave Shifter alone in that top lane. Knows he has to be with the team. Go to where they will be teleporting. Right now, they do have that one for Nidalee at least locked down. Westrice backing, so he won't be able to lock it down. Oh, man. Oh, man! Oh, my gosh! Whew. Whew.
The heal, get him out of that execute range for Jinx Rocket. You want to pop it before the rocket. Does collide. Reduce damage.
That was going to be pretty big. It does not look like they can stop this now, Kobe. Dignitas has put themselves in somewhat of that 1-3-1. A little squishy here on the top side. It's kind of squeezing into a 4-1, but they had it.
Yeah, let's see what a couple crits can do for you. Cutie Pie getting the first shots fired there on Robert gives a huge advantage. When all the AD carries are going these crit builds here, Static Shiv, Infinity Edge, if you open up your AD carry duel and you hit the other guy with a crit and a Static Shiv crit, they have to back off. They have to respect the RNG.
Got to do it.
Because you can't count on your crit coming. You have to like, oh yeah, you got yours, mine's coming too, probably, right?
Wait, let me flip the coin, heads or tails.
Maybe?
Well, it's not going to matter soon once they get enough damage to just make every shot hit like a crit, and it's going to be quite soon. 2 items for both AD carries. We have big core items coming in for the mids, and the Triforces for the top laners. So a bit of spike here that they've been using for some time. This next fight will definitely tell how it's going to go a little more and in favor of who.
Yeah, Complexity going to force the issue here. They are facing a double teleport team, so the time definitely is against them. They have to actually make a move to force one of the teleports back. Otherwise, the double lanes of split push, 1-3-1, gets the advantage for Dig here, and Shifter's almost on the turret. Looks like Complexity are going to do a weird rotation down bottom, but there's plenty of wards here for Dig. They have good defensive wards, so Zion should be okay.
That's not terrible damage.
What an outplay from Dig here. Using the double teleport to gain position all over the map. They get a turret for their troubles. Great rotation from Dig.
Playing around Complexity now, making sure they don't have any ways to flank this. Shifter still has eyes on Westrice. They're making that call. Beautiful job to not tunnel in on a attack they thought they had. That was a good rotation from Complexity to kind of clean up what they were losing, but that's mending what has been going wrong for them so far. It has not been an easy past 6 minutes. Complexity has been losing quite a bit in their gold lead.
This picture...
5,000, but not that much.
This picture looks familiar. 26 minutes in, Complexity, even though they have the gold lead, they're getting outplayed with the movements across the map. Giving back gold to Dig.
This is kind of where they leave themselves. The early kind of lane win champions, something that they can have, a good harass from a Tristana, but there's no engage now. They're only clearing waves. They're trying to find where Kez can get in for an engage, and they're not getting anything secretive because Dig has all the vision they need.
It is becoming very difficult for them to find that flank with Kez. And they really do need Westerice to be there because Westerice is the one who can actually force the issue and make the fight happen when he dives in. If he's not there, it all depends on Bubadub landing that hook or Robert just going crazy and rocket jumping in. If they don't have that, then it's so hard for Complexity to actually force their fight. And we're seeing their troubles here because Westerice is needed as the split push threat. He can't be in 2 places at once. Both the engage for the team as well as the split push to hold off the Dig teleport. Here's the collapse, though. They finally find a flank, and Bubadub goes.
This needs to happen. The teleport coming in just above and below. That's going to be Westerice. We also have Zion Spartan coming in as well. Good shots onto Crumbs, the focus of all 5.
They need to force either an inhibitor or a Baron right now. They can run down mid and force an inhibitor because they're getting forced on both sides here by Dig. Dig are at least getting an inhibitor in answer for this Baron.
Very interesting.
Oh, Zion might have to back up due to Westerice.
Be the right call. They have good damage. Going to be the takedown there. Teleport coming in is going to help Westerice.
He turns around
help Zion for Westerice. And they're going to be able to go ahead and grab this one. So they do lose the inhib, but they have lanes pushed for top and mid to retaliate on. Very interesting play. Complexity gets a fight they want. I was about to question how they weren't taking these fights. Probably 2,000 gold up on Shifter. They need to pressure a bit of that advantage here. With Baron now, they're going to be able to clean up a bit of the mess in base. See what they can push.
You have to say it's well played by Dig to get these trades while they're sitting in this gold deficit. Dig are playing it well at this point with what they're working with. Both of them can jump over. They're fine. So Dig, yes, they gave up kills. They're like, oh my god, we just got flanked. We got outplayed. Complexity just caught us.
What do we got?
However, what can we do in this? Great reaction from Dig. They get an inhibitor in trade for a Baron, which is a pretty even trade in itself, but then also swinging down to Dragon means they get the global gold to make up for it as well, and it's a pretty even draw there again for Dig. So even though they get caught out, they make the best of the bad situation, and they only have to burn one of their teleports to make that inhibitor trade answer.
See if they can now answer with an inhibitor of their own. Got a bit to work these super mini waves in the bottom. They'll leave that up to Westerice. But now with Baron down, hopefully they can pressure the map a little bit more.
Yeah, the question is, what can Complexity do in the aftermath? Because they're wearing that Baron buff, and the teleports are down now. This is their window. This is where Complexity should be going for the strong offensive move. However, they're just wandering around the map once again. Mid-game here. Looks like they want to group up. Robert just went back to buy. That might have been what they were waiting for.
You got a Bloodthirster.
Push. Now they definitely need to make the call and make it for a hard play. It looks like they are going to do it.
They are hitting a lot of pings. They're on the win for summoners being active. That's for damn sure. Robert actually very safe with Cutie Pie having no summoners, trying to stack and keep that Bloodthirster stacked, as that is his 3rd item buy. We see a lot of Triss doing that, being targeted. After that jump away, you still have a lot of gap closer coming from Shifter.
This looks like a bluff here from Dig because their teleport on Nidalee is down for a little bit longer, but Complexity have 2 teleports to keep track of, and they may not have correctly timed that Nidalee teleport. Westerice going back to base already. Looks like he's going to answer.
Ooh, they do bite on it.
They lose another turret, though. Slowly, Dignitas, they're clawing their way back into this game. You have to give them props.
That was with Baron. No pressure to a turret with Complexity having Baron, and Zion Spartan was able to make it coast to coast for a turret. Way too lax of play here. Now, Baroned up Aurelia, chasing down Zion. Spartan getting passive movement speed out of the brush, gets nothing out of it, and he can still teleport or stay and harass. Dignitas is really getting the chess pieces in order to throw it back right towards Complexity's base again.
Interesting call here because now it's Westrice left stranded up in the top lane with no teleport. And a 4-member squad of Complexity who are in danger of being engaged upon 5 versus 4. If Zion headed down here, then it could be a pretty easy chase for Dig. Does Shifter have Azanias? Yes, Shifter has Azanias.
Oh, yeah.
They do have the ability to force.
It's a few fights now, actually.
He gets in there. And it looks like Zion's slowly working his way around the jungle here. Maybe they'll go for it.
So this is what the situation, we always say this is one of the harder ones to grab, but this is actually what it looks like when you may be up in gold, but you're behind in the fight. This isn't still one of the easiest turrets to take. They're pushing them off them with ease, off it with ease.
Now that Westrice is not on the map, it would definitely deter Dig from going for that engage, by the way.
Right.
So when they see him, then they had a small window there where they might have been able to force it if they had correct timing on the teleport of Westrice. But now that Westrice went into the jungle and he was getting that red buff, there's no way that Dig would want to force that being down this far in gold and Baron buff, which has finally worn off.
We're seeing the effect of static shiv and bouncing bombs come into play now. Robert X. Lee just in range. Oh boy. This can be close. They get Kiwi Kid very, very close to the fight. Tidal Wave goes out. A lot of AoE back towards Dignitas as they kite the fight, staying safe and protecting the
Great
turret.
disengage from Complexity. They buy time for Westrice to come on down, and they collapse. This should be another turret for them. Great AoE chunking done by the Complexity squad.
Just a few more shots. Perseverance pays off for Complexity in the bottom lane. Ooh, Bubba Dev squeaking out of that one. Looks like with an 8,000 gold lead, Westrice is trying to wreak havoc in the mid lane. Not going to be an easy task past this team.
Yeah, the biggest thing here is Prolly's out of mana, and he cannot afford to be out of mana when the Baron spawns. So Complexity definitely want to buy time for a Prolly recall so he can at least go get some mana back. Dragon will be the first item on the list, though, before Baron even comes up. See if Complexity control it, because they did leave behind that trail of wards in the red side jungle. Good preparation and forethought, which we are looking for from Complexity.
Yeah.
Leaving behind that vision so that they can set up and take that dragon. 45 seconds, though. Please no. Whose dream is that?
80-minute nightmare.
I mean, they definitely have the ability to do it. They've got Ziggs and Trist with, so Complexity could easily make that call. However, they've got such a good lead to work with. They don't have to make that call.
No, but consistency tells us they do. 6-6 here at turrets. A lot of sweeping going on, but no forward movement has yet happened. Let's see another 1v1 between these two. It's going to be these guys teleports up with the Baron in 30, and whatever the remains of this dragon are probably going to be a Baron.
There's that well-prepped dragon, full vision on the red side jungle. Westrice, though, 2 versus 1. He's going to have to call people off dragon to help.
They did not get dragon just yet. They want to get these kills. They think these kills can go straight towards the base. 50 seconds on the timers. Can they close in the gap? Shifter makes it out alive. Westrice can't get himself in range. And what is going to happen? Dig's going down mid.
This is a blood-boiled jinx. This tower is going down in seconds when they start hitting it. There we go.
Takes a moment to get there. Tiny feet, small walker. Good shots. Takes it down. Cutie Pie envisioning everything as turrets as he drops them down to the ground, and so be it for the mid one as well. 7-6 as they break down a bit more vision on the map for Complexity, gain themselves a bit more gold. Still 7,000 deficit is what they're working with, but somehow persevering, and they're on the up and up here.
They have done a good job of answering. Whenever Complexity make a move, they punish them. 1 kill for Complexity for a tower for Dignitas. So once again, making the best of their bad situation. Complexity, what they need to do is start committing less resources to the plays that they go for. One person to take Dragon, that's all it takes for them. They don't need to send a whole team down there. So they just use Robert to get it this time. If they don't commit so many resources to one side of the map, then they can stop this trading from Dig. They can stop Dig continuing to answer and continue to play this guerrilla warfare tactic and grab things on the other side of the map.
It's crazy this always happens between these two teams. Like, the consistency is just unreal. Always pushing each other to the brink of should we not. Seeing a game previously where they took everything like it was theirs from the beginning, but now not. It's very different when Dig and Complexity get together, but it's always enjoyable to watch, nonetheless. Right now, 3 to 8, very low kill day all across the board. This time, we're on to Baron.
Really quickly here. Complexity, they really need to draw out one of these teleports to even up the ground, because Dignitas have been utilizing that global transportation advantage that they have. The extra mode.
Man.
Looks like they can't make the choice, though. They have to send Ziggs back for the wave clear. Once again, Dignitas get the positional advantage. Will they get collapsed on, though? Crumb seems like he's out of
All right, Kaz, nice hold on the Agony's Embrace. Didn't have too much of a grouping there to really use his ultimate, but they are in
going
move
down.
mode. They need to get into the right spot. Shifter's in the base. He's going to be rolling around without chase going on, actually. Looks like they could get Zion Spartan here. A lot's being used just for this engage. We're going to have Shifter on the other side. Complexity's going to have to run a full map to do anything off of this. So they
kill, but Dig get an inhibitor.
Right.
Still, they get something large out of this. And it's so hard for Complexity to send their whole team to Baron, because then Dignitas could pressure on Nexus turrets. If Dignitas keep waiting in the shadows over here, they can make that shove for Nexus turrets.
It's going to be for Nexus.
Complexity again, a little bit of overcommitment.
Oh my gosh.
5 people over
my
Baron.
gosh.
Westrise has to go back, okay. The stop, what a shot from Cutie Pie.
Very nice job. They're going to be able to get something big out of this. Right into the middle of it. Shifter throws on the Zanyas. This could be game. Dignitas is going huge on this one. What a mistake play for Complexity as they think it's the right call. They could be back in base. 8 seconds to blue pill. They're going to be back. That's a Nexus turret. We have Probably for wave clear. They're going to be pushing them off. Dignitas may have bitten off a bit more than they can chew. 45 to 50 seconds on these death timers. Where's Complexity going with this?
Now they're going to run right down the middle, end the game. If they were more trepid, they would just take Baron, but the call to go down mid and get an inhibitor would be huge for them. They keep getting split on. They need to get control of one inhibitor. Looks like they are just heading down mid, so that will be the inhibitor, not... All right, Westrise, we saw him go down. I think the more interesting thing is that push down mid.
They should be able to get it. Watching both in the pip here. It looks like, wow,
10 seconds
I don't know, 10 seconds around, they're going to be taking big damage on this, actually dodging out the spear. They get one of what they want. Not a lot of home guards on the inventory. Actually, no home guards, so they're looking at safety. They're getting out. What a game we have going on. Reaching 40 minutes now with the Nexus being hit up. 1 turret healing from almost dead.
Are they going to rush this Baron as well? That would be a little
There's so many,
bit greedy.
They have teleports to get into the base. If they start this.
2 teleports are up. They could go for an end here. Ooh, Westrise is back, though.
Westrise is back. Very good play by having him get into the base. This could get tight very quick.
All right.
Baron's going down, but does Baron give them too much aggression? Once they're in the base, they could get teleported right back in as long as that inhibitor's down.
I think now Complexity have pretty much cleaned up everything from that long 5-6 minute exchange there. And with Dignitas making that play for the Nexus, they lost a lot because it turned out against them. And Complexity now have a very strong handle on this game. There's nothing to really draw them out that Dignitas can use to go for another one of those sneaky shoves. So Complexity have a pretty clear plan now. As long as they just shove out this bottom lane all the way into the inhibitor turrets, they should be good. They've got the Baron to work with. There's nothing for Dig to draw them over there with.
We say that.
Much easier plan now for Complexity.
But it's up to them
to finish this one out. it is up to them. And
See if they
we're
can
only
put it
halfway
down.
through what the last time they met was.
Halfway. Take a 3-minute break. Go to the bathroom. Do whichever we got. We got some time to go. Remember, keep voting for who you think will win. Hashtag co-win. Hashtag dig win.
The Complexity have done a good job this time around.
Yeah.
Maybe the gold graph would be very interesting right now because this is one of the games where they've actually had control the whole game. They didn't really have that slip up.
Different style here in the form of Complexity, just all over the map. Not really concerned about the mid just yet until that inhibitor comes back up with 30 seconds on the dragon. They're in great spot to kite this back if they don't get what they want. Get a little bit more. Still not at 6 items yet, but they are looking for now an inhibitor turret on this. Cassidy coming back, Zion Spartan on the split push still. And Complexity has a great security system of wards just above them.
Look at the intense communication that they need to pull this off. When you're facing the double teleport, every time they lose sight of that split pusher, of Zion Spartan, they have to be so careful because Westrice doesn't have his cooldown up for teleport yet, and it could turn into a 5 versus 4 very quickly. You can see Westrice is chasing Zion up there. The Nidalee and the Aurelia little chase game right now is very, very interesting.
Cat and mouse. Oh, he's going to get shifted, though. It's going to be a 2v1. Can't keep it in range. Great hit on the phage, giving him a bit of movement speed there. Zion.
When that happens, they need to shove hard.
Yeah, they went back to try and help the fight. They got pulled off of it just for Westrice in the middle. A little bit of miscommunication there. You're completely right, Kobe. Damage needs to be done to the turret.
And it's gone.
Wow, Kez flashes in for the Agony's Embrace. They are going to wipe out Dignitas in their own base. Double teleport in coming from Zion Spartan and Shifter. Can they turn it around or put up the defense that Dig needs? Inhibitor goes down. Great shots, great stuns. Crumb gets grabbed up. Shots coming in from Robert Exley. The damage is really in the focus from him. Cannot finalize a level 18 range shot. The Nexus turrets are what's getting hit up. Complexity's in a great spot with both. Whoa. They're getting big damage. What they wanted, Shifter should be able to rift walk out of this one. Last hit does not take him down. He already received the damage before the walk. Wow, Nexus turret for Nexus turret. We're almost even up in the sense of map here.
Well, I have to say, it's pretty heavy for Complexity now. 2 inhibitors down. They really can make a very clean push on the top lane now. As soon as Bubba respawns. Oh, actually, the middle inhibitor didn't go down, so they would want to go mid first. Whew, Dignitas don't want to let them have any moment to breathe, though.
They're not. They found 1. So with Shifter finding that, they say we might be able to find more. He does. He finds 3. But wait a minute. He gets what he wants. They hit the rock. Shifter lives with 100 HP on his belt. And they're going for Westrice. Ladies and gentlemen, this could be game just like that. Dignitas does not give up. I cannot believe Westrice just made it away. That actually might have saved them from losing the entire base.
That would have been game if Westrice went down too. Man, that pick there, Dignitas just bought themselves more time in this game. Shifter, almost a ridiculous overcommitment there, but gets out just barely. The McHales from Kiwi Kid, the heal from Kiwi Kid, everything going down to save Shifter after he comes back. And Cutie Pie, once again, Cutie Pie has been on point with every single rocket. But man, it is still an inhibitor advantage killed for Complexity.
Oh, tidal wave jump. Westrice won't be the focus. He's safe. That's one hell of an arm. 45 minutes on this one. Huge wave in the top lane. I don't think it's going to be taking the turret out, not even anytime soon. So they still have time to work with that. Dignitas regrouping. Gonna set up some defense here. And it looks like Complexity, they're gonna be on the giving end now.
Looks like it. They need to clear out these super minions as quickly as possible, actually. Having 2 of them stacked up there does create a very big problem for Dignitas. And the shove here from Complexity, they're wasting no time.
Red buff there onto Cutie Pie. Kez realizes it, uses W to get out safely. Good pressure here coming in from Complexity. Great shots. Robert actually at max range now. Everybody in the game, but support's level 18. It's time to see what, It's not about the items anymore. Everybody's got those items. It's about how well these guys can play their champions. These have become my favorite points in the game.
It's not about the split push anymore either because everybody's out of teleports now. It's about that 5-on-5 where the Ziggs and Trist late game is ridiculously strong.
Looks like they're going to pressure that strength here with 1 minute on Baron. If this isn't the end of the game, teams are going to be going for broke at the next chance at the Worm. 81,000 to 68.8 and 8 to 9 in turrets. One of those is a Nexus turret on either side, believe it or not. And both teams are looking to get the last one down. This victory will be huge for Complexity to get so many wins off one of the top teams, and Dignitas has been the one they've been able to do it on.
Yeah, specifically Dig here. This would make them 3-1 over this split against Dignitas. Huge, huge upsets over and over and over.
They have
the winning
minions
record
in the base. Super minions are coming onto the Nexus turrets now for Dignitas with nobody regrouping. Shifter now needs to pull off with the wave coming in so far behind. Unfortunately, Robert Exley cannot get in range for any more shots, so that timing played perfectly for Dig that they can go back and clear. Inhibitor now up in the bottom, which means middle will come up quite soon. Dig giving themselves some breathing room. It got quite tight there for a bit.
It is hard to dive through a Nunu onto this team.
You don't.
The Nunu and Nami is great disengage for Dignitas, so I actually like the call to back off for Complexity here. Go grab the Baron. Much, much easier to go get your free Baron because you know you have complete vision control than it is to go for that dive. Once they do have the Baron, they can return to the open battlefield there, the exposed inhibitors.
See what? 5 out of 6 Dragons, 3 of 3 Barons. As Complexity continues their barrage of attacks, even after being put into their own base and losing some turrets. Seems like they just want to get to this part of the game.
Kiwi Kid on a...
Oh, the ward for the TP!
He's prepping the double TP
they pinged it.
backdoor.
They pinged it. So they will be aware if they try to get into the base. Very nicely done.
The thing is, even if you do that, the 5-man Complexity squad down bottom would win that base race. They would easily win that base race with 5 because Jinx can't teleport up there. And the defense for a 3-man defensive Dig would be pretty hard to pull off. So even if wow, Complexity are so scared of it, they actually sent Westrise back. Even if Complexity had stayed down here.
Westrise went to run off the fountain and he was like, oh, my sweeper's down.
Oh my. He goes back to clear out the ward.
Real danger. That's what it is.
That backdoor threat.
Ooh. Guardian Angel. Still even a scary thing on a low health Tristana. That could be a few more shots for Robert to go down. Just those few hits causes Complexity to rethink the situation. My word. We're coming
up on
49.
50, baby.
Let's go. 13-6 in this one. Still a 14,000 gold lead for Complexity. Last time we started this bumper with how can another team 11,000, more than 10,000 gold down win? So it's got to be Dignitas if history repeats
It's getting to that point
manner.
where I don't even care about gold anymore. It's real close to that point.
That's a lie.
Another 10 minutes and I will not
4,400 gold. Go spend some money, Robert. Good lord.
Oh, he's full items, isn't he? Pretty sure he's 6 items here.
Yeah, he is. You're right.
Well, time to sell static for a Phantom Dancer or your boots for a Phantom Dancer.
Maybe,
depending
the
on
Merc, something.
how highly he prioritizes the home guard. Interesting choice there, actually, which one he would want to go for, because he would give up wave clear.
Oh, dear.
Static.
Oh, dear. That nice bump out by the explosive shot. They hit him. It's going to be coming back. He's still sitting in the box, though. They're trying to get onto Cutie Pie. Crumbs is very low. They are getting turned around in their own base. Zion Spartan gets locked up as his bubble comes up, and he's thrown into the fire. Complexity is going to be able to take down Dignitas. Only taking 50 minutes this time, shaving a bit off the top of the clock on that one. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Shifter comes in. This is not over just yet. A lot of damage. Shifter, he's running out of the base. Complexity needs to focus. They cannot go after him. The Nexus is now going down. Kaz is doing everything he can to take shots at the turret. Complexity has to win this one. There's no way they leave this base without the Nexus going down. 51 minutes into the game. Complexity goes 3-1 on Dignitas on the summer split.
They did make several improvements there, Complexity. I like the growth of this team, and it's coming at just the right time, right before playoffs. They're ramping up.
You could say that. What play
The right moves at the right time. One wrong move against a teleport team like that and you lose so much. We saw it happen. Dignitas was taking turrets all over the map at one point in the game.
You can see how Complexity, how much thought they were putting into it. They didn't want to let any chance of Dig going for a backdoor through. Send Westrise back, get a ping board to clear that Sunder
It was
out.
funny because he ran off the fountain. He was like, oh, my sweeper's on cooldown. I got to go back and buy a ping.
Yeah.
So he ran back out. Oh, the plays coming out all over. Kiwi Kid trying to set up that teleport, but thwarted out by the quick eyes on the minimap.
Did he sell an item for that ping too? I think he might have even had to sell an item because that
ran in, got what he needed.
Trinket was on cooldown.
The whole time I was thinking.
Strong play we heard in the pre-roll coming from Dignitas. If we can break Complexity's turtle, that's the way we're going to be able to get in. They broke it for a second, but there was a second layer to that shell they could not get through, and that was the other Nexus turret.
And Complexity they had the lead the whole game this time too. The mid game was
like 10,000 gold.
A little bit of indecision, but it was not nearly to the level that we've seen previously. So they have made improvements.
Go back and look at what was the factor, if not a dragon or something that pushed them to that edge, where they started wanting to make calls again. What gave them that reassurance that their calls were going to work out right? A lot of times, the Baron that they used was kind of lackluster, and that maybe they were just reassessing what they had to do. They got the lane pushes on after losing a little bit.
And they did it really effectively working against the double teleport. It's always really hard in the late game working against that double teleport and working around all of the options, the different scenarios that can pop up when you have the Kassadin and Nidalee super mobile champions doing the split pushing.
All right, well, let's find out more. We're going to send it down to Dash, who's with the winners.
Thanks, Riv. I'm here Rift side with Kez after a 50-minute win. That's good. We're moving our way down from 80 minutes. But I want to ask you immediately about Champion Select because we saw you guys leave both Kassadin and Nidalee on the table. After the Kassadin was first pick, you didn't jump at the Nidalee, so tell me why.
Well, we were confident about... Well, we were originally planning on banning Gragas, the top laners that are currently OP, but we were confident on Westrice's play on the top lane, just play really against Nidalee, so we left the Nidalee open.
All right, and then the next thing that was kind of interesting in their composition was that they ran the double TP. As one of the shot callers, how difficult is it to play against double teleport, especially when you only have one for yourselves?
Well, it's really hard to play against double TPs because when you want to pressure side lanes, when they have TP up, like they're gonna have the number advantage. So we just have to pressure the correct lanes at the right time.
All right, so we see that a lot in Europe. When you're ahead like that, was it a bit of an issue not having as hard of engaged as you would like to? You have the Evelynn and the Thresh, but unless you get a really good pick, you're kind of struggling to choose your engages.
Well, this game is all about vision. Like when you have vision, even if you don't have engage, you can force a fight to your advantage. So that's all we did this game.
All right, now looking forward, that's a great win for you guys. You're knocking down Dignitas. You're moving towards Curse, looking at that 6th place spot. You play Curse as your first game in Super Week next week. So how important is that game in catapulting you guys into that race for that 6th place spot?
We don't want to get greedy yet. Like we're still improving as a team. So I mean, we still would like to win, but we're just gonna play the same like the very best every game.
All right, I like that. So what is it then that you guys need to work on next to improve? Because it seems like you're definitely coming together a lot more as a team. The shot calling's falling into place. We're not seeing the games go as long. You're able to close them out. So what's the next step for you guys?
Well, we need to work on the teamwork. Like this is a team game. Like individually, if you're mechanically gods, like it doesn't even matter. Like you have to play this game as a team and understand what we're doing. Like we can't do two things at the same time. Like everyone has to be on the same page.
All right, my final question for you is now that we're nearing the end of the split, is there a team that you guys feel specifically like you're developing a rivalry with more so than any other team?
Not really. I mean, personally, it used to be easy for me, but I feel like I'm just like concentrating on my own games, so I don't have any rivalries.
All right, fantastic. Well, that was a great game. It was very exciting to watch. I want to thank you for joining me here real quick, and we're going to send it back up to Riv and Kobe at the desk to close out the day.
Thanks, Dash, and let's pull up the standings to see how the board is set for our final week of the North American Spring Split. Alone in first for another day, it's LMQ.
And picking up speed in 2nd place is Cloud9 and TSM, now just 1 game off of the lead. Then in 4th, it is CLG.
And in 5th place, it's going to be Dignitas with an even 12 wins, 12 losses. Then it's Curse in 6th, Complexity in 7th, and even Evil Geniuses are sitting in last. And there have been a ton of great plays this week, but a few players went above and beyond. So here now are our OP5. In the top lane, it's Balls, who remains undefeated on Rise and snapped LMQ's 7-game winning streak.
Amazing had another great week in the jungle, winning 2 games without a single death. He also remains undefeated on Elise with 8 wins on that champion.
And in the mid lane, it's going to be Bjergsen, who is looking like our spring MVP once again. He had a huge impact on Syndra, landing numerous skill shots to help TSM take control of their game against Counterlogic Gaming.
OP as AD carry, it is Sneaky. He has been a consistent impact player for Cloud9, and they once again end the week with a perfect 2-0 record.
And last but not least, it's going to be Lust Boy. You can already see the level of play has risen on Team SoloMid, and he turned in 2 solid games, landing a ton of bindings and bubbles for his new team. But the player who broke away from the rest of the pack this week was Balls.
Yesterday, Balls showed that he can play the tank with his huge Mundo, going where he pleases. And then today, he went back to Rise, and he was dishing out the damage. Cloud9 arguably had the toughest schedule this week, and they looked like a team that has dominated North American League of Legends in the past.
Yeah, it seems like he's loving to get the 1v1 matchups, and everybody's liking to see more 1v1 matchups in the top lane. It's just perfect. More glory, and more awesome. More
gold is what they like.
Gold. I should have put that in there. That was really good. Something obviously stay tuned for is we're going to have more games coming up on the Challenger Series, something that you don't want to miss. And actually, we're ready for that. Before we hand it over to Freak and Zyrene for the North American Challenger Series, don't forget that next week we'll be ending the summer split with a bang. Starting on Tuesday at 7:30 a.m. Pacific, 4:30 p.m. Central European Summertime, we'll be bringing you an all-new preview show.
And then the European LCS gets underway with Gambit versus the Copenhagen Wolves. After that, Rocket will battle it out with the #1 alliance, followed by the Copenhagen Wolves taking on Fnatic.
That's right, and the North American LCS returns on Friday with Curse versus Complexity. Then Cloud9 will square off against Evil Geniuses. As always, you can get the entire schedule over on LOLEsports.com. Now, before we kick off our Challenger Series coverage, let's take a quick look back at a few highlights from our first 4 matches today.
Front flash.
Disengage. I'm survive. Fizz first. Shen. Front line. Exhausting Eve. Even Corki. Shen. Okay. Finish game.
They're trying to flank. Oh, my! Oh, High gets it in for himself. He goes right into the fight. What an absolute 0 from Meteos. Moore is tripping on his own feet to get out of this one.
The Turtles win a champion with A. A shots. B. Blitzcrank. C. Casper. Cassiopeia.
First blood comes out along with the Vuvuzela, and then we're going to get a kill on the
Oh, my God! Oh, double lift flash. Fast fingers in, and he's still getting taken down.
All right, let's do it, guys.
Crumbs is very low. They are getting turned around in their own base. Zion Spartan gets locked up as his bubble comes up, and he's thrown into the fire.
Hey everyone, welcome to the 2014 North American Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Freak Turley. Alongside me is Aiden Zyrene Moon, and what's crazy is sometimes I sit to your left and sometimes you sit to my left.
What?
On the analyst desk.
Oh. I was like, no, we never swap places at this desk. Yeah.
I look at a mirror, there's a mirror right behind the camera, and then it swaps around for me.
All right.
Yeah.
Because your perspective's the only one that matters. I understand.
That's absolutely the case here, guys. Today we are wrapping up the Summer 2 semifinals as the second seed team LoLPro goes up against third seed Curse Academy.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line in this matchup. Both teams have already clinched a spot in the Challenger Series Summer Playoffs, but whoever wins today will receive a bye in the first round, which would be a huge advantage.
Absolutely would be. We'll see which team can grab it. This is actually a bit of a family feud match. Both teams are in the Curse organization, but there will be no love lost today as Team LoLPro attempts to continue its winning ways from Summer Series 1.
Yeah, Team LoLPro took second in the Summer Series 1 finals, but they were routed by Team Coast in London. But since then, they've added a couple former LCS pros. Former Dignitas support player Patoy has been a solid addition for them so far. Against Cognitive Gaming last week, he had a 16.5 KDA in their 2 wins. The team has also just signed former Team Marn support Heartbeat, who will be making his debut today as AD carry.
Yeah, and he was the former AD carry as well before swapping to support for back when Niantanso played AD carry. So guy's got some AD carry games under his belt for sure. Meanwhile, though, on Curse Academy, 4 of their 5 starters have played in the LCS before as well, including top laner Chris, who went off in the last round, a 34 KDA against Wasabi Gaming in their quarterfinal bout.
Yeah, and despite those impressive performances, the matchup to watch closely today will be in the mid lane. It's Curse Academy's ManCloud is against Team LoLPro's all-star Lod. Whoever comes out on top in the middle lane will dictate the pace of this series for sure.
And they're both incredibly skilled players. So here's a visual reminder of the Summer 2 Series tournament as it stands right now. With their win over teammate yesterday, Team Coast is advancing to the finals live in Los Angeles next week.
And whoever wins today, either Team LoLPro or Curse Academy will face Coast in the finals. Whoever falls today will still battle for 3rd place against Team 8, with the chance for more points and a higher seed heading into the playoffs.
And speaking about points, the guys who do well in the playoffs and the guys who get the 6 most points are going to actually make it to the postseason here. And this is actually all but decided. We've got Team Coast, Team LoLPro, Curse Academy, Team 8, and Wasabi Gaming all clinching spots so far due to their scores.
Yeah, Cognitive Gaming, Denial Esports, and Zenith Esports are currently tied for 6th and will have to play a tiebreaker game for the final playoff spot.
And the top 2 score holders will secure a first-round bye in the playoffs as well. Right now, Coast has one of those, and the other one's going to go to today's winner, either Team LoLPro or Curse Academy. And of course, to keep up on all the Challenger action leading into the playoffs, head over to LOLesports.com.
Yeah, under the Leagues and Tournaments tab, you'll find scores, schedules, and everything else you need to follow the Challenger Series and the LCS heading into these final weeks of competition.
You got some really close races too, so if you want to make all the number crunching, it's your source for everything. Now, picks and bans are right around the corner as Team LoLPro and Curse Academy prepare for today's Slugfest. And if we witness a LoLPro win, this series could be over before you know it.
Yeah, that's because this team, LoLPro, boasts the fastest game times in Summer 2 with an average of 31 and 33 seconds. That's really, really fast. Regardless of whether they're winning or losing, it's pretty crazy. That's over 3 games, including their 1 loss.
Yeah, and so these guys have been looking really good, though in general, of course, they are back here, and they're looking for their 2nd trip to the finals. And they are some very strong players. Well, I actually do like the subs they've brought out. It seems like all their roster swaps have worked, right? Lod in the mid lane has been phenomenal. Heartbeat, I know, is a great player and a very dedicated one as well. So I think this is all good signs for LoLPro.
Yeah, another thing about Heartbeat, though, the reason that he swapped from AD carry to support for Niantanso was because it's hard to call and shot call from the AD carry position. So he wanted to be more of a shot caller for the team. Now he's back on AD carry. Don't know if he's going to take up a little bit of a Zuna style there and call from AD carry, or if he's just going to be a secondary voice and allow the calls of the team to still continue.
I think he'll go full Zuna and just yell anytime any kills come out.
Well, I mean,
we wouldn't hear him. He's over at home.
He's super loud, but yeah. They did lose Low a couple weeks ago and replaced him with Patoy, and he was their shot caller, but they looked really good in the set that we saw them previously on LoLPro's side.
Yeah.
So bringing in somebody like Heartbeat on the AD carry position, he might just be an extra voice for them.
It might just help him out. So, of course, we do want to talk about some of the other matchups here. The mid lane, we talked about it a little while ago, but it's a big one to watch. ManCloud on one side for Curse Academy, Lod on LoLPro, also phenomenal.
Oh, yeah. Right now, I actually talked with Lod. He's saying, I'm about 100 times better than ManCloud. He's coming into this matchup very confident, and his team is very confident in him as well. LoLPro kind of got on everybody's radar once Lod moved from the AD carry position to the middle. It just makes amazing plays and has actually a very diverse champion pool that you have to keep an eye on.
Yeah. I know his Syndra's ridiculously scary, and it's one of the champions you don't expect like a new mid lane convert to learn, but that's been his like signature, I'm going to crush the crap out of you champ. I mean, Syndra's one of the most mechanically complex mid laners to play, and he just lines everything up so well. It's a really impressive champ for him, but his pool does branch out. The Zigzalu, the sort of the standard wave clear safe picks in there as well. ManCloud I like though as well because he's continued to branch out. I mean, he's been around for a really long time. Mid-Rise was one of his big signatures, but he's added a lot of assassins. His Yasuo is now really good. His Twisted Fate also a very good one for him as well. So I do want to see how the picks and bans actually come out for these guys, because they've got, I want to say, actually fairly distinct pools. They're separate a little
they're
bit.
very different. There isn't a lot of overlap here between them. There's kind of rules of thumb. Against ManCloud, you have to ban away Kassadin and Yasuo, and against Lod, you have to go ahead and ban away his Syndra, but then there's some other things in his champion pool that he's not as scary on, but he still can play.
Yeah, well, we got to see how will they get attacked, because picks and bans are starting up. The Ziggs goes away from ManCloud off the bat. They can assume the Syndra ban, the Kassadin ban likely to come out from Curse Academy as well. And there goes ManCloud's Yasuo.
Yep. Just rules of thumb here coming out. A lot of mid lane bans. Both teams know this, that you have to focus on the mid lane in this matchup here, because if you give any of these guys a champion that they're comfortable on, they're just going to wreck your entire team.
Yeah. And I really feel like Curse Academy can divert from the fact that Lod is kind of the all-star of these guys and rely on the rest of their team. I mean, they're full of incredibly skilled players. Chris, we've talked about him a number of times. He's still a top 20 solo queue player. And I feel like Curse Academy can rely on him to win his own matchup. I feel like he's such a strong laner and can be such a bully that if they can remove power from Lod and then just set Chris up, they'd be in good shape.
Yeah, Chris here actually gets a target ban at him, because the Kassadin was banned away by Curse Academy. You know, thankfully for LoLPro, they're blue side this time, so they don't have to waste that extra ban on it. Right now, it's like, do we ban Lulu? Do we make sure they can't get it for themselves and Hanzo will play it on the top lane? There's a whole bunch of things here on the table. Do you just take one of the junglers out and just scratch that pool a tiny bit, or do you focus another one on Lod?
I don't know. It depends if they fear anything else here in this one. Okay. Tristana goes away from Heartbeat. That was actually one of, like, back in the day before Tristana was popular, was one of his best AD carries. So they can, in these patches where she's a little bit stronger, you definitely want to consider removing that champion away. And now LoLPro, of course, you've got the top lane Nidalee up, the Lulu around as well. A whole bunch of important picks available. Lulu's getting hover, and it's going to be locked in.
Yeah, there's no question there about the Lulu being locked in first. It's been locked in numerous times. Like when I go watch OGN, like Lulu's left up, all right, we got to snatch that immediately.
It seems to be the most likely first pick when you consider the bans go the ways you expect them to, with Kassadin and stuff being removed away. Cog and the Evelyn going through to Curse Academy, though, so another hyper carry being picked up. If Heartbeat wants one of those long range champs, he's have to go pretty much only for Jinx here.
Yeah, he's going to have to fall back on that fourth pick here for him. I like the fact that they're hovering over the Thresh here, because you don't want Bunny Fufu to have Thresh. We saw Sheep getting Thresh the other day. These are guys who they both got knocked out of the LCS. They both got kicked off teams and stuff like that. But if you gave them Thresh, they would just destroy and scrap an entire bottom lane.
Would you say that Sheep was so ferocious he was like a wolf in sheep's clothing?
I absolutely would. He was very, very good. He looked really gentle and nice, but then he just hook you in and he's like, I got Thresh, and he's taking you down.
And you died a little bit when that happened. So Bunny Fufu, of course, another very scary Thresh player. But Toy's Thresh, not one I've seen a ton of. Of course, he has been playing it so far in the tournament, but you need multiple games to get a highlight reel going. So if we see more of Batoy's Thresh, we can see him look scarier and scarier. Heaven Time going to grab Rengar for himself. Whenever I see that champion, I'm like, will we get an Orianna?
But here's the thing, though, is Rengar, when I watch Korean pros play him, it's like, oh my god, he's such a high priority. He's such a great champion. They lock it in immediately. Here in NA, everybody's kind of like, what build do I go? I don't know exactly if I'm going for damage in this composition, if I'm going for tanky, if I'm going to rush CDR first, and if they combine it with an Orianna. We haven't seen a lot of success with Orianna-Rengar combos at all in the LCS.
That's true. A lot of them have kind of fizzled out.
Rengar's win rate is below 30% right now, I believe.
Wow.
In the NA LCS.
That is a pretty low rate here. We're going to see if the Challenger scene can make that stat a little bit better for themselves, and we'll see as time goes on. Next pick's coming out for Curse Academy, though. No really big obvious marks for what their comps are going for just yet. Sometimes you can tell in the first 2 to 3 picks. Not the case here for either team. It's pretty generalist.
Yeah, I was really surprised by St. Vicious locking the Evelyn, because we saw him have a great Lee Sin game and he's been playing that a ton. He didn't lock in Rengar either, and there's no jungle bans here. So Evelyn was his priority pick in the jungle, and they first rotation picked it. So they're looking for some type of flank, some type of Schrodinger pressure type of thing.
Sure. It's interesting, though, and kind of the same thing for Heaven Time as well. He's been playing a ton of Elise throughout the Challenger series, but decides that his pool has evolved to put Rengar as an important one there. From what we've actually seen is Evelyns have done well against Rengar. They tend to be able to counter jungle and push him around, just from my limited exposure seeing the matchup go so far. So I think there's, from history's sake, an edge going to St. Vicious here.
You're also pretty safe, because you can go ahead and use your Dark Frenzy to get out of his bola.
Yeah.
And just remove the slow and run away unless it's empowered.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you camp him, you stalk him, usually you don't want to counter jungle or Rengar because you're by his bushes, he's got more leaps, he's got more ways to track you down. But as Evelynn, you kind of stalk him till he's low, and then you go for him, and he has no escapes except for flash.
Well, then that's something to keep in mind for these guys. 2 seconds to go for the lock-in, and there's going to be the whole lineup of Team LoLPro, and it is the Ori Rengar. It's a whole bunch of setup, and they're really hoping that Heartbeat's Twitch can follow up on the end of that.
Yeah, Heartbeat's Twitch here is going to be something that we have to keep an eye on. He's going to have the Thresh as well, so they can have a lot of early game pressure. If they get a hook onto Kog'Maw, you can chunk down the Braum a tiny bit. Yeah. But overall, it's kind of an even lane here.
Yeah, it's true. They've got these sort of weird windows of vulnerability where it just depends on how confident you feel in your hooks if you can go in with that one. Shen does get grabbed in the top lane here. We've only seen one Shen so far in 4.12 that I can recall.
It was also against the Lulu earlier today.
It was against Lulu, and it was also from Curse. So I know Scar tweeted at me saying, hey man, Freak, I don't like the fact that you thought that Curse's Shen vs Lulu was a good pick, but apparently a lot of these teams in this organization like the Shen vs Lulu matchup, so see how it pans out.
It was Curse.
Yeah, it was Curse.
They're all sharing the same strats here.
Yeah.
I personally don't like it. I feel like the fact that he's going to bring Ignite, or at least he's hovering over that, is not good, because if you get pushed out of lane, which Lulu will do to you, because you wave clear, she'll get you under the turret. You don't have a lot of wave clear at all as Shen. You actually have no wave clear, no tools for that until you get a Sunfire Cape if you do rush that, but it's a lower priority item now.
Yeah.
And he's just going to get bullied. Once you get poked out, you have Ignite, and it's like, okay, I can't really TP back to lane. You're going to miss CS. And they're looking for kind of a submarine strat here with Evelynn.
That's true, and there is some good game consistency there potentially. The one caveat I will give that, as far as timings and whatnot, is early game Lulu will have mana constraints. She cannot just freely shove you in a turret, and Shen, of course, has the sustain, and he's an energy champ, so with shields and Vorpal Blade, he'll get some health back. And what I saw the early matchup, when we saw it earlier today in the LCS, was he wasn't getting killed, he was missing some CS getting pushed around. But by the time Lulu can skip her mana constraints by getting a Chalice, Shen's got his Spectre's Cowl and no longer takes any meaningful damage. So I think he actually scales up in meaningful ways against the matchup. But I agree, it's not for fighting the 1v1. I think it is much more about what else can you do as Shen, and can Chris outplay Hanser with this one?
Ooh, there's some sweet little biscuits in Hanser's inventory. He's got the utility here. He might be running some extra mana regen, so he doesn't run into problems like that.
Yeah, 9 utility Lulu. I think against a melee matchup makes a bunch of sense.
He's got 17 armor as well.
That's good. It's running health per level seals. I mean, these are all the right choices here.
So he's low on armor. He's not going to be taking any harassment from auto attacks for a bit. Shen is actually primarily magic damage.
Yep.
The Vorpal Blade and also the Key Strike. But look at this, the Invade here. They actually do have a pretty good level 1 between Charm and also Braum. So Heartbeat going to get caught.
Oh, sees everyone. Oh, the taunt's going to land. There's the Q from Braum. There's the Charm as well. Heartbeat's going to flatline, and there's first blood.
Wow, so the taunt, he doesn't even flash on the end of it, and they end up getting him with the Charm from ManCloud, the stacked CC, and the stun. That gives them so much in this early game. Just kind of blindly walking in there, and Heartbeat using his heal, but no flash.
That is just unfortunate for the guy. Yep, lots of summoner for it. And really only, I guess ManCloud did burn 2 summoners. He had actually to flash Charm to make his way into that one, but of course worth it. And that will give 325 gold to ManCloud. That's first blood gold this early in the game. Goes for a consumable start with that one, as opposed to like maybe boots or something.
Yeah, he gets himself some ward coverage, extra mana potion. He's going to have to play it a little safer because he doesn't have his summoners against Lot on Orianna.
Yeah.
So he'll be taking a little bit more aggressive type of plays towards him.
You got to worry about flash bullets too.
Exactly. Good thing he has the ward to watch his sides.
Yeah.
And his harassment is going to be a little bit negated by the potions.
All right, so Curse Academy going to start up with their red buff. This is something that is known by LoLPro. Of course, you really have no chance for meaningful aggressive wards by Curse Academy after that kind of invade, so they don't even know they're spotted out, but it's not that big of a deal. Heaven Time will actually forced to solo his red buff. And Hanser went for kind of a fake leash. He showed up to lane late, so Curse Academy might think Rengar started tough.
Yeah, that's true, because he ended up getting to the lane a little bit later, and the bot lane was already present. We'll have to see what they do with this. LoLPro not shoving as fast as Curse Academy.
But Toy, that was a weird play. I want to see, yeah, who gets level 2 first, who gets the initial damage right there. Bunny Fufu looks to be pretty fearless right now, impactful, sitting pretty equally.
Curse Academy's going to get it because they have experience from the first blood.
Oh, there you go, level 2. Just 1 minion early, but either way, Looks like they don't press anything too hard, and Patoy won't be grabbing that minion just yet. We'll be waiting for the cannon here.
I was glad they were conscious of that, because sometimes it catches you off guard. You're like, wait, I'm counting minions, and you hit it a little early.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like, oh, God.
I didn't even think of that. You're right. It's a pretty important detail.
You would have been first. You would have been second-blooded. Boom.
Well, they didn't go in on me. I already. Well, I mean, the thing is, if I was LoLPro, I'm like, oh, we're down a minion. I can't go for it. Ladu gonna take some damage here. Nice slows coming in for Saint as well. Half health bar on Orianna.
Just the damage is worth it that early on in a gank here.
Oh, yeah.
Get his consumables out and have an advantage for ManCloud just from that, which means that Vlad will probably have to back sooner, and they're going after Bunny already.
Look on a Bunny. The W comes down as well. Auto attacks from Heartbeat. Not going to do very much, and in fact decides with the damage reduction, it's not even worth auto attacking you. Going to back out in that one.
Just leave him be.
So, Patoy's going to last at the cannon there for his teammate, but impactful, trying to get some harassing. You're seeing a very small CS lead for the Chris Academy bottom lane. And the jungler now shows up top.
Yeah, he's pushed all the way up. This is the thing with Lulu. You're going to shove on a Shen. He gets the taunt.
There's the taunt, and there's damage from Lulu, and that is, I think, why people wanted the Shen matchup, is his gank assistance is rather good. The flash in from Saint, the flash Q from Chris, and there you go.
There was about 3 things that went really well there for LoLPro. First, the positioning, because he was shoved so far up. Secondly, they got the flash. And third, the taunt came out right as he used Whimsy on himself to speed himself up.
Oh,
so
yeah.
he got almost none of that buff duration on it.
But it's going to be Haunter TPing back in, and this is the cost that Chris pays by running Ignite, is the Haunter can show right back up. And he's not going to miss very much, but the gold to Chris could be enough to flip the matchup, even when he does have to walk back.
Hey, and Chris always talks about how he's really good at setting up ganks.
Wow, Haunter actually just really hurt him there. He just stops basically 8 seconds of coming back to lane. Chris will miss a wave under turret.
Yeah, because he has no teleport. Heaven Time also on this side of the map for a gank on ManCloud. His flash is pretty close to coming back up.
Wow, I'm surprised ManCloud did not go for a charm there, but he's got no gank assistance. Doesn't want to go for much.
Oh, Heaven Time.
Spots ManCloud. Whatever, trinkets down, wards down, not too much picked up.
Big thing is ManCloud spotted him.
Yes.
So he's not able to continue his aggressive moves. And Heaven Time has to back off and go farm.
And look how late Lod is to getting level 5 right here by being pushed out early on and having to recall for health. He's still not level 5 right now. ManCloud, I feel like, has the edge of the one-on-one, and Lod's got to be real careful. Is the charm going to come out? Yes, it is. Goodbye to Lod, was still only level 4.
The ganks from St. Vicious are in the right place at the right time. He uses top, and he comes back down mid. They get Lod without any summoner spells blown.
And they got some damage on the other side, though, too impactful. I mean, these guys are really trading back and forth, and the Evelyn Rush pick I like a lot. He's done so well at getting in, as you're mentioning. Saint's going to look again for the bottom lane now.
Yeah. And like I said in the mid, they actually got the Ignite, but I was talking about Lod. He didn't use a single flash, but down bottom,
Heartbeat gets slowed. There's the Lantern. Saint's going to hop on in for this one, but he's not going to get much more than a little bit of damage. Oh no, Bunny Poopa goes in. Nice dodge to the Q by Heartbeat. Hook onto Saint will not quite put him in turret range, though. But some damage comes through all the same.
And that means that Heaven Time can do whatever he wants now in the jungle. You see Saint in the bottom. Is he just going to counter jungle? That's what it looks like.
Yeah, but how many wards do you get down? Like, stealing away part of a camp is nice, but more and more, the benefit I see of counter jungling is the fact that you can put wards down and track the enemy jungler and say, hey, we know where you are, just by basically induction for 3 minutes.
Yeah, especially St. Vicious on that Evelyn. Ooh.
He's making sure those camps were cleared away. Or not cleared away. He got ferocity, actually, by doing that. That's what I was going for.
There we go.
He got some ferocity. Deduction, also.
Pink ward.
Yep, walks by it.
Pink ward.
Yep.
Got him.
He's the deuce. There's a pink ward here. By seeing it. Who actually burns ferocity on that? I think he was afraid of Chris and Saint maybe grabbing him.
Yeah, he just didn't want to stick around that long.
No defensive wards. I mean, Heaven Time didn't have any wards in that invade, which is...
He used one on the golems. That was about it.
That was his trinket, though.
Yeah.
Which is like, eh. Like a 1 minute ward on golems might not even see Evelyn ever, right? Yeah. Like that's kind of the issue with warding that camp. Is I would much rather have a Wraith or red buff ward.
This mid lane matchup though is definitely going in ManCloud's favor with the help of St. Vicious early on and the first blood going to him.
You're seeing 14 CS in the finished. Ooh, nice charm hits as well. Lod still taking damage, and the shield actually comes out late after the Q lands. Saint does get his own aggressive ward down. Watching near the blue buff, realizes he did start bottom side. They actually ping that Grengar's on red right now. Heaven Time trying to solo this one, but he's down a level. No, he's not, sorry. St. Vicious also level 5 right now.
Saint's pretty close.
Yeah, he is.
Saint will hit it a little sooner because of the camps. And he's also going for a repeat gank top. There's no pink ward here. Haunter has no idea.
And Saint
also
doesn't have a counter gank. Chris gonna land the taunt. Ignite onto Hanser one more time. Ulti popped, and now he's gonna Whimsy on out of this one. Saint, can he keep up? The ulti ends eventually. Great glitter lance down though, and that does get Hanser out.
Yeah, just the fact that the ultimate is up, the wild growth will slow people around it, so you can't really make base contact.
There's beautiful stuff in this one, and that's gonna mean an ignite for an ulti from Lulu, plus a lot of time from St. Vicious. These jungle buffs are back up for Curse Academy, and he's starting them now.
He's gonna hit 6 off of that. Where's he gonna go? He knows that the blue is up.
And he sees Heaven Time at it.
Ooh, and also at the same time, there is an advantage here in combat stats for ManCloud.
And the fact that actually only Eve has the ulti here, looks like they're not gonna get there in time. Lot gets it, but Saint, good choice to go around the bottom there for the Orianna, but Saint's gonna find Heaven Time here. Here's the face check. It's gonna be the Shen ulti. They're gonna go for this one. Heaven Time. Will he flash the wall? Yes, he will. Empowered Bola flashes out. Not too bad. Shen ulti lost for that actually is... Shen and Eve ulti actually lost. I would actually almost rather be LoLPro in that case.
Yeah. At the same time, though, I wouldn't want to be Heaven Time, because it's just very annoying when you have people constantly invading your jungle, and the fact that your laners are kind of losing their lanes.
Yeah.
The gank pressure, the early game is just transferring over.
It's been great from St. Vicious. Like, I know Saint got a lot of flack in the LCS. People didn't know if he was necessarily up to snuff. Oh, that was a good freaking charm, ManCloud. Yeah, that's just, there you go.
That's exactly what I was talking about, where your lanes are losing. And they're able to do whatever they want, and they end up in your jungle. And then your laner's like, I can't help you because he's stronger than me and will kill me.
I just gotta say, man, I feel like Curse Academy, more than anything, is Team Vengeance. I feel like it's one of those teams where it's a bunch of ex-LCS pros that I feel like got a lot of flack towards the end of their LCS careers for like not being good enough to compete, and they're just like taking it to everyone they can.
Hey, they're powering through.
Yeah, they are.
They had a really good run last time in Summer 1. They got 3rd place. Now they're trying to get into that 1st and 2nd place spot and possibly get a 1st round bye if they win this.
And that'll be a good run for them. They can likely make their promo tournament off a seed like that. We're going to see just how well they can close out this game as well as the rest of the series if they do keep this lead. St. Vicious looking for the bottom lane here. Defensive pink ward's going to let Heaven Time sneak on in. St. Vicious waiting in the other side as well. It's going to be a pretty brutal 3-on-3.
No ulti from Heaven Time.
Patoy doesn't see that Saint's around. Sneaks in the brush and doesn't see anything there. But Patoy playing this far up means you pretty much know there's a Rengar. Like, they're both flexing this lane pretty hard.
Waiting for those moments. Heaven Time. Ooh, he walked.
Wow.
A ward expired. He sweeps, he sweeps the bush so they don't see him leave. But Saint is still sticking around, still pressuring this lane. And ManCloud.
This Evelyn has the patience of a Saint, though. And there, he's finally going to get rewarded. Goes on in. Patoy forced to flash away. Heartbeat does the same, but there's a knockup on Patoy, who's got no escapes left. Box comes down, and no one cares. Bunny Fufu just stops Heartbeat's damage, and that's a kill.
Wow, just St. Vicious's presence on the map, his patience on the map. You'd sit there and be like, oh, there's no way he's still around if he ever was. He just sat there forever. He was leeching experience for a good long while.
Yeah, it's like good 3 waves worth, but you know what? It's worth it when you get the kill for your team. And look at this one. Top lane is being pressured. Hanser's got some turret damage down. Chris holding up in CS, but even despite the ganks, isn't really crushing the matchup.
There's just the fact that there's so much wave clear from Lulu that's so easily accessible. And Shen, you kind of had to auto-attack everything. You're going to take a lot of turret damage.
It actually reminds me of Season 2 Worlds, actually. This was something that TSM did, is they would pick Darius into Jace. And people said that, well, Jace beats up Darius in the one-on-one. And Darius was like, yes, he does. But Darius is so much better in ganks that if I put my jungler in, we win every 2-on-2 in the game. And he's playing for the gank phase. And saying, well, this will snowball the matchup. It's fine. We'll crush.
Heaven Time going for a gank right now.
Root in Heaven Time gets the Shen ulti, but they're going to go back on into Heaven Time. Can he get the charm in this one? Yes, he will. And that's going to be just the damage. Chris doesn't even need to taunt anybody. Beautiful play.
Lot had no mana, so he wasn't able to back that gank up at all. They're going to go straight for him.
Wow, right in and down goes Orianna. He's got no health, too.
Yeah, he's pretty He's also pretty ooh.
Ooh, down he goes.
Out of
2 more kills than yes, it is. Suddenly, Team LoLPro have yet to pick up a kill, a turret, or a dragon this game. Curse Academy absolutely in control this game.
Yeah, they're going to go straight for this dragon, too. 0-7 in Curse Academy's favor.
There's a turret.
It's looking pretty grim. They're going to get themselves a turret, so they're at least on the board with something instead of big old goose eggs.
That is something the Curse Academy are just playing this game so incredibly well. And the aggressive style of St. Vicious, 4 assists on him. He's consistently in the right place to make things happen. And I am very impressed with Evelyn play. You talked about his Lee Sin in the pregame, saying, if it was so good, why not go for it? The Evelyn's scarier.
I was saying there must be a plan behind it because his Lee
It was
Sin
win the game, apparently.
really good.
Yeah.
His Lee Sin was really good. Saint's actually upped his game since the last time we've seen him.
Yes, he has.
Multiple times. Summer 1, I think probably made him a little angry.
Yeah.
And now he's back.
We had to play support.
That's true.
If I know Saint, he's a guy who attacks his lanes, wants the farm, wants to carry. Supports don't get attacked lanes very much. Now he's playing Evelyn. He gets to press Q and grab all the caster minions. So Red Buff going to go over to St. Vicious. He's level 9 now, a full level up on Heaven Time, who is going for the CDR build, or at least part of it. Might actually be finishing... Potentially finishing Wriggles pretty early, but that could also just be Brutalizer. Or Cutlass. All the above can exist here. We'll see what Rengar goes for. Mid lane turret had died not too long ago. Curse Academy feeling good about that. ManCloud is waiting in the wings. Can he find the random kill, though?
Big thing is he just completed his DFG.
Yep.
He's looking for blood. He's looking to pop that cooldown, that active item, and get a kill. He's pretty damn far ahead right now.
Yes, he is. Who can he blow up? I feel like the bot lane could be a spot to go. Problem is there's no ward control at all for Curse Academy, so ManCloud will be spotted every step of the way down here. Like, Heaven Time could randomly show up and kill him with Heartbeat in tow.
St. Vicious is here as well. He's going to sneak straight in. They're going to try to force this.
The flash hold onto 3. ManCloud is locked up against the charm onto Heaven Time. This is going to be everybody dropping down. ManCloud forced to run away, but 2 kills still happen. Double kill for St. Vicious, and out they go.
That is really big. Heaven Time forced to use his ultimate defensively there when they get 2 kills underneath the turret. Great dive. Didn't even use the DFG for ManCloud.
An absolutely beautiful play by Curse Academy. Unfortunate from Team LoLPro. They were not able to punish the visible roam down from Ahri. They were grabbing blue buff on Lod. And it just feels like the offensive players from Team LoLPro keep stalling out, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, Curse Academy, they're keeping really good timings of these summoner spells and ganking in between them. The setup there, St. Vicious flashing forward and using his ultimate, and then on top of it, we have Bunny Fufu stacking his on top and getting 3 members. Meanwhile, in the top lane, TP's in, gets interrupted.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know why you would even TP in full view of Shen like that, but it's not really worth it there for Hanser.
Well, at the same time, the TP from Hanser, I don't know how much he would have been in terms of backup. It was pretty low.
Yeah. If he's there in time, I think the ulti and the shield might save one person and they have the chance of turning it around. I feel like in a game like this, you've got to try, but you've got to try when it makes sense. In full view of Shen, again, not, I think, ideal for that.
Yeah, it was pretty telegraphed, too. Hanser not even hiding the fact he wanted to teleport, which gives a lot of information over to Curse Academy.
And of course, smart by Chris to be there. And, you know, there was a minion wave behind him, and he's like, I'm going to stop this Lulu gank because I hear my team's fighting bot lane. So, of course, for every misplay, there's a smart play on the other side. That was a capitalization, and that was Chris playing very well in that case. Always got to give credit where credit's due because Curse Academy have earned these kills they've gotten so far. They've earned this gigantic 5,500 gold lead.
You can go to the Curse Academy, you earn credit. Boom. I got a Snicker out of Freak. I'm learning.
I liked it. I liked it.
Sieging up the middle now. They get a hook on Bunny.
Oh, a lot of damage. Actually, he's got to be really careful. Shenley's not going to be nearly enough. And just really not respecting the damage up. But Shotgun comes in from ManCloud as well. Has to burn his ulti to get out. Team LoLPro finally find a spark of light.
Yeah, LoLPro had grouped up in the middle with all of their members, and Curse Academy was doing a 1-3-1 with St. Vicious off on the left kind of haphazardly. This is a big opportunity for LoLPro to get multiple turrets off of this because a lot of their members have backed.
Yep, suddenly a wake-up call for Curse Academy. Guys, don't oversleep from your classes because, by the way, there's a final exam. It's right now, and you just got question 4 wrong. I don't know how that one worked out. But Team LoLPro, hey, man, they're not all winners.
Question 4. Push side
lane. Turret die?
Yes. If 5 members of the enemy team are in the middle, what do?
Possibly defend it or take a dragon or something. Instead, it was only Bunny Fufu there, and he kind of fell over. So, Curse Academy have gotten some space back. They forced Hanser's flash. And, all right, they are pinging it Baron a bit early in this game.
Yeah, they know there's no teleport from Hanser. Hanser is trying to get vision of the area. Chris didn't actually touch on it. He tried to use his ultimate on Bunny Fufu.
Yeah.
Got punished for it. But now they're collapsing around the top lane right now. Hanser still has his ultimate, doesn't have flash, but there's too many members here.
He's got nowhere to go.
He's going to have to buy time while LoLPro
Taunt won't land. Good ulti from Hanser, but still just can't tank all the damage. Impactful claims the kill. Saint pulled aggro.
Meanwhile,
ManCloud couldn't run, but look at this LoLPro making very smart choices. 5-man dive tops. They push mid. They get a tier 2 turret for it.
Yeah, they're going to trade a tier 2 for a tier 1, and they're going to start beating on this inhibitor turret. There's one home guard here from ManCloud.
So Impactful will take the outer turret, but Team LoLPro going to get two much more important turrets for that. Much better play by LoLPro. Hanser knew he was dead, but the rest of LoLPro played that exactly right.
It's 1 to 10 in kills, but there's only 1 turret more for LoLPro. 20 seconds on the Dragon, that's another opportunity for them, but they're going to start trying to get rid of these wards. Or not. They're just going to walk by all these pink wards and probably set up for Dragon. We'll have to see what they do. Yeah. Ooh.
Well, they have to respect the fact that Hanser was dead and is still walking back in. If LoLPro sit there killing wards, they are in a guaranteed 4-on-5, and they're behind. They can't take the risk of getting collapsed on. They've got to be the ones taking the risk of aggressive action, hoping that Curse Academy overcommit for something or get lax. CA are going to do the smart play and grab the Dragon for themselves, securing this gold lead a bit more. But the minion waves are in pretty good repair. Curse Academy should be able to continue map control.
And you can just see the type of pressure that Curse Academy have made on the map, because everybody on LoLPro has died twice. All the deaths are just spread out evenly here. Somebody wasn't just getting camped. It was, I'm going to kill this guy, then you and me are going to go mid, and then we're going to go somewhere else, and we're going to pick something else up, and I'm going to revisit a lane. And he didn't just sit one place from St. Vicious.
Yeah.
He kept going all over, and ManCloud was a huge part of it as well.
And meanwhile, LoLPro doing everything as a team. They've all been part of exactly that one kill in the mid lane. They were all taking that mid lane down where Hanser was off buying time. So it is kind of the battle of teamwork versus individual skill, if you can really call it that. Although, of course, Curse Academy's teamwork is very good. They've just been out-skilling their opponents so far, and LoLPro going to have to find another way to get ahead in this match.
Yeah, another thing too, though, is that LoLPro's actually caught up in CS, and some of their lanes have surpassed their opponents. Another big thing here is Heartbeat. Haha. Both start with H's.
They do.
It used to be Hoodstomp.
Good job. You went to an academy, didn't you, to learn that?
Not the Curse Academy.
No.
That's a little too high.
Yes. They wouldn't have you.
No, they wouldn't. My GPA, too low. Or gold per minute, sorry, my GPM. It's a little too low. Boom. All right, so Heartbeat. He's actually hitting some power spikes here. As soon as he gets his next item, I assume it's going to be Yuma's Ghostblade. He's going to have that mid-game power spike by Heaven Time.
Speaking of spikes, ManCloud uses one combo and spikes out Heaven Time.
It's Curse Academy volleyball team. Gets spiked out by Ari.
Yeah. I mean, that was like a lob at first, but then everything went through. So, hey. He served for himself. That was I don't know. I can't come to the terminology.
Comes back to him.
Comes back to him. Worked out all right. Curse Academy, they're just rushing down the bear, and LoLPro want to stop this. They're putting some wards down. They know that they're walking through vision themselves. Can they get the shockwave out from Lod? Can they get the damage down to go for the steal? They catch St. Vicious. This is not good for Curse Academy, but can they turn this fight around anyway? Lod forced back. One kill picked up for Heartbeat so far. They're going to get back for the AD carry, though. Bunny Huga stays alive. Next is going to be killed onto Hanser as well. Now Patoy forced to run. And yes, Curse Academy with the 4-on-5 fight. Going to clean this one up 3-1.
It was a 4-on-5 at the start. They didn't have Heaven Time. There's no way it was going to be smited away. They TP in. They didn't actually end up killing the person that Chris was using his ultimate on. They didn't kill St. Vicious in time. Chris came through in the fight. It was a big turning point for them. Just looking at
how far away they both were.
Ooh, they catch Saint. Boom. Ultimate here. Lulu's already in the fight. They start tunneling on Saint, saying we have to kill him, but look at that. Chris is already in the fight and gets the taunt off onto Heartbeat, the person that was doing the most damage in that fight. He gets off the field and everybody has to scatter and run away. And just a great fight there from Curse Academy. Just all the way through. Like, the baiting of the Baron was brilliant, and getting Heaven Time when he's caught out and capitalizing on it is very key.
Yeah, that was really good by Curse Academy, I gotta say. You get the pick and you're like, cool, it's a 5-on-4. How can we force this kind of battle? Because the hard engage, actually, to be fair, it's pretty good for Curse Academy, but how can we force another battle 5-on-4? And it's, hey, show up at Baron. And you saw how far back they peeled from it. That Baron was actually hitting Hanser from LoLPro during that fight, because he was going in and trying to kill Saint. And Curse Academy was so far back, Baron switched targets, and it's someone who'd never even said a bad word about him in his life.
That's just
still pulled aggro.
That's just being in the way.
Yep.
Jumping on the railroad tracks, you know. Train's got nothing against you. Just in the wrong place.
Walk in front of Baron.
Yeah.
Confirm Baron is a train. # Challenger Series. Why not?
Baron's a train.
Baron is a train. Curse Academy.
I can see it.
Why not?
Not even close.
Who would be the conductor of that train? You think about that one for a while. I'm going to set up the next fight.
I was going to say Kog'Maw.
Kog'Maw's the conductor of the Baron train.
His all aboard is his fanfare.
You
don't need to do it.
I stopped after about 3 notes. Heartbeat looking for a play. Wow, goes right in onto Impactful. There comes Heaven Time as well. They are trying so hard, and they've gotten pretty far, but Heartbeat can't quite get the damage down. He will get blown up by Saint Vicious. Heaven Time forced away as well. Saint staying alive, running out of health. Gets Glitterlands. Shockwave is beautiful from Lod, but doesn't have the follow-up he quite needs. Goes down to Chris in the backside. Hanser chasing on in. Does trade one back, but so far, honestly, 2 for 2 ain't bad.
Yeah, but the bad thing about that is that Chris and ManCloud had almost nothing to do with that fight for the majority of it. They showed up at the very tail end of it. They were trekking up. It looked like they were going to flank, but then the engage came in. Look at where they are on the map. They're at Dragon right now, and they're being engaged on here. I'm surprised the Shockwave didn't come out any sooner. The ball positioning was just not on point. They are not able to blow them up in time. They're trying to reach that back line. They can't get to the Kog'Maw, and they just trail off. Hanser, he's actually one of their primary sources of damage now, and he's forced to go after ManCloud with his flash and picking up the kill. So they end up going even 2 for 2.
Yeah.
But man, the fact that it was a 3-on-5 for the longest time was huge.
Yeah, the fact that Bunny Fufu kept Impactful alive for so long was really critical because Impactful went so low in health at the very end of that fight and didn't quite go down to assassination. That does give me a glimmer of hope, though. You can see that LoLPro are very good at picking out these really arbitrary battles out of nowhere with a Whimsy Twitch, with a Rengar, and they almost get champions like Impactful. I think that is the glimmer of hope that LoLPro needs to keep using if they want to get back in.
Yep, duel down here. Hanser going for the turret. It's not dead just yet. There we go.
Does take it down, but he's taking a lot of health for this so far. Good Glitter Lance.
Oh, Heaven Time's coming in. Whoa!
Did not want to check that brush. Lantern gets him out, though. He didn't take enough damage, but Lod just might. He's going to fall over to Impactful. There's the Chris ultimate. St. Vicious on top of Heartbeat, and Twitch goes down as well. Lulu wimps the channel, but who cares? Look at 2 for nothing.
All these pink wards that Curse Academy has littered throughout the Baron area. They've been holding these spots for so long. He walks straight up. He thinks he's stealth. There's a pink ward there.
That's the beautiful thing about the 2014 changes. The vision game is everybody's responsibility. Many pink wards down for Curse Academy. They all had to buy a few to make this happen, and it set them up for that next fight. So Curse Academy, very good at playing with the lead. It's a reserved style. They are not rushing turrets down very heavily, but they are very good at setting up Barons. There you go, Saint. Who needs to smite?
He missed it.
I know.
Oh boy.
Some habits die hard.
That's why they only do Baron when they get the enemy jungler completely off the field.
Yep. Amen.
It's a good choice.
Play around it.
Super safe.
I mean, they're up 18-4 in kills. They're doing something right.
He walks up right into a charm, DFG, gets blown up, but oh, nope. That's a Thresh Express right there. There's another train in this game. They just trail off, Heartbeat left to his own devices, just wrecked. Lod, Heartbeat, just run over.
Yeah, poor guy. And I gotta give credit to the Curse Academy. Even though their pick on Rengar got derailed by the Thresh Express, they still managed to refocus. And I mean, they still picked up the kills. They still focused down on a Baron. So good stuff by them. Another Dragon picked up. These guys really do a great job of holding the neutral objective control. Thing is, they're still only at 3 turrets, though. They've got to turn this on at some point. Good dodge by Hanser. Nice knockup as well. Chris has to say, you know what? My turn.
Yeah.
Tags on in. Hanser, where's your teammates?
That's not how this goes.
It's a 1-on-3. Hanser's trying to get away from Saint. Shield comes back on. Whimsy is on. Nice flash taunt by Chris just to make sure he claims the kill. ManCloud, you get the assist at least.
They had to back because he's trying to buy time so that the rest of his team can push up the mid and get an inhibitor, but it's not going to last because he didn't last long enough himself.
Yeah, unfortunately for LoLPro, the rest of their lanes aren't pushed up enough to make these kinds of plays anymore. It was really good earlier on when Hanser bought time and they got the mid lane out, but this is the kind of thing about minion control, really, and also why it's a little bit rough for Curse Academy. They don't have more turrets down, is you can't always capitalize on mispositioning. You've got to work your way all the way across the map. Like, if Curse Academy aced LoLPro right there, they wouldn't win the game. They would maybe get an inhibitor. They've got so much ground to work through. And this gives LoLPro chances to say, well, we can go for these risky plays because we won't lose the game off of a misplay.
Yeah, that's true, and you can see it in their style right now that they're constantly going for those plays. They aren't playing like they're 10,000 gold behind. They're getting these deeper wards down too, which I like, because that's the way you will get back into this game, is if you have ward coverage of your jungle and you have some in the enemy jungle and you can see their movements. Otherwise, you're just caught completely off guard.
But 10,500 gold. Puts Curse Academy ahead. They're now looking for the turrets to go down since they have Baron buff. Look how little emphasis they have on pushing the turret down. ManCloud's looking to bait this as opposed to just deal the damage. Impactful will do this. 7 times in the wings. And they get the turret just barely. So Curse Academy very heavily focused on kills. Chris doing this in the top lane. Nice ulti by Hanser to get himself out. Whiffs the Glitter Lance, but Shen's not going to take any real damage at this point. He wants to pick.
Heartbeat doesn't really have enough damage either. We're going to have to see what he does.
Ulti comes in. Chris going to try to hop the wall. Link, Trinket Ward comes down. Glitter Lance misses, but the auto attack should be enough. Chris, shield on, auto attacks come through. He should be dying, and he does so to Twitch now. ManCloud comes in, misses the charm, but Saint goes in anyway. Patoy low on health, picked up by Impactful. But if he shows up as well, does fall to Orianna and the turret. ManCloud chases in towards Lod. Can't quite get the damage down, but they picked up Rengar. Now they're stuck inside the base, but they got minions coming in, so now Hanser, what can you do? 1v3, flashes in, picks up one. Now Impactful has massive damage, but Heartbeat's back in the mix. He doesn't have the damage though, and goes in for nothing. Double kill again to Saint, 6-2-11.
He just doesn't have the damage. His damage output is extremely low right now, especially in comparison to Impactful. And he's
trying
to get it.
Lod gets that one. He's
Cappy surprise.
Just died to Saint, who keeps picking up kills the whole time. So hey, this is Evelyn, 7-2-11 now, 24-8 in kills. Curse Academy pretty good at brawling.
Oh yeah, we got a bloodbath going on here between these two teams. It's family feud, but everybody's mad.
Wouldn't be a feud otherwise.
Yeah. Sibling rivalry.
Yep.
Curse Academy doesn't like the fact that LoLPro got to pick the movie last night.
It's their turn to play. Get off the computer.
Man, I always hated that.
Yep. I don't have to do that. My sister's not a gamer.
Two brothers. Anyway.
Yeah, no, it's a relevant stat.
The hook on the Bunny Fufu, pulling him under the turret. He ends up dying. He does blow his flash as well, which is actually, we'll see if that pays off later. ManCloud and the rest of the team. Ooh. Hanser, he's been making some good plays. Like, out of everybody on LoLPro right now, Hanser, despite the early setback for him, he's been making plays. His damage output is probably the highest on the team currently, even in comparison to Lod and Heartbeat. I always have to think about that one.
Yeah, what's new? Slash old, kind of.
Yeah. Lod does end up getting impactful there, and Saint just chunks him pretty quickly there from about 1/3 HP.
Now Lizard Elder plus X Drinker, plenty of damage output in that build, and doing a good job with his Evelyn. Building tanking now, of course. Ruby Sightstone's on there, so plenty of vision game for Curse Academy as well, which is another good hallmark of this team. They've done a great job keeping vision up around those neutral objectives as well. Bot lane inhibitor, now the target. Whole gang's involved. Ulti from Heaven Time, though. Can he get his way in? Goes for Impactful. Gets a bit of a root, but where's the Shockwave? Looks like not much to be had. Rengar just dies. Nothing else even happens. Just a 1-for-0. Finds the Shockwave, but there's no one around. Twitch finally shows up, but just there's no follow-through anymore for LoLPro. Looks like they are too far back. Curse Academy, pretty clean kill on the inhibitor. They can walk right back out.
Curse Academy have a lot of damage items, and they're already working on their tank items. The Shockwave just kind of tickled everybody there. And the fact that it is an Orianna-Rengar combination, it took forever for them to even make a move with it and get a Shockwave off. We didn't see a lot of ganks. The game was pretty much in Curse Academy's favor even pre-6 of Heaven Time, and was slipping from their hands. They didn't make any Orianna ball just combos. We saw one that was attempted, but it was actually the ball was slapped onto Heartbeat, and then it just got leashed back, and then that one right there, just Heaven Time goes in with no command to protect. And the entire game, it's kind of been like that. You pick this combination, but I don't know how just on the ball they are today.
Yeah, honestly, it's true, and you mentioned it in Champ Select. We haven't really seen a lot of great Rengar play yet in North America, and
it's easily counterable.
Yeah,
the thing.
Well, here's the weird thing: is like both these teams have these stealth junglers that show up on top of you out of nowhere, and St. Vicious is wreaking havoc with that. Evelyn's been freaking everywhere and playing just freaking amazingly well. Saint, I've got to give a million props to, but Heaven Time can't sneak his way into fights.
Well, big thing here is that St. Vicious, he has that at level 1. they used that from level 1.
Oh, yeah, they did.
And they continued to use it. Heaven Time doesn't get that to level 6, and by the time he hit 6, St. Vicious already had his number and already had the lanes going.
Curse Academy kept playing off of that. So now 13,000 gold ahead, 33 minutes in. There's the pick for ManCloud. I think I've seen this before.
Oh.
But this time around, he's got backup, and that is a kill picked up. Now Hanser showed up with the home guard. They're trying to turn this around to the Baron pit. Can they do so? Now he's coming across. Patoy comes around. Great smite comes in for St. Vicious and claims the Baron. Another kill coming across as Hanser falls over. 4v4. Hanser trying to run away. Looks like it's going to be Twitch falling off, and now Patoy forced to run. Great Q from Bunny. Patoy hops the wall and stays safe. 2 kills plus Baron for Curse Academy so far. Can they keep going? Patoy will get stunned. Chris shows up. Nice play, but here's impactful. Patoy can make that a 3rd death. And again, Baron was already picked up for these guys.
It's a lot of damage there already in the hands of Impactful. Scaling into this late game perfectly, not being shut down early. Just set up for success. 5-1 and 15. These scores all across Curse Academy's board are huge, and they're going to start pushing these inhibitor turrets.
And here we go. Inhibitor turret number 1 under fire. 5 seconds on Rengar. Chris says, hey, Lot, back up. Get off this defense right here. And it's going to be the case. 2 inhibitors now down. Baron Nashor buff on 4 people of Curse Academy. They can walk right back out. And with one more push, they can win this game.
Yeah, it's around that average game time, too, for LoLPro. Lowest average game time in all of Challenger Series. About 33 minutes and 31 seconds. Just over that.
Just past that here, but realistically, this is Curse Academy taking it to them the whole way through. I mean, a great start in the landing phase, all of which was set up by St. Vicious. The game consistency from Chris did pay off. I think that is my read on that lane, by the way, is the 1v1's hard, but the 2-on-1's great.
Yeah, so they saw ManCloud in there with Heaven Time's ultimate. They instantly blow him up, but they use a little bit too much on it. Heartbeat.
No Youmu's now.
Yeah, he just gets the tail end of his ultimate at the start of that fight. And Saint, it's already smited away by the time that Heaven Time shows up, and it just trails off once again. Despite it being a 4-on-5 in Baron, there's just too much gold in the hands of Curse Academy already to deal with this. Just too tanky and too much damage between all their members. We're going to watch this right here. Just walks up, and it's like wham, bam.
You're dead, man.
Yeah, Kog'Maw.
Yep. He's got plenty of damage there. Quicksilver Sash picked up 4 on top of that one. Gotta say, Chris had a really nice taunt flash to help catch Heartbeat. And then he pulled basically St. Vicious in to help kill that one off, so they had a really good move in on the enemy AD carry. But yeah, it just feels like LoLPro are having a really hard time playing from behind. That the bottom lane inhibitor siege, Rengar went in by himself, got killed. In this case, LoLPro have a guaranteed 5-on-4, and they basically flubbed the fight. Like, these guys are stuck outside the Baron pit, sitting there finishing Baron. This is like LoLPro's premier chance to come back, and they get nothing the entire battle. They go 0-3 in a 5v4.
They do end up getting ManCloud at the start of it, though.
Right.
So
yeah, I mean, they got the pick. Right, that was where the 5v4 came from.
Yeah.
It was a great pick. And
I would still count that, though,
worked.
because they used a lot of abilities on him.
Okay, okay.
Coming into the 5-on-4.
That's true.
And they need as much damage as they possibly can. Down in levels. Oh, and they engage from Saint.
And he's going to look for Lob, but the land going to keep him safe for this one. Thresh Express helping out. Double Shockwave going to catch Bunny and Impactful.
Lod.
Backing up Lod in the wrong spot. Great charm to set this one up, and now going in towards Patoy. Ulti comes across, knocks up the mid laner. Kill picked up there, and now life is painful. If you are Team LoLPro, it's going to be another kill onto the jungler. ManCloud staying safe. Bunny Fever protecting the team with this gigantic glacial shield. And now we're going to see the Nexus turrets falling over. 36.5 minutes. Game 1 gonna go to Curse Academy. Pretty convincingly.
Oh yeah, that's about as convincing as a victory as you can possibly get. Curse Academy taking it to LoLPro at the very start off St. Vicious's back. You give them a ton of credit for that entire setup all game long. Coming into that mid game, setting up ManCloud for success, and also just the level 1 was a little questionable too. Heartbeat not using his trinket ward over the wall, making sure that he can't be seen out. I mean, just the whole fact that he was caught level 1 gave everybody a little experience advantage, and ManCloud, the last person on that team that you want to have that first blood, got it.
And then it just kept going better and better for Curse Academy. They were very neutral, objective, and kill focused, much more so than maybe turret focused. I want to see how that style continues to pan out. It's definitely a very fun and exciting style. They get a lot of gold that way, but they don't push your base in very early. They do potentially give you room to come back by not taking your base down, but they just do such a good job of roaming and crushing you down so that you can never win your one-on-one match, but you can never win your lane, because ManCloud's going to show up and kill you. Hey, if that's the effective style, it's one I want to keep seeing.
Oh, yeah. And Laud, he said he'll beat ManCloud in lane, but they didn't even get to be in lane because St. Vicious was always there visiting. Went top when it was pushed up, knows that matchup, knows that Chris is going to get pushed in. And then later on, Chris was like, I'm too tanky, you can't deal with me in the split push. And it was pretty much over in that top lane. And they had to go roam and find something else.
Yeah, and you talked about Laud saying he would win the one-on-one matchup up against ManCloud. And to be fair, Saint tipped that matchup, right? It's the same story over and over again. Saint keeps tipping these matchups. Level 3 double buff was bot lane for a second, walked up, just burned his spells to chunk Orianna to half, and Laud recalled. Laud was a level down the entire time against ManCloud, the entire time against ManCloud, and that's very rough when one team's basically got a jungle and the other's still trying to hit level 6.
Yeah. The fact that St. Vicious got off to a really good early start was huge for them. He was just a great facilitator of the team. I can't really just sing his praises enough because his last couple of games we've seen him, his Lee Sin game, he turned over a new leaf from the previous Lee Sin before that. Was kind of a big flop.
Right.
And now bringing up the Evelynn as a first rotation pick and just having this strategy for it that worked out perfectly. His early aggression was just on point.
Okay, so then you got to think about what you do the rest of the series. So for things to keep in mind, they're going to swap sides, so LoLPro and Red side. They're probably still going to ban the Kassadin there, or I guess now they've got to ban the Kassadin. Also, I feel like the rest of your bans become the Yasuo still, unless you really think ManCloud's Ahri's better than his Yasuo, and that's a tough choice because obviously his Yasuo is scary. But I think you actually have to consider the Evelynn ban just because of how good it was. Even though you would so rarely first pick Eve. Even though it doesn't make sense in most cases, the fact that the Lulu first pick didn't pan out because of the Eve pressure, the fact that your mid lane match is supposed to win didn't pan out because of the Eve pressure, like maybe this is a real thing you got to tunnel on because Saint will ruin your game.
Yeah, and I actually love the Shen combined with the Evelynn. And here's why, because usually Shen, like we talked about it, he's going to lose that lane. Lose the lane on purpose. Let him shove you into the turret.
Sure.
And Evelynn, can avoid all those early wards. There's early pressure on that Lulu at all times because she's constantly shoving in. And the fact that it's a tendency to want to use Glitter Lance to harass, stand in the minion wave as Shen, make sure that he's going to try to poke you with it.
Yeah.
At that point, it's kind of like, all right, you have to zone with only auto attacks. I mean, Lulus catch on to that. Maybe it'll change. But right now, it seems like a great idea.
Well, here's the interesting thing is if you want to call back to the earlier Shen plus Evelynn versus Lulu matchup, we actually saw it earlier today from Curse. It was the enemy jungler that thwarted it. And we were saying Heaventime not having a very good game today, right? When we had the exact same matchup, and it was cool too because Quas went for the taunt flash, and Inox flashed it, right?
Yeah.
Like thinking back to Curse versus EG, Inox flashed the taunt to prevent the dive. The jungler comes in anyway, Dominate tries to deal some damage to Evelynn, and then lo and behold, here's the jungler.
It was Elise, because I remember talking
Elise.
at the start of the game, I was like, a 2-on-2 brawl in the top lane, Shen Evelynn versus Lulu Elise. Lulu Elise is going to win that every time.
Right. And Helios read the matchup, was there in time, counter-ganked it, and ruined the day. And that is the thing to keep in mind with these matchups is it could be one way on paper, it could be one way in the 2-on-2, but the way you think about it, are you there, are you not there? Because 2-on-1s work no matter which matchup you've got. And so I think Heaventime steps up, and maybe you target St. Vicious. We'll see what happens in Game 2. Guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, the Curse family feud continues in Game 2 between Curse Academy and Team LoLPro, so don't go anywhere.
Force this.
The flash hold onto 3. ManCloud is locked up against the charm onto Heaventime. This is going to be everybody dropping down. ManCloud forced to run away, but 2 kills still happen. Heaventime forced away as well. Saint staying alive, running out of health. Gets Glitterlance. Shockwave is beautiful from Laud, but doesn't have the follow-up he quite needs. Goes down to Chris in the backside. He didn't take enough damage, but Laud just might. He's going to fall over to Infactful. There's the Chris ultimate. St. Vicious on top of Heartbeat, and Twitch goes down as well. ManCloud comes in, misses the charm, but Saint goes in anyway. Patoy low on health, picked up by Impactful.
Laud.
Backing up Laud in the wrong spot. Great charm to set this one up, and now going in towards Patoy. Ulti comes across, knocks up the mid laner. Kill picked up there. everyone, welcome back to the North American Challenger Series. It's the semifinals, and it's time for the second game here between Curse Academy and Team LoLPro. Curse Academy came up really big in game 1, took that game over, and they got like 30 kills that game.
Oh yeah, the 4 out of 5 former LCS pros just wrecked that game. It was really, really crazy. They ran away pretty damn early. Saw ManCloud, he ended up that game 11-3-9, winning the lane against LoLPro's Lod, who is actually not a very easy person to win lane against, especially in Orianna.
Lod's been taking names for a while in the mid lane, but really the guy we got to talk about for Curse Academy, and the reason that ManCloud got so big was St. Vicious in the jungle. 8-2-14 for him. His Evelynn was ludicrously scary, and he set every single lane ahead.
Yeah, I was talking about how every lane had about 2 deaths on LoLPro's side at one point. It was just Saint visiting every lane, top, mid, bottom. He kept putting his pressure and distributing it perfectly based on jungle movement. He would go ahead and harass Rengar in the jungle.
Yeah.
He was on his game perfectly. You know, he missed a smite at Baron, but it wasn't stolen away from him by somebody else, just his own teammate.
It's okay. Give
it's
it
not
to
a
Cog.
big thing.
No, and actually, when there was a Baron steal attempt, he secured it away from Heaven Time. He flashed into the pit, and Saint still got it. So, hey, props to you, hit smites as well. Yeah, it's a bunch of players in Curse Academy playing incredibly well individually, Saint especially setting everybody up. And their style is so largely kill-focused, very roam-heavy. It's not a siege type of team, even though they could siege. They had the elements to do so actually quite well. But they were very kill-focused, and they would just keep setting up Baron and Dragon over and over and over again. I want to see if either LoLPro can switch their style up in a way that'll counteract this and just not face check as many brushes, or if they can just get their lanes in better shape, they'll be better off.
Well, you have to go through brushes to get to objectives. There's just no way to
go for turrets, man.
That.
Down the lane
like,
only.
That's the big thing there. Is you had to go down the lane. They did try that a couple times. They got an inhibitor turret for it, but when it came to that late game, and it's like, all right, Baron's on the table. The pink wards from Curse Academy just lasted so long because you just didn't have time as LoLPro to clear them out every time you would come even in a fight.
Yeah.
So then they ended up with complete control of the Baron area for like 15, 20 minutes in that game for Curse Academy. And they used it appropriately. They used it perfectly. They got Heaven Time a couple times, caught him out, and then they got Baron off of it. So really well played in terms of vision control for Curse Academy on top of just their kill game and their game sense. Really on point. Saint being like, I know what's going to happen here. I know how this matchup goes. I'm going to be ganking at this time, etc.
And he was always behind them in the right places, and it worked beautifully. Curse Academy looks like they're not going to make many new choices here. Syndra, Tristana, both removed away, because why wouldn't you against these guys? Gragas, Yasuo still on the chopping block. So Curse Academy last time around added Kassadin to this ban list, and they're going to have to make, arguably, probably choose a new third ban here for themselves. We know ManCloud will play the champion. So what do they add to the mix? Do they care about Haunter's Lulu?
Oh.
Wow, interesting. ManCloud doesn't want to play it.
Get out of jail free on that one.
So LoLPro might get to play the same 3 bans. No, they add Cog to the impactful ban list.
It means they have a different priority right now. Kog'Maw, Tristana off the field. So if you pick Lulu, most likely you're going to pick a first rotation AD carry here for LoLPro to take away a contested pick that's left up.
Well, I think about it, though, and I don't know what else is on Heartbeat's pool that's so heavily contested. I don't think you've got to, like, rush pick a Corki. He could and say, hey, you know what, let's bully the lane instead of trying to pick 2 hyper carries, and you go for the big lane bully everyone's playing in Corki. That could be fine. I think there's a good chance you grab Braum here because he's just so strong, but it really depends on what LoLPro's plans are. Like, there's so many ways they could go that I can't easily predict here.
You have to pick up... All right, they're going to go with the Braum. That's going to leave Bunny Fufu with Thresh. And also Saint. Now, if he picks Evelynn, Elise is better in 2-on-2 skirmishes than Evelynn is, for sure.
Yeah.
So the fact that he's going to be able to kind of dissuade that pick by picking up the early Evelynn is pretty big.
So let's see what they go for. I do like the fact that Heaven Time went back to his Elise, though. He played so much of it leading into this game. The fact that he went for Rengar, wanted the Rengar Ori combo, it didn't pay off. I like going back to things that did work for them when they were winning games. So one smart adaptation there. Curse Academy are going to grab some early lane aggression. Seems when Kog'Maw's gone, they say, all right, screw you, we'll win lanes this time. Curse Academy still waiting on their mid laner.
Yeah, the Corki pick, I thought there was going to be a Corki or something along those lines picked up first rotation for LoLPro.
Yeah.
Because there's just so many AD carry bans on the field, the top 2.
Yeah.
Jinx is still available.
Yeah.
And that might be what Heartbeat goes with.
And keep in mind, actually, Ziggs was banned around last time, actually, wasn't it? I forgot about that one. That was a Curse Academy ban, if I remember properly. So I don't know where I got the Kassadin from then, or the rest of these, because I remember seeing Ziggs banned, right? Unless that was that LoLPro that banned Ziggs away? Because I'm like remembering the bans back, and I was like, I could have sworn I saw Ziggs getting dropped. I think it was LoLPro that banned Ziggs, because I think Curse Academy ran the same 3 bans. Lod's going to get this champion potentially, which will set them up in a very different situation. Very high burst now for LoLPro. Ziggs Bomb, Jinx Rocket. The chance for resets for Heartbeat is pretty high. This could be the makings of a very good team. Depends on their top lane, though.
There's a lot of wombo.
Yep.
Here, they didn't go with an Orianna to suck people in for the Super Mega Death Rocket. Instead, it's going to be a Mega Inferno Bomb, Super Mega Death Rocket, and also having the Glacier Fissure on top of it. Then they have Elise to just have some early game pressure to set up the lanes. We're going to have to see what they go with on Curse Academy, but last final pick here for LoLPro. There's a couple of things that could fit into the composition. We'll have to see what they end up going with, because they won't have the Lulu. They're going to need something else.
Well, looks like Curse Academy going to make almost no new choices here, unless they were basically forced to. I do like staying with what worked. I also do like sometimes making big tweaks in Game 2, because your opponent's like, prepare, okay, we're going to fix all these mistakes, and you come out with new things they're not ready for. Sometimes it'll throw them off, and you've got the extra game to lose in the first place, but Curse Academy going to stick with what worked last time. And they think Chris can definitely dominate with top Lulu here, so Team LoLPro to fit their comp together. It looks like they really want to team fight. So, do you split push against Lulu and hope that works, or do you have someone who's going to readily pull himself in and be part of that 5-on-5 battle?
Well, Lulu is most effective when you're grouped up in a team fight and you're helping somebody else. That's usually where she shines.
Yeah, true.
I mean, if you get the Lichbane second item, then you can take down some turrets pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But I think depending on who they pick in the top lane here, it's most likely going to be a Lulu that shows up to the fights and plays that style for Chris.
I mean, for LoLPro though, I'm like thinking what their choice is now against this, because you know Curse Academy have stuff that's worked so far.
You could go ahead and play Ryze.
Yeah.
You can group up for the fights. They're going to go with a frontliner. Yeah, Mundo and Shyvana would be the two that I could think of. Mundo is actually seeing a lot more play recently, especially against Lulus and AP-based compositions. They may get a Morello Nomicon, but it's still not a huge deal.
It's this weird mix of synergies and anti-synergies, because as you mentioned, right, Morello Nomicon is such an easy buy in a top lane a top lane mage, and you're like, oh, but these Grievous Wounds are so easy to grab, they're going to run Ignite in the mid lane, oh, woe is me, I'm Mundo, but at the same time, the thing with double AP comps is they're burst focused and pretty low sustain damage, especially a Corki in here for AD carry. There's not a lot of sustained damage, so if Mundo survives the front wave and then goes lol ult regen, suddenly your life is pain and Curse Academy can't get through him. So you're right, I do like the Mundo pick here. It does make sense, get the double AP team. We'll see how Hanser does in the matchup. He was going to win this fight without jungle intervention, but Saint made Hanser's life miserable. We'll see if that happens again here in Game 2.
Another big thing with that, too, is you talked about the Corki. There's so much magic damage here for Curse Academy's composition. Now, LoLPro, they're in a really good spot with that Mundo in the top lane. As soon as he starts getting the Spirit Visage, going to be first item rush, no problem. Then he stacks on a Banshee's Veil, maybe a Warmogs. Right. Just keeps stacking on magic resistance, and then he's fine.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have to care too much about the Corki damage.
And the cool thing as well is this works for Elise on top of that one. You can just finish your Golem or Spectral Wraith and go right into Locket and have no qualms about that whatsoever. And you have pretty obvious build paths and very smart build paths here that can really ruin the mid game of Curse Academy, which is where they've shown the most, actually. Curse Academy got their lanes ahead, but then made play after play after play, picking up Dragon, setting up Baron. And if you cut that off by being unkillable, suddenly you've got a much better chance for LoLPro, who I felt were playing largely well as a team until late game, and they started falling apart just because they were so far down in gold.
I think the early game had a lot of hiccups for them. The first blood, then the fact that the top lane too far up, blowing flash is very haphazardly, not taking advantage of the fact that Man Clouds had his summoner spells down, bullying him. There's a lot of different things here they didn't take advantage of. They didn't kind of leverage the pressure or the little pressure points that they were given. They didn't push on them. Instead, they were like, all right, you know what, we'll wait until later. But, oh, we just got completely just stomped halfway through.
Yeah.
Well, very hard position.
LoLPro, guys looked a little bit bad at the end of the first game, and maybe just because they were so far down in gold, but they've got to regroup right now if they want that bye in the postseason and guarantee a top 4 finish in the playoffs. Of course, top 3 will make promo tournament, but it gives them a pretty good shot if they can make it here. So, LoLPro looking for the comeback win. They need 2 straight victories here.
Yeah, that's a big thing, and I actually want to talk about it, is that the teams are just walking out right now, is the fact that both these teams are in playoffs, but a first-round bye means you are at least in the top 4, and 75% of the teams in top 4 make it. Only one of them who loses a 3rd, 4th place match ends up not facing an LCS team.
Yeah.
So consider first-round bye, chances are pretty damn good. I'd buy a lottery ticket on that one.
Yeah, 3-4 is pretty good odds. And I mean, think about it. It's just fun to think about the brackets as well. With Coast already getting the first bye, we know they're going to be top 2. We basically know that one of Coast or LoLPro or Curse Academy are going to be in the promotion tournament. 100% one of those 3 teams will be in the promo tournament. Maybe all 3, potentially. Maybe 2, maybe 3, we'll see. It just depends on how it all shakes out. But you're going to be seeing more of those teams.
You're going to be seeing more of Team 8 as well as Wasabi Gaming.
See them in a quarterfinal.
Look at that. Both teams just walking through each other's jungles, putting down all the wards. But LoLPro, they walked over a ward from Curse Academy. And where's the setup?
They all might be right on top of this blue buff.
Uh-oh. Oh, it's the
hook!
hook
across the wall, and Heaven Time has got to be real careful. First Blood goes over to Corki. Curse Academy were there the whole time.
That single ward that was placed over, and the vision game was so good by Curse Academy. They end up picking up a First Blood again in this matchup.
The level 1 outplays strategically, so good from these guys. And of course, keep in mind, they can go for some damage on a Hanser there. He's going to lose some health as well. Heaven Time just getting back to the lane. Curse Academy don't commit for it. But of course, there's no spot on the other side.
Yeah, that's true. But Heaven Time, he has to get up here. He also has no flash. So that little 2-on-2 skirmish, if it ever happens, having that flash is pretty important.
Maybe not able to chase down St. Bitch or anyone else. Chris will TP in on this top lane. Plenty of consumables now in the inventory. Of course, you can ward against Elise, so he'll have that sight ward for himself. Hanser did pretty much the same thing, TPing top lane. Now the 2-on-2 looks like a very large wave here for Curse Academy. They're going to be level 2 pretty soon.
Yep, there it is.
Ooh, that was nearly on the Braum. That was close.
A little bit earlier than you would expect because of the First Blood.
Tackle missed 2 CS.
Ooh. But he also got First Blood, so it's all good.
Yeah, I
7
feel like you're
CS
okay.
up.
I want to see how he cashes that out, actually, because you can go for the early recall on Phage, and you know you're going to be an item ahead of Heartbeat, who's going to have, like, if he recalls, a Doran's Blade. And I think it's a really good way to continue pressure on a lane matchup. Corki's already going to win that normally, but now you're like, I also have 20 extra AD. It's really hard to deal with.
Yeah, and then you have the movement speed on top of it. With the Thresh, if you do get a hook in, it's very hard to escape the Corki that early on.
Already forcing him under the turret. Jing's actually one of the better turret last hitters, though, so that doesn't necessarily deny very much.
Nope. Heaven Time spot out by a ward by ManCloud. He has to back off this matchup here. Curse Academy can take it home with LoLPro even up the score. Let's see, they do have some good wave clear here and Wombo combo in their composition, but the fact they already gave up a 500 gold lead to Curse Academy might just be tellings of basically a repeat of last game.
Well, absolutely. I mean, level 1 First Blood's always a really rough thing to deal with. Curse Academy keeping the pressure on. Is worth pointing out, Hanser's doing well against Chris so far. Hanser did, honestly, again, aside from St. Vicious, reasonably well in the first game on top of that one. So that is one matchup I feel LoLPro can continue to rely on. And Mundo's, of course, a great, reliable champion to have. He's going to keep putting out damage in fights. He's going to be hard to kill. So maybe LoLPro can wait it out. Their actual late game in general is also very strong. So if LoLPro are able to be a little bit patient, you know, not fight dragons they shouldn't, this could be a game that LoLPro can win just by waiting around and not giving up any advantages.
Look at all this vision control here. We actually heard Kez talk about it. He rushed a Sightstone's second item after his jungle item on Evelyn.
Yep.
And the fact that so many wards are being purchased on the side of Curse Academy this early on, the pink ward on the right side jungle, the ward that's up a little further, they're trying to protect ManCloud in the middle and make sure that he doesn't get flipped behind, because we talked about it in the pregame. This is the matchup you have to watch, is that mid lane. Whoever gets ahead has a huge edge coming into the later game.
And we saw how much ManCloud did with that lead as well. The gigantic roams making kills happen. There's a double kill bot lane because of ManCloud coming down there, as well as a bunch of turret pressure. So yeah, it's a thing to keep in mind pretty heavily on both sides. But Saint looks for the top lane right here and says, you know what? There is no Elise around. And this a cool thing as well with high-level jungle style, which is you can play a game where you're saying, you know what, my lanes are all winning. If we just keep the laning phase going stable, we'll grow a giant gold lead. And if that happens, your goal as a jungler is often to just keep tabs on the enemy jungler. Right? Saint's goal can just be find Heaven Time at all times and dare him to battle. Right? Be around for every counter gank. Keep all his jungle camps down. Keep him under level. Put wards in. And then you keep your team safe by this sort of preemptive counter jungling or preemptive counter ganking almost. Look at that. You just wasted like 5 seconds trying to repel there.
5?
Close.
A little bit of an exaggeration there.
Okay, 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Whatever the repel time is. I said about.
Okay.
Or like.
Rounded to the nearest 5th.
Why not? Heaven Time, though, does not. Oh, now he does. He walked by that ward, and out goes Chris. He's like, whoa, guys, I'm out of mana. I'm going to whimsy this one. Heaven Time can't get anywhere for that one.
Yeah, the ward coverage is just too good. He gets him.
That hook, though, is pretty awesome. Foster Bomb blocked by a shield there, and it's impactful. Trying to do what damage he can. Buddy moves on the other side of this one, so there's really nowhere for anyone to go. First kill picked up. Now Patoy forced to run. I'm not sure why he waited around so long, though. Second hook comes in, and oh no, Patoy, you are very much a dead man. Bunny Fufu claims a kill on that one.
You gave Bunny Fufu Thresh. You're going to pay for it. That brilliant hook there with the directional fake out of Thresh. But oh, Hanser top.
Ignite is on Hanser. Just barely lives, though. Heaven Time a little bit too late, but the roam all ready from ManCloud. Didn't need a kill. Didn't need to do anything, but just decided to leave his lane and show up.
Yeah, he went for the roam there, and Laud was a little bit behind him, but couldn't contribute to the fight at all. And actually, I want to go back to touching on the bottom lane here for a second, because the hook comes out, and there's just so much damage on him, and it looks like Heartbeat actually wants to go and take the Lantern, or fake out Impactful into clicking on the Lantern and taking it instead.
Yeah, that was strange.
A little bit of an overstay. And the thing on Patoy and Heartbeat is that they haven't played together for very long. They're both new additions to this team, despite being in this environment for only about 3 weeks, at the longest for, I believe, Patoy. Heartbeat is a very new addition. He's rarely scrimmed with them. I was talking to him a lot, and he's like, I was like, is he good? And he's like, I don't even know how he fits into the team yet. Because they just haven't had enough time yet.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for the team, but of course they made the choice themselves there. They think it's going to be worth it in the long run. Of course, as we talked about, they are in the playoffs, so if they can improve their roster or improve their synergy over time, then, well, we'll see better things from them in about a week's time. But actually, yeah, we'll see them in the third place match or the finals in a week's time, so for sure we'll see their next test soon. Hook not quite going to land. No gank yet for St. Vicious. Now, we are seeing significantly less pressure out of Saint, but again, he's keeping things from happening. Now he's going to show up. Heartbeat's got nowhere to go. Kill picked up. Patoy, only level 4. He does have Flash and Exhaust. I don't think it's worth using it, though.
Wow. So I'm sitting here and I'm thinking those might have been some next level mind games. I think Bunny Fufu might have walked up, given him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt here, throughout the hook, because it didn't look like it was going to hit. And as a Thresh main, you know that one wouldn't hit unless they kind of like juked into it, which was strange. Threw it out so that they thought the pressure was relieved. Came back in kind of in like a power vacuum because they knew that the hook was down. And then he flash flays.
Exactly.
It's a huge setup there. Laud going to try to go for the steal here. Does he get it?
Ooh, close, but a little bit too early. St. Vicious going to walk away pretty happily. Look at that. Again, gets a ward down in the enemy jungle before leaving and saying, well, now I'll heal up, but I'm going to track Heaven Time some more.
Yep, have a little bit of a present here. 5-0 first Dragon over to Curse Academy. Not a turret. Knocked down yet.
I feel like
either side.
Yeah, but I feel like I've seen this before. It's LoLPro without a kill, without a turret, or without a dragon pretty early on in the game. Whereas Curse Academy is on the scoreboard in most of those metrics, so
whoa.
The early game keeps going Curse Academy's way.
Heaven Time's going for an invade here off of, I don't know what is triggering this. Because usually when you go for an invade, you have the information you need about the enemy. Maybe it's because St. Vicious was back.
Yeah,
but
it was off the dragon.
The fact that ManCloud is also in that area and he still has enough mana to contest this. He still has his ultimate and his flash available. It's a very, very risky move, and they didn't have complete vision of the area either.
The thing is, that's the type of invade that's supposed to work. Like, I remember casting a bunch of games. It was specifically an EU Challenger, actually. A lot of the teams that are going to have to play the tiebreaker or, around 5th seed, they would lose an objective, but they would just show up and go steal your blue buff because they knew there's no one around to stop you. And that was a 2-on-1. Like, ManCloud warded and they said, never mind. But that was realistically a stealable buff.
Oh, Chris came down too. So it was a 3-on-2?
Yeah, but I feel like, I don't know, like LoLPro, I feel like are giving up so many advantages here. Like, I know they're a late game team, but you still got things that you can do based on numbers leads, especially because all the kills are only on Corki. Like, this gold lead is purely in the bot lane. It's nowhere else in this game right now.
2-on-2.
Well, Hanser's going to have to back away a little bit. St. Vicious takes a whole bunch of damage. Nice ulti comes across. Chris, does he want to stay in this fight? Well, Heaven Time's not happy with that one, though, and Saint does stay alive.
Oh!
Ulti not going to do much either. I mean, Hanser left that fight so early, yet despite having plenty of health still around, Heaven Time kind of got baited in there.
Wow. That was very, very close for St. Vicious, about twice between those two ultimates. But also at the same time, the Cocoon didn't hit from Heaven Time. If he could have stunted that damage output for just a couple of seconds, it would have been possibly enough to give Hanser courage.
Well, Chris Swanson has a red buff, has the Glitterlance slow. One shot, might have to flash auto attack. The red buff's going to be enough. Chris takes the kill. Hanser there a little bit too long.
First item, Morellinomicon.
Yep.
Gives himself the CDR that he needs and the healing debuff. Not that big a deal, but the red coming up big there for the slow.
Yep, takes it all down. Hanser does have teleport, but he's got 12 seconds on the revive, so this whole wave is basically going to be gone by the time he shows back up, and Chris says, you know what? I could do some real turret damage here.
Yeah, he's going to go for it as well. At the same time, St. Vicious, he's visiting this bottom lane, TP up top, so they know that's not available.
There's Hanser. He's going to get 2 CS here. The 2 casters go down for him. But Saint is basically making sure. Look at that ward. This is so good by Saint. He's taking his time to get ward control down, to spot the enemy jungler, to look for where ganks and counter ganks might come from. Sees Patoy, does get seen there.
Oh, W2 early.
I don't know if it's going to be too dangerous for him. Ulti's going to come out. They're really wanting this one. LoLPro go in. Repel's going to land. Can they get the auto attacks down onto St. Vicious, though? Ulti comes back for the counter attack. Exhaust is on. Patoy forced to jump away from this one. And ManCloud, he wants in.
Using his ultimate.
In range for the charm. Good flash. Just gets LoLPro away. But they're going to lose 1 million gold under the turret and a couple of summoner spells.
Yeah, Patoy with the flash and the stand behind me to get out. ManCloud with the aggressive plays. The jukes from Fog of War.
Yeah, it's a good play.
It's good game sense.
Very good game sense. That was 4 summoners and for 1, that bottom lane fight. It was no kills at the end of the day. Both Patoys, Heartbeats, and Heaven Time Splash for just Saints.
That's definitely a worth there.
And that's going to be a kill because you're now 3 flashes down. So next time Evelyn shows up, you're not getting out.
Yeah, next Dragon as well, which is in 2 minutes. There might be a big fight, but LoLPro, they just keep slowly but surely getting a gold lead creeped up on them by Curse Academy. It's just getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, I mean, Curse Academy is, ooh, that's going to be a Heaven Time. Bunny Fubu does not want that. Not going to hop through the forest just yet here, but ward coverage getting removed. Curse Academy making these guys fight for every objective they want, but they keep the blue buff inside that brush. That will go maybe to lot. It's healing now. They leashed it too many times. It's reset all the way.
That was
They got it now.
Wow.
There we go.
It takes you as long to do a blue buff as it would a dragon.
That's a dragon wasn't up.
Yep. Looking at some problems there.
So this is the Curse Academy style, actually, is they are very focused on keeping a laning phase going. Like, Curse Academy could very easily have taken this outer turret if they wanted to in the bot lane, likely in the mid lane as well. They're keeping outer turrets up specifically to keep trying to outplay you in the laning phase, to keep getting the ganks in for St. Vicious, which are actually working at this point, 4 assists on him, and to let the roam plays happen a little more easily. They want this map stretched out towards the river so that they can keep picking you off for kills.
Man, I'm having some flashbacks to Season 2 before Worlds, when everybody was like, all right, don't take the turret. Remember, people would rage at you for taking the turret. Why are you taking my turret? Especially as a jungler. I'd show up to the lane and be like, let's push this. They're like, whoa, 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 why are you taking my turret? Don't take my turret.
This is nice.
All
nice
the time.
CS.
And then TPA came in, and it was like, why are they taking the turrets in 5 minutes? What's happening? And then it's like, oh, the aggression wins the game because you give less time for comeback. But Curse Academy, instead, they're like, all right, we're going to start investing in this laning phase and making sure you can't farm. And then we're just going to take all the turrets at once, group up with this huge gold lead we've accumulated, and then we'll just end the game off of that. So it's a different style here, kind of harking back to old times.
That's the difficulty, though, is basically Curse Academy, for their roams, they get a kill when they get a kill. And that's all they get. Oh, damage.
Oh,
Ignite. That's a kill. There you go.
Man clouds don't look at explosions.
Nope.
Walks right away from it. Has nothing to do with it. And Chris.
On the roam over towards Lod. Good satchel charge, though. Minefield's going to push him back as well. Now Curse Academy are going to cash in a little bit on turrets here.
Yep.
Of course, pushing against the Ziggs is a bit difficult, but bottom lane outer finally does go down. Big wave there. And Curse Academy turn right around for Dragon.
They get this one for themselves pretty easily. There's almost nothing in the vicinity. There is a Super Mega Death Rocket if he wants to throw it. But it doesn't look like it's going to come out.
And down it goes. 16 minutes in. 8,000 gold lead Curse Academy. Ziggs bomb down as well for a couple of minutes.
They're averaging about a 500 gold lead every minute.
It's a lot.
Yeah, the game keeps dragging out. LoLPro almost has no way back in this. They almost have 150% of LoLPro's gold.
That's a gigantic margin there.
Yes.
Haunter hitting a bunch of cleavers, though. Like, that was like 3 in a row that were like weaved through the minion line, which is really cool, but he's actually also keeping up with the matchup. Haunter's Mundo is working great against Chris, despite being the one who's getting ganked. Saint's got to be careful. Heaven Time battling, but down a level. Elise having a really rough time here. Get some help from Ziggs. There's the ulti in from Lulu as well. And who's going to win this battle? Haunter in the front lines. Lod's got to be careful of ManCloud there. They are trading back and forth, but the Jinx Rocket might push him back. They trade junglers here on this one, but Haunter forces a flash away. The Mega Inferno Bomb takes up 2, though, and LoLPro finally gets signs of life.
Oh, Lottie, he just picked up 2 kills so easily there off the back of it. It's a 3-for-1 in the overall. They have to focus on this bottom lane, though. They do get the blue, and there's some little signs of life here for LoLPro. But, oh man, they lose a turret in the bot lane, and Bunny Fufu gets control of the jungle. But they do come up pretty big, considering where they were before.
Well, again, keep in mind, all the gold for Curse Academy, like the large reason for this lead is that bottom lane. It's a 3,000 gold lead on the AD carry, because all the ganks tended to work there. He was getting all the last hits.
He's getting ganked. He's getting lapsed on.
Good luck. Little Lance is going to hit. Lod's got nowhere to go. He's got basically no health either. Impactful. Actually not going to land the rockets. That's a Valkyrie in. There's the big one getting dodged.
The dodge, the weave.
With Whimsy, he's fine.
Oh, it went around.
All right. Picks it up. He's going to be okay.
Gives the doubles over to Impactful. A little sign of life there.
Yeah.
The LoLPro just gets snuffed out so quickly.
There's a good rotation there by Impactful as well to show up off the bottom lane there and flank in on the Ziggs. So Curse Academy now grouped up with Ziggs off the map, are looking at this mid lane. That goes down, and here comes the turret pressure.
Heartbeat 60 CS down on Impactful. Impactful just zoned him out during all the laning phase. Now he's grouping up and saying, I have this huge advantage over you. We saw him chunk in the laning phase. He has an entire Infinity Edge up.
Yeah,
sorry,
good margin.
Trinity Force, but look at this engage.
There they go. Big damage up on Toy, but they're going to go back onto Impactful here. Heaven Time, though, losing a lot of his health bars, and Impactful's got to run from the bomb. Oof. Does get out. St. Vish is the only one to take any damage there. Curse Academy not quite claiming anything off that. Just that one outer turret when Ziggs was gone.
Hey, when you have Ziggs, it's very hard to siege up. And crack those turrets. So Law just doing wave clear. Almost getting Impactful there, but he's got another big wave of CS for him. Just a huge lead over Heartbeat. Heartbeat's really far behind. Really far.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate for the new pickup. He's doing what he can, but hey, the Corky lane bully got picked up. Impactful and Bunny Fufu played it awesome, and lo and behold, Saint ganked a couple of times, and well, that's what happens there. Heaven Time still really not having a great series, though. I know he's a great player, but 2 really unimpressive scores in a row where I just don't see him do much.
So there's some things here that we talked about in the pregame, where it was the full, almost AP composition here for Curse Academy, at least the magic damage that was coming out from them. Impactful is 5-0-1. He is a big threat in terms of AD now at this point in the game.
Yeah.
So your power spikes are actually a little
earlier and on the right people as well.
I was going to say a little incongruent with what the enemy team would be building at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're going to be building magic resistance to counter Chris and ManCloud. But then you have to throw in an armor item at this point. Haunter, he's got his work cut out for him. because he's actually not as tanky as you would expect him to be against that Corki.
ManCloud can't stay for the pink ward. Yep, Patoy puts the shield up, says, don't you even dare try to sweep this one away. So LoLPro get pink ward control for a short time, but they are basically just scrounging what they can for wards, trying to keep something up defensively. Zig's ulti going to stop pushes, so they are buying time for themselves. LoLPro do have some great late game, but reaching there is a difficulty.
Now, fun little fact there. When you throw up your Unbreakable as Braum and you're on top of a ward, and they click the ward, it still redirects to you.
Yep.
So they can't kill a ward if you're on top of it and they're ranged. You have your Unbreakable up.
Unless you're Kale.
Yep, that's true.
Only champion, I think. Thresh too.
Yeah, projectiles.
Yeah, I think they're only non-projectile range champions. I'm pretty sure Vel'Koz would get blocked. I actually don't know about Vel'Koz. He might also be like a laser, you know?
I don't know.
I don't play enough Vel'Koz to know. Now I just feel bad for bringing it up. I'm like, hey, this thing that I don't know about, but, you know, for what it's worth.
Hey, food for thought.
Yeah.
You made all those people out there think. The Vel'Koz mains are like, oh, my baby.
But is it real food or is it fake?
It's fake food. You're thinking about it.
I'm giving you fake food for thought. Patoy takes big damage, though. The shield comes out. He runs back to Heartbeat. Says, you know what? You take the rocket. Heartbeat says, all right, I'll last at some minions, though, at least. Hanser getting pushed around, still under this turret, but he's got great CS. They go in towards Lod. Big damage does land the charm. The Jinx rocket is going to be enough to take down ManCloud. No, it's not. And now they're going to find another kill. Patoy goes down. Hanser is tanky, but does he have enough damage? Heartbeat trying to help. Gets hooked up, and they go for this one. They want Heartbeat dead. Looks like they will do that successfully, but Impactful's got to be maybe careful of Hanser. Flashes in for the Lantern, gets to it, but there's Heaven Time. Trying to chase on in. Hook's going to hit a Spiderling, so that is a kill picked up. Shield to Impactful. Heaven Time going to trade kills for that. Finally onto the scoreboard a bit better, 3-5 and 0.
It's 2-for-1 in the overall. So LoLPro, you know, at least they're getting some kills for themselves. It was a prolonged fight. ManCloud almost went down, but Chris had nothing to do with that fight. His Wild Growth's still up, his Flash still up, so he'll be good for the next part of it. Still hit Lod with the charm on the backside. That was really big. And the fact that ManCloud didn't end up dying, even though he was burning, Patoy just gets shredded by Impactful, and this entire time, Impactful's damage, he just chunks Heartbeat. It's pretty much a heartbeat. He's gone. Hanser getting chunked down, but then he pops his ultimate and just gets back to a healthy point. Whereas Heaven Time, Spiders came up big there.
Yeah, they
took that rocket for him.
Yeah, so started was 2-for-0, ended up 2-for-1. Heaven Time with some good antics there and some good clutch plays to get the bottom lane dead, and shutdown gold is nice to have as well. Hanser 0-1-4, pretty tanky, takes a charm and basically doesn't care.
Yeah, and he has the Warmogs now, so his regen is really good between his passive and the passive of that item.
And the Merc Tread's coming soon, so we won't even be CC'd for long. Hanser, the guy to watch here, and maybe Heartbeat can clean up. Hook there onto Patoy. Dragon going down. Will get picked up by Saint Vicious. He's done well for this one. The battle has begun. Lulu ulti onto the front line. Saint doing whatever he can. Patoy forced to run away. Jinx Rocket does not deal much damage. Heaven Time the first to fall. Now Hanser on full retreat with the rest of LoLPro. But here comes ManCloud. Charm just barely dodged away from, and out they go.
There's just barely any damage here between Heartbeat and the rest of the team of LoLPro. Lod, he doesn't even have his second item completed, but at the same time, he's not that far behind. He needs the Rabadons to start doing some decent damage to the rest of the team.
Yeah.
As you look over at Chris, he already has his Rabadons. He already has his 35% cooldown reduction.
Yeah, the big issue for LoLPro's team comp, if they don't basically get a big AD carry, is they don't have the ability to chase kills down. They don't have much lockdown in the first place. They have some, but when Saint Vicious takes a Lulu ulti, he has the freedom to walk away if he gets low. And Hanser's not fast enough to chase him. Law doesn't have the damage to burst him, and Heartbeat certainly can't run for it. He's too afraid of Ahri. And this lets Curse Academy really kite out these fights and keep them all alive as everyone else gets worn down by Impactful and ManCloud.
Yeah, and Heartbeat, the difference between his gold and Impactful's right now is really big. 8-1-1 for Impactful, 214 CS, 40 CS lead. Heartbeat, 140 CS, 0-3-3. The disparity in items now. The completion of Berserk Greaves.
Yep.
Then Sheen, Phage, and the completion of Trinity Force, and a Doran's Blade on top of that. And a Vamp Scepter.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of damage coming through. I actually hope it's Ruin King that comes out for Impactful, by the way. I know everyone's been running Bloodthirster, but I personally like Ruin King more myself for the damage output, but, you know, whatever. I feel like whatever he builds will be fine. Void Staff comes out now for ManCloud. He actually wants to try to pressure in Mundo.
Yeah, he wants to blow up Mundo, but at the same time, I do think that it might be Blade of the Ruined King, because against the Mundo with so much HP, it'd be a little more effective in the damage department.
Right, and again, it would especially make sense in this game. I just know a lot of AD carries have been risk averse. And I feel like Impactful like bought Banshee's third last game. I feel like I saw that. Maybe I'm wrong on that one. I remember seeing it maybe in the LCS today, but either way, some pretty risk-averse AD carries. Now going to be the scariness now. Chris forced to flash away, pops the ult. He takes a Ziggle, though on top of that one, Haunter's still in the chase. Great cocoon from Heaven Time, and now Chris has to be all kinds of careful. Haunter finds the pick. Charm on Patoy is a lot of damage, but he's going to walk out just barely. Summoner heals burned by both people. Keep him alive through the Ignite.
And meanwhile, that was actually a 3-on-5 because in the bottom lane, Bunny Fufu and Impactful are pushing a turret.
Well, if that means a turret for a kill, that's kind of okay for Cursed Academy here, but you gotta be careful not to trade too much away as this structure falls down. St. Vicious now, gotta be careful. He's on the wrong side of the map as well. Haunter doing plenty to stop him down. Another cleaver lands. Saint waiting to get a teammate in there. Finally in shows the Ahri, but still, ulti in from Haunter. St. Vicious, couple hits from Dead.
Oh, he missed
one more
cleaver.
shot to go. Flashes, lands the auto. The Jinx Rocket not gonna land, but now ManCloud's gotta be careful. Haunter just doesn't take damage. He might get a 2 versus 1 double kill, and now Chris has got to be careful. Also in the wrong spot. Haunter with a triple kill now, 4-1 and 4. Heaven Time though going to take a bunch of damage. He's in the wrong place at the wrong time, but Patoy might just save him with a gigantic shield. Knocked up Impactful. They do get away. Patoy might lose his life for it though, and he does, but what heroics by the Brahma Patoy.
Wow, that was crazy. Haunter ends up getting about a 2-for-1 at the same time. 3 actually on 1. And he ends up with 2 of those kills pretty much solo. They do get the Baron, but they lose the inhibitor because of this push from Impactful, who was one of the biggest factors I talked about in taking down the Mundo because of his build.
So Haunter refused to die. The tanky Mundo might make it a very delayed pentakill. Zigzult comes by. Cleaver hits Bunny Fufu. Impactful real low as well. There's the flight. I'm sure a hook's coming soon, but I don't know if you're going to do much for Haunter there. He pops the ulti. There's a shield. He whiffs Impactful, but I feel like he's going to force at least a flash.
He's got super low cooldown cleavers. Look at that, 2 seconds on them. They're going to pick up Bunny. Boom.
He goes down.
Oh!
He's going to hit him regardless. There's the Glitter Lance, and Haunter can't complete the delayed ace, but still, that is 4 kills in a row picked up for just Patoy going down a little while back.
Haunter got himself a Thornmail too.
Yep.
So he's in a great position now to scale up into the late game. This is why Mundo has just come back into the meta as this huge, crazy beast, because all the top laners right now are AP-oriented currently in the meta. We see a lot of Lulu, see a lot of Gragas, see a lot of magic damage from Nidalee.
Yeah, and keep in mind, even though I feel like this pick of Mundo isn't so much for the lane, but for the team fights, Haunter has been up in minion kills the entire game. He's actually found ways to just last it with Cleaver, stay safe, make the right choices, and stay above Chris. Problem is he lacks turret pressure, which is why, again, the laning phase is actually weak, even if you do last hit minions. And that gold that Cursed Academy's gotten from Chris's pushing is helping them stay ahead.
And Haunter, he actually has 290 HP per 5 right now with Baron on and no ultimate.
Yeah.
He is rocking that Warmog and the extra HP in his passive. Just, he can pretty much duel anybody on the map right now. 3 levels up on Chris. He's got to run though, because Impactful's in the wings.
Put some damage down Great Little Lance. There's the ulti coming across. Goes for the knockup, but can't quite land it. Haunter, they're running with the ulti. 140 health per tick. He's not going down.
He's got a call. He's a very busy Mundo.
He is. He's got a beating to run to. He's running a little bit late. Starts at 28 minutes.
With his ultimate, he's got 1,400 HP 5.
It's a large number.
Yes. It's pretty much every 5 seconds I get the HP that Corki has.
Hey man, this Corki's 9-1 and 1 though, so he's been emergency help for the team. Bunny though getting caught up by Cocoon and the Satchel Shard. Heaven Time just takes him down right away. And Cursed Academy, their kill and neutral objective focus is starting to falter when they're getting killed back.
Hey, 2-item spike here for Heartbeat. Nobody on the team of Cursed Academy really has a lot of armor, so he's actually good without the last Whisper currently. And there's the Super Mega Death Rocket.
All right, good smite from Saint though. Can he get away? He does have Flash. He's going to use that. Bunny Fufu down, so no lantern for the guy. And heck, that is a kill for a dragon. The funny thing is, that's good for Cursed Academy, as weird as that says.
Yeah, Cursed Academy are going to come out on top with that trade, but there will be a turret being taken in mid lane down.
Never mind. Better for LoLPro. I was wrong the whole time. Haunter going to run to the base. should be able to keep this turret alive.
A lot of magic damage here, and super minions take extra magic damage, so he'll start shredding these down pretty quickly if he throws cleavers at him.
Exactly. Negative magic resist on supers. Monster. Also, one thing that's cool, that I kind of realized a few months ago, even though percent health abilities are capped against neutral monsters, they are not capped against minions. Cleavers destroy the crap out of super minions, as do things like neurotoxin, etc. So when you see those like gigantic Ruin King procs against, or Kog'Maw W, just like 150 damage, it's great.
They're gone. They're pretty much just gone. A very tense game right now between both of the Curse organizations, challenger teams. LoLPro has tools to get back into this game. Off the back of Hauntzer, and the fact that they're buying time for Heartbeat to start getting damage items, and nobody on Curse Academy, like you said, mages are burst-oriented. A lot of sustain here from Hauntzer, and he's the highest level in the game now. Very close to that 18. Second highest is ManCloud at 16.
So Hauntzer very close to 200 armor. The last Whisper does get completed for Impactful. Smart choice after realizing that the Mundo is getting pretty big. I do still want to see Ruin King come in last, so I think he really needs that to make his damage, as some would say, impactful.
And
Name
some
puns
would
reason.
say, "Shut up, freak."
Yep.
No,
that's don't apologize. You're allowed to diss me on this cast. I do it all the time to you.
Yeah, that's what the others would say though if they didn't say it was impactful. They'd be like, "Ah, rah, 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 rah." No, I wouldn't.
That's fine.
Man, Hauntzer just being the huge frontliner. He's zoning everybody.
And you're seeing how much it's stopping Curse Academy. Like, this Curse Academy team does not, like, Game 1 Curse Academy, in the first 50 minutes of this game, looked like the same team. And then Hauntzer got a triple kill. And they stopped trying so hard because they realized how scary this Mundo is. Like, every single time Curse Academy goes for wards, someone's there to say, no, don't you ward this. And they go, you're right, I'm sorry, Mundo, bye. Over and over and over again.
It feels like it's been a really long game, but it's only 31 minutes in.
We're just seeing a lot of action, and like we're seeing a lot of phases to the game.
Yeah, and you're also seeing a lot of people capitalize off of kills. So you're kind of like, all right, we killed you guys, but we get one tiny thing. It's not huge capitalizations like we're going to rush your base and get 3 turrets. It's like, all right, we got 1 turret. All right, we got 1 dragon. We set up for Baron. We play the reward game.
Yeah. But here's the thing that's actually really big, is the fact that all of LoLPro's kills have been on defense. So Curse Academy are making these great roaming plays, these great pushing moves, and they're up 7 turrets. And that's awesome. LoLPro, all their kills are like, oh my gosh, we defended our turrets. We defended our territory. We reset them after equal, but they have not picked up turret kills in a very long time, which makes it hard for them to cement their lead, because all they get is, well, 900 gold for 2 kills.
The ManCloud bush being checked there from LoLPro. Baron in a minute, the hook onto Patoy.
But the front line is very beefy of LoLPro. It's allowing Heaven Time to build damage. You're seeing a blasting wand join the inventory. It could be Riley's, which is an interesting choice.
Saint looking for the flank onto the backline. If he can get through that Mundo and they ignore him and just take everybody else out, might be the key to victory here.
Impactful took a bunch of damage, and Bunny Poo gets Kakuna. They're going to go for this one. Impactful's low on health. He's got to back away. Saint will play with a rocket. Takes down Corki. That is not what you wanted. Bunny Poo takes Kakuna as well, and LoLPro are going to keep on going. ManCloud is exhausted and is running. Hauntzer pops the ulti and probably heals against this turret. Not going to care whatsoever. Jinx going to put the damage down, and Heartbeat finally gets the Wombo follow-up. 1, 3, and 6. This team will keep on moving. Finally, they get the minions under control. Finally, LoLPro can take kills and actually push with them.
And with the Jinx, they're going to be able to take this inhibitor as well. Are they going to push any more? They might just rush the Baron right after.
They've got a minor minion wave to keep them occupied in the mid lane, and out they go. Baron is the target here. A great ward on the retreat, and this will cement their comeback much more closely. They're down 7,000 only right now. Close to 5K after this. Are they going to set up a bait? There's no way Curse Academy should check this. I feel like they should just go for the inhibitor in mid.
And they might go for just that. Saint Vicious off on the side. Baron isn't actually being started up yet.
LoLPro are really pensive there. They could have rushed this down 100%.
Whew. The fact that Saint was in the wings, though, gave them a little bit of hesitation. No impactful, no bunny foo-foo. Instead, they're just going to wait for those guys to back, clear that top wave, and then they'll be able to re-engage this. Super Mega Death Rocket once again available. That last fight, getting impactful off the field almost immediately with the Super Mega Death Rocket and the Mega Inferno Bomb was huge.
And that's the worry of being a mid-range AD carry like Corki, who has to land auto attacks to do his job because Muno's just too big to die otherwise. is it puts you in range of champions like Ziggs, players like Lod, of hitting you and doing some initial damage and saying, hey, check yourself or your life's going to be painful. The fact that there is no locket still for St. Vicious. He's itemized his own stats over, an aura. You've got gigantic magic damage dealers. Ziggs, Elise, and Mundo, all very relevant magic damage, but no locket for the... Oh, sorry, it's on Bunny. I'm stupid. I'm just like, that entire point just falls apart.
They caught Heartbeat.
And that is not good, but he's going to get away just barely. And now St. Vicious in the front line, taking a bit of pain. Jinx Rocket comes out, but doesn't do much damage. Heaven Time forced to run away. Hanser still tanking up in the front line, but forced to run away maybe soon. Heaven Time just flashes away, but now Hanser, look at that one. He's safe. He's good.
He's safe. He's out of there. He was regenning so much without even his ultimate up. I thought he blew it at the start of the fight because Impactful was auto-attacking him, but was doing nothing. Look at how healthy he is once again.
You know what's funny is the total damage dealt in that team fight was probably more from Curse Academy.
Oh, yeah.
Problem is, so much went onto Hanser that's fairly irrelevant. And there's the Mundo in a double AP. He had that one amazing battle where he got the triple kill, and it pushed him so far ahead. Curse Academy can't deal with him. There's no Void Staff still from Chris. There's no Death Cap still from ManCloud. And those are items that I feel like are required to break through this Hanser's Mundo.
Yeah, the lack of a Void Staff on Chris is pretty big, but at the same time, ManCloud has his, but his AP isn't as high as it should be. Hanser, he has so much magic resistance right now. Oof. 200.
Yep. And the way these battles work is interesting because Mundo cannot force you to hit him. He is moderate threat, but not super high threat that you have to go for him first. The problem is Curse Academy can't really reach the back line. ManCloud has to give so much respect to Cocoons and everything else that he can't just go for Heartbeat. And Batoy blocks it anyway with his shield.
They went for the top turret here from LoLPro. That leaves their bottom inhibitor exposed.
And the mid lane potentially as well. Chris and ManCloud, of course, have great wave crew, and the team is coming in. LoLPro, late recalls from the AD carrying support.
Hanser Batoy are going for a flank here. And actually, the vision is on them. They know that they're around there.
Oh, no. They could get picked up. Bunny Fufu gonna walk right onto that guy. Hooks going to land. Hanser barely even gets CC'd for any time at all. Batoy gonna land the knockup. They're just bursting him out. Just unimpeded damage and Impactful can burn him down. Hanser taking the wrong way into that fight.
Their ticket back in was just ripped up for a second there.
Yep.
Gonna have to go ahead and get those pieces back up. Try to tape them together.
Heaven Time, do you want to look for the steal? There is no way out. You've got Repel, but no flash. St. Vicious in the Baron Pit as well. Good harassment across.
Heaven Time, he's going to go for it.
He's going to go for the wrist, but doesn't land despite St. Vicious' great claim there. Heaven Time going to get ultied up into the air. He's got nowhere to go. Batoy will fall down to Impactful, and another kill comes through. Team LoLPro could lose the game off this call.
They went for the Baron for Curse Academy, and LoLPro, they're getting flanked now by Impactful.
Got to be careful, though. If he dies, they can't close the game. There's a TP for Chris. He wants bot lane. He's got a Lich Bane.
Heartbeat and Lot are actually still pretty weak in comparison to where you'd think they would be at this point in the game.
A lot of risk aversion, though, from Chris. He could get... Okay, he's finally getting the damage down. They actually sent the entire team over there for that one. Instead of pushing mid just yet, they could move across. Batoy dead for 12 seconds. Heaven Time dead for 15.
Hanser.
Curse Academy. A lot of respect to Hanser.
Looking for the chase. Looking for at least the poke on the way out.
Oh, the cleavers keep on hitting. The slows as well from Jinx, and Curse Academy actually don't get the mid lane inhibitor turret either. They do get a 10,000 gold lead. And they are safe to walk on back, pick up Dragon, and they can buy up items again.
It's pretty much been a 10,000 gold lead all game.
True.
For Curse Academy. And their ability to close the game out has just been stunted by Hanser doing so well in that top lane. And just building appropriately against this team. That's really the big thing here, is that his build and the fact that the double AP composition with Corki, who has a lot of magic damage.
Yeah, but I gotta give credit to a lot of the guys for stepping up here. So obviously Impactful's gigantic. 11-2-1, he's doing great. Picks up a Quicksilver Sash as well, just to make sure he's not getting caught by Cocoons. But Heaven Time is really, I think, stepped up a fair bit. He started the game, I believe, 0-4-1, and has come back to 5-7-2, which is quite the comeback when you consider he has all of basically one tank item, and he's trying to participate in these team fights now with the Void Staff and everything else. And he's really done a much better job now in this mid to late game here. And the rest of LoLPro, I feel like, are rallying around pretty nicely. We'll see if they can keep this up and maybe get their way back in. Of course, in recent past, Curse Academy did get a couple of picks, and they got Baron, but maybe LoLPro can hold on here.
Hanser's not there. Hanser's shoving the bottom wave out as best he can. He's TPing to a minion now.
Cocoon on a Saint. Bunny gets a caster minion with his hook. Not nearly as important there. And right around the wings is not going to get the charm out of Hanser just yet, but there's the Banshee's broken, and there's the dive on in. Can they burn him down with the Ignite? They're trying to, and Hanser does fall first. Bunny Fufu in the wings, barely catches Heartbeat with that hook. That's a 980 carry. The Mikhails comes out too slow from Patoy. This will be an inhibitor. The flash hook not quite going to land for Bunny Fufu, but they've still made their way in.
With Hanser off the field. Oh,
the flash charm for ManCloud will claim Patoy in the back lines. Impactful has been life-stealing up and actually survives against Heaven Time. That's going to be Law dying as well. This will be GG on top of this one. Curse Academy just have to take down the buildings to close this one out, but they will take the semifinal 2-0.
They beat up their younger brother and put LoLPro into the fourth place match against Team 8. And Curse Academy, they're going to be here in person next week trying to take on Coast.
And they're going to go for kind of an avenge battle now against Team Coast. He already took down LoLPro last time around in the finals. Now it's Curse Academy's turn to take a swing at these guys. And hey, look, Curse Academy, a small falter in the mid game, but I gotta say, their early game is so freaking good, and their ability to keep the neutrals under control is by and large awesome as well.
Yeah, every time we see Curse Academy, we always talk about how good their first 7 minutes of the game are. Even when it was a different Curse Academy
That's
team.
true.
It was like, oh, Rux's first 7 minutes of the game, his decision-making is great. Now it's a completely different roster.
Sure.
And Curse Academy's first 7 minutes of the game are fantastic. And
Yeah.
they play it perfectly with the facilitation of St. Vicious, and also the fact in that late game, the targeting Hanser a little too far forward at one point, actually a couple points there, and then the flank and not being conscious of where the enemy team had vision was really the nail in the coffin there for LoLPro.
And it is so hard to play from behind for like 25
Big
minutes.
props to them, though.
Yeah,
That was
I mean,
huge.
They got a lot of picks back. They defended all the ward spots that Saint kept going for. You saw pick after pick after pick saying, if you ward this brush, you're going to get satchel charged or hit up by a Braum Q or something. So that was very impressive by LoLPro. Yes, basically exactly 2 missteps by Hanser. Otherwise, an almost immaculate game by him, and he put the game on his back as best he could. Unfortunately, though, for LoLPro, bot lane got really far behind. Heartbeat was always an item behind Impactful, which is a significant margin for an 80 carry. That's a difficult place to be in.
Yeah, a little bit more than a single item, too. It was really just this huge disparity between them that was causing all of this just bulk of damage to be on one team's favor and not the other. Like, you had this gigantic tank in Hanser.
Yeah.
But then you had the persistent damage threat of Impactful on the other side. And it was kind of like the unstoppable force, immovable object beating each other. And then the unstoppable force came out on top and Impactful.
Yep, and that was really good. The Corki did great. The ganks all worked out, and it was thankful for these guys that all the kills went onto the Corki. They didn't get grabbed up by Saint or by Patoy, if I'm remembering the players properly. Nope, Bunny Fufu. There we go. That's what I was going for. But either way, right, just Corki got fed, did a great job, and of course a wonderful game at Curse Academy and a 2-0. So after today's matchup, the finals are set. Guys, Curse Academy advances to the Summer 2 Finals to face Team Coast live in Los Angeles after the LCS next Saturday, August 22nd.
Second.
Wow. I read 2 numbers there.
And even though they fell short today, don't worry, I got your back. Team LoLPro will compete against Team 8 for 3rd place on Friday, August 1st.
But before then, there is, of course, a super amount of LCS games to tide you over. On Tuesday, the European LCS kicks off the final Super Week of summer when Gambit faces the Copenhagen Wolves and Rocket battles Alliance.
Then the Copenhagen Wolves face Fnatic, Millennium goes up against SK Gaming, and Fnatic battles the Super Hot Crew. It all starts at 7:30 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, 4:30 p.m. Central European Summer Time with the LCS preview show that you don't want to miss.
Of course you don't. And of course, with that, though, we've reached the end of our time together tonight. Before we go, I do want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. And now for myself, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching. Good night. GG. We'll see you in a day and a half. Force a flash away. The Mega Inferno Bomb! Lulu ulti onto the front line. Saint doing whatever he can. Patoy forced to run away. Jinx Rocket does not do much damage. Heaven Time the first to fall. But now Man's got to be careful. Hanser just doesn't take damage. He might get a 2
versus 1 double kill. And now Chris has got to be careful. Impactful took a bunch of damage, and Bunny Fu gets Kuda. They're going to go for this one. Impactful's so low on health. He's got to back away. St. Will playing with a rocket. Takes down Corki. And Heaven Time going to get ultied up into the air. He's got nowhere to go. Patoy will fall down to Impactful, and another kill comes through. But there's the Banshee's broken, and there's the dive on in. Can they burn him down with the Ignite? They're trying to, and Hanser does fall first. Bunny Fufu in the wings, barely catches Heartbeat with that hook. That's a 980 carry. The McHale's comes out too slow from Patoy.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. Man, I look good. Right. Come on. Yeah. Right. Come on. I look good. Right.